Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Just trying to see what in the world is going on in this world because the dentist came in and they were trying to take people's teeth out. And I was like, you're not taking my teeth out. But then they had the wrong person. But I know they were trying to set us up because they're trying to inject stuff in your
Good
gums and
morning.
stuff like that because you can't talk. And if you don't have a voice,
Hey, what's up?
you won't be able to say anything. You know what I mean?
Just trying to
That's
see what in the world is going
terrifying.
on
I
in
don't,
this
I don't
world
like the
because
dentist.
the dentist
Yeah,
came
they got
in
the
and they were
ninjas
trying to
back on top of the
take
building
people's
now,
teeth
and they
out.
got the
And I was
green stuff
like,
they're
you're not
trying to
taking my
put
teeth
down in the
out. And
pipes,
then
and
they
they
had the
sent the
wrong
maintenance
person, but I
people in
know they
here
were trying to
yesterday,
set us up
and they were trying to
because
put
they're
these
trying
little
to inject
things in the
stuff in your
tubes,
gums and
and
stuff like
so
that
like
because you can't
suddenly
talk.
like at
And if you don't
nighttime
have a
it was
voice,
like these fumes that
you
started
won't be
coming
able
out
to
of your
say
sink.
anything. You know what I mean?
But what they're trying to do is trying
That's
to convince you that you're
terrifying.
gonna get
I don't
COVID, so
like
they
the
want you to have
dentist.
COVID tests to get more funding and
Yeah,
more
they got
money
the
and stuff like
ninjas
that.
back on
But you
top of
just
the
gotta stay
building
away
now.
from what they
And
say.
they got the green stuff they're trying to put down in pipes.
Yeah.
And they sent
No,
the
they're not
maintenance
they're
people in
not
here
forcing you
yesterday.
guys to get the
And they
vaccine,
were
right?
trying
Like
to
you
take
don't have to
people's
get one if you
teeth
don't want
out.
one.
And
No,
so suddenly, like at nighttime,
I
it
still
was
haven't
like
gotten
these
mine
fumes
yet,
that
and my
started coming out of
doctor
your
keeps telling me
sink.
like, oh, when are
But
you
what
gonna
they're
get
trying to
it?
do
And
is
I'm
trying
like,
to convince you
never.
that you're gonna get
yeah.
COVID,
I
so they
don't
want you
want
to
to.
have COVID tests so they can get more
They
funding.
just keep on saying this
That's
is
the thing. You
a
just gotta
war
stay away
between
from
the
what they say.
unvaccinated, but Dr. Fauci,
Yeah.
you know, he's
Now
working
they're
for
not
the
forcing you guys to get
Russians,
the
so that's
vaccine,
what he's
right? Like you
trying to
don't
do
have to
is
get one if you don't
convince
want
people to
one.
do that because that will put us
No,
weak, and weak-minded people can be
I
taken
still
over
haven't
by
gotten mine
Russia
yet, and
because
my doctor
there's
keeps
not
telling
going to
me
never
like, "Oh, when
be
are you
like
gonna
some
get it?"
sort
And
of
I'm like,
intercontinental
"Never."
missile
I
floating
don't
out
want
there that's going to
to.
come here as long as there's Russia, China, and
they
us.
keep
So if
on
they can
saying this
eliminate
is
us,
a war
Russia will
between the
become up,
unvaccinated, but
on
Dr.
top of
Fauci,
everything.
he's
Yeah,
working for the
not to
Russians,
mention
so
too,
that's
like
what
I
he's
was
trying
just
to do
reading
is
the other day
convince people to
online
do that
about the
because
vaccine,
that will put us weak,
like
and weak-minded
60% of the
people can
people
be
right now
taken
that
over
are
by Russia
hospitalized for
because
COVID have
there's
had like
not going
both
to never
rounds of the
be like
vaccine.
some
So I'm
sort of
like,
intercontinental
Yeah.
missile floating
well, the
out there
vaccine
that's
is
going
supposed
to
to
come
prevent
here
that from
as long as
happening.
there's Russia, China, and
It's
us. So
just
if they
that's
can
just the
eliminate
games
us,
they
then
played.
Russia will
That's why
become
they sending those ninjas out
Yeah,
on
not
now.
top
to
of everything.
Just
well, not
scare
to mention
people,
too,
make them
like I
think
was
that,
just
oh,
reading
you
the other
better
day
get the
online about the
vaccine.
vaccine, like it's like
It's just
60% of the people right now that are
I'm done with these
hospitalized for
people.
COVID have had like both rounds of the
And they think
vaccine.
that
So I'm
people could go
like,
live in the ocean.
thought the
Huh?
vaccine was supposed to prevent that from happening.
Mm,
Mandatory at some point, like they're gonna make you guys
It's just the
Probably,
games they play.
probably,
That's
but
why they sending
the
those
thing
ninjas
is,
out
you
now
could go move to the
to
ocean,
scare
is what
people
some
and make
people
them
were
think
saying they
that,
could
oh,
do.
you better
So
get the
there's
vaccine.
remember that there's life in the ocean. There's people living there, right?
I'm
Because
going
there's that whole.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Do
they
you think
can
they'll
move
make it
people to the
mandatory at
ocean. If
some
they move
point?
to the ocean,
Huh?
Do you think they're
then
gonna
they
make
can
it mandatory
control
at
who
some
they
point? Like they're
want on
gonna
the
make you
planet, who they
guys
want in the
like
ocean,
take
who they
it,
want in
or
different
Probably,
places, and I think that's
probably,
kind of
but
like what
the
we're
thing
trying to
is,
figure out
people
where
are gonna move to
exactly
the ocean, is
we're
what
gonna
some
be.
people are saying
Because
they
see,
could
like
do.
these, let me
Because
tell you, these nurses be coming up in here,
remember
right?
that there's life in the ocean, there's
And they've
people
been
living there,
already
right?
like, this is
yeah.
not
There's
the
that
ones that were
whole,
cured, but the ones that
okay,
come here
so
from
they
the
can move
outside,
people to the
they've been
ocean. If
sleeping
they move
around
to the
inmates and
ocean,
giving them AIDS and all
then
kinds of
they
shit.
can control who
And
they
so,
want on
like,
the
you gotta
planet,
stay
who they
away
want
from
in the
that because
ocean,
that's the
who they
way they
want here.
killed this here, where they don't have to
That's kind of
spend the
like
money. That's how
what
they
we're trying to
kill
figure out, what
us.
exactly
You know what I mean?
we're
It's
gonna
like
do.
Yeah.
controlling the
Let me tell you,
numbers.
these nurses be coming up in here, right?
Do you ever
They've
wonder if
been
they
already
put
like,
stuff
these
in
are
the
not the
food
ones
there
that were
too?
cured, but
I
the ones
thought
that are
about
coming in
Well,
from
that.
the
they do
outside.
that in the
They
horse
be
feed,
sleeping around
which
inmates,
is
giving
like
them
used to be
AIDS and
oatmeal,
all
but now
kinds
it's
of shit.
horse feed.
So I'm
And they
like,
do
you
that
gotta stay
because
away
they
from
want
that
you
because that's
to
the way they killed
uh,
this.
kind of
So
like
they want to
control
make
your
it more
mind more and more because they
like
back on that mission.
Yeah.
We
like
figured out about
controlling the
controlling the
numbers.
mind, and now they know we know.
Do you ever
So now
wonder if
they're
they
trying
like they
different
put stuff
methods
in the
to get
food there
inside our
too?
mind.
'Cause I thought about that.
You know what I mean? So whenever
But
we're
they do
at
that in the
tables, you got to
horse
put this
feed,
like this,
which
so they
is like
can't
used to
zoom
be
in
oatmeal,
and
but
read
now it's
what you're
horse
saying.
feed. And they do that because they want you
Yeah,
to
yeah. And then man, what was it? I
kind of
was
like
watching something on
control your
TV the other
mind
night. I
more and
forget
more
what it
because they
was,
back on that mission.
but the dude
They
on TV was
we
talking
figured
about
out
like
about
the
controlling the mind,
television
and now they
and
know we
like
know.
the
So
thing
now
that you
they're
were
trying
talking
to
about
get us to
before.
do
The dude on
Oh,
TV was
I
talking
told
about it
you.
too.
and so whenever we're at tables, you got to put
I
this
was
like
just
this,
like, oh
so they
my, like
can't
it's
zoom
kind of
in and
scary because
read
you know
what you're
everywhere you
saying.
go, like there's TVs Yeah, everywhere, yeah. like
Yeah.
and there's then cameras man, what was everywhere. that? I was Like
See?
watching something on TV the other night. I forget what it
Yeah.
was,
And for
but
them
the
to
dude
be
on
able able
TV was
to
talking
like
about
be
like the
here,
televisions and
and then
like
all of a sudden it
the thing that you were
becomes
talking about
TV
before.
again.
The dude on TV was
That's what
talking about it too.
it just blows my mind because they think I
I
don't
was just
know that
like,
they're
oh
here,
my,
then
like
they're on
it's
TV,
kind of
they're here,
scary
then
because you
they're
know
on TV.
everywhere
So
you
that
go,
means
like
they're
there's
going on some
TVs
backdrop
everywhere, like
somewhere and
there's
they're
cameras
getting on TV
everywhere,
and they're
like
coming back in here. And they're
it
just
makes
trying
you
to like
wonder.
Yeah.
make me dizzy
And for
and
them to
make
be
me
able to
like
like
think I don't know what I'm
hear
talking
and
about
all of a
when
sudden
I'm
see a
very
movie
aware of it.
again,
You know what I mean?
that's what
But that's just what's going on.
blows my mind because they think I
Most
don't know
people
that they're
are,
here, then they're
I
on
guess,
TV,
not like
they're here, then they're on TV.
cognitively
So that means they're
aware.
going
You know
on
what I
some
mean? Like
Yeah.
backdrop somewhere and
a
they're
lot of
getting
people
on
can be
TV and
talking
they're
to
coming
things
back
that
in
they
here.
wouldn't normally think
And they're
of
just
if
trying to
somebody else
like
Mhm.
tells them about it.
make me dizzy.
They might be trying that with you, and it's not gonna work
I don't know what I'm
because
talking
No, because I don't be high. Some people be high. Like a lot of people
Well,
be
you
high
gotta
in
think
here,
too.
but I don't be high,
Most
so
people
I'm always
are,
like focused
I
and
guess, not
watching.
like
Well,
cognitively
because I
aware.
was
You
up
know what I
for
mean?
11
Like
days,
a lot of people can be
but I
talked into
wasn't
things that they
9. I
wouldn't
think I
normally
was at
think
11,
of if
but then
somebody
I
else
got
tells
chilled
them
to
about
sleep
it. So they might be trying that
because I
with
felt like
you,
I
and
was
it's not
just
gonna work.
depressed.
Cause
But anyway, I had to get back up because this morning I wanted to. I think I missed everything going on last night, so I don't know like who they tried to hoodoo last night. So I need to be focused to stay up again. You know, I gotta be vigilant, but I'm feeling my body be very very tired. No.
well, yeah, I bet if you stay up for 9 days in a row, you're probably gonna be really
Yeah.
bogged down. But
Yeah, I mean,
I can
that's why I be
understand
on it.
why. Like, I wouldn't be wanting to sleep there either, to be honest.
I just have to always watch out, make sure, because I don't ever know who's like on the roof, who's at the window, and who's outside. You know, like this type of thing.
Well, yeah, I bet if you stay up for 9 days in a row, you're probably gonna be really bogged down.
Well, see, what
But
happened was
I can
3 days ago,
understand
Justice
why.
came.
Like,
And
I
ever
wouldn't be
since
wanting to
that,
sleep
I've
there
been
either,
kind
to
of
be
like
honest.
trying to figure out what is their motive. Why are they trying to come after me? You know? And they had the opportunity to do it. And so, like, as
Do
I
they
was
mostly
sleeping
come at
because I
night,
took a
or do they
nap.
come like all throughout the
And
day?
because I took a nap, that gave the opportunity, that was that window for them to attack. Well, I
Oh,
got everyone else on board that's like good team, team good, J team, good team. But he's just not want to cooperate. Sometimes he
yeah.
sometimes he doesn't want to be good. And so like I told him, I'm like, listen, I didn't press the button. I don't need you to come. I don't know why you coming in here. So I just put my radio in. I'm trying to like just like listen to different things and stuff like that. And then I kid you not, the radio started blinking, blinking, blinking. And I was like, okay, maybe the batteries are dying. Well, no, the batteries were not dying because once I took them out and I just like kind of like just started like going crazy with them or whatever, put them back in there, there was 2 bars back. He drained that much power and energy out of my batteries that fast.
What the heck?
Yeah, just so I could listen to him and not like zone him out. I'm like,
I know, like, the last time that you had talked about him, it was like, I think it was when I was in Albuquerque, so it had been like a month ago or something like that. But you had told me that, I guess you had talked to him and that he was like, I guess, like on your side, like he was on like the good side. Like,
yes,
is he what the
he was,
heck?
but no, he's trying not to. He's like good cop, bad cop. You know what I mean? Like
I
one
know,
minute
like,
he's good, one
the
minute
last
he's
time
bad,
that you
because he's want
had
me to
talked about
tell.
him, it was like,
He's want me
I
to
think it was
tell
when I was in
him, like,
Albuquerque, so it
tell
had been like
on
a month
things
ago or
that are
something like
going
that.
on, and I'm like, no, I'm
But
not
you had
telling
told
on
me
things that are
that, I
going
guess you had
on.
talked to him and
Why
that
do
he
you
was
keep
like, I
asking me
guess,
this?
like on your side, like
And
he
so,
was
like,
on
if
like
I
the
don't
good
answer those
side. Like, is he
questions, it
still,
becomes like
or?
very, very rude. And so I just zone it out, just put my headphones
Oh,
on and
okay.
just sit there and start, singing. For some reason, they've been playing a lot of Britney Spears. But
Oh, really?
yeah. So
Now, does he want you to like talk about things like related to you, or like talk about things about like everybody else?
no, like everybody else, he was trying to put me on missions to find out stuff on everybody else. Because if I can extract their thoughts, and I can figure out like what kind of body part that may be needed, or like
Oh,
okay,
really?
well, this person's back is not doing it.
Now,
Okay, this is their
does he want
kidney.
you to like
Or is
talk
it
about
just
things
because
like
they're
related
mental
to you, or like
mental?
talk about
Or
things
like
about
what
like
is it?
everybody
So you got
else?
to get to the bottom of like what's really going on, because that's how he can determine who he's going to go extract from. You know what I mean? And I was like,
Yeah.
no, it's supposed to only be off the dead. And he's like, no, you could take body parts from the living. You just can't take blood people from the dead. And I was like, no, we're on the good team, team good team. And I'm like explaining to him this, but he wasn't listening to me at all.
Does he, or has he ever tried talking or like showing himself to anybody else there? Yeah.
I
Like,
don't know, but this girl named Phoenix, she said she saw him one day when I saw him because I was shooting darts at him. So like I always keep my bow and arrow on my back, and I just pull it off and be like pew, 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 and just start shooting darts at him and stuff like that.
does he,
And like there'd be
or
like
has he ever
bubbles and
tried
stuff, and she
talking
said
or
she
like
saw the
showing
bubbles,
himself to
and so
anybody else
like
there?
I pulled and
Like,
popped the bubbles that were around, and I asked her what color, and she was like, he was black and white, and I was like, yes, that was him, and I'm just like, oh my god.
huh? I was
Yeah.
wondering about that too, like if he's ever, tried talking to anybody else or Yeah. showing himself to anybody else there. Like,
Yeah.
especially if he's asking you to do things that you don't want to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Phoenix saw him, and she was just like, that they sometimes do her like that.
Oh, wow.
And she was thinking the same thing, that they were trying to take
Huh.
the,
Because I was
her
wondering
brain.
about that too, like
She's
if he's
like, I did a lot
ever,
of drugs,
tried
and
talking to anybody else,
I
or,
probably should have
showed
tried
himself to
to take my
anybody
brain.
else there. Like,
But I was like,
especially if he's
they
asking
really
you to do
can't be
things that you
taking
don't
your
want to do,
brain
you know what
if
I
you don't
mean?
allow them. And she was like, but I sleep too much. And I said, you cannot sleep. If you sleep, that's when they come, because especially at dark.
Yeah.
She was thinking the same thing, that they were trying to take her brain. She's like, I did a
You
lot
said
of drugs,
her name's
and I'm
Phoenix?
Yes.
That's my oldest daughter's name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm partial to that name.
Yeah,
It's a
that's,
cute name.
yeah, she saw it, and she just spells it Phinix.
Oh, okay. Mine is Phoenix, like.
Oh.
You said her name's
Yeah.
Phoenix?
Yes.
That's my oldest daughter's name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes she
I'm
tries
partial
to
to
be a
that
little
name.
thug.
It's a cute name.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah, she saw it, and she
I
just
was gonna
spells
ask,
it
I know the last time we talked, you said
Phinix.
that
Oh,
you
okay.
were telling me something
Mine
about
is
that other girl that you dated.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I
like
was
Phoenix,
gonna tell you, but
Arizona.
see, then I thought about it, and I was like, oh my god,
But it's
what
a
if
cute
these
name. I
people
like
are
the way she
listening,
spells
then
it
they can
too.
take that and use it as a snitch. And I would never want to do that. That's the only problem, because I'm not a snitch.
Oh, really?
And I wouldn't want them to do that to her. You know what I'm saying? Even
I was
though
gonna ask, I know the
I
last
thought
time we
about
talked,
that,
you
and I
said
was like,
that you were
oh
gonna tell me
shoot,
something
I was
about
like,
that
I
other
can't
girl
tell
that's
her what
there,
she
the
said,
one that
because
just
then
got there
she'll
recently.
say, oh my god,
But
whatever, and I was like,
then they can take that.
Is she at least, is she
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Better, or is she
Do
still
that,
kind of
Listen, I'm telling you, complete psychopath.
and I wouldn't want them to do that to her.
Oh, no, I totally get that. That makes sense.
I thought about that, and I was like,
I'll
oh,
pray for
shoot,
her.
Yes.
tell her what she said.
I know she's young. Hopefully,
Say,
she
oh my
will
god,
eventually come to her senses.
whatever. No.
Yeah.
Is she at least, is she doing better, or is she
Yeah.
still kind of
You know, because there's people who are like
really
mentally ill, but they're sane.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'll
Most of
pray
the
for
time, they're
her.
just psychopaths.
I know she's young.
But then
Hopefully,
you got
she
some
will
people who are
eventually come
like,
to her senses.
like I was telling the lady yesterday, she started screaming at
She
this
needs
lady with
something. She needs some
schizophrenia,
help.
and she was like, and I was like, you can't yell at her.
But
She
some
doesn't
people.
know how to like listen to you when you're yelling. So she just like
Yeah.
puts her in handcuffs, takes her out, and I was just like,
Most of the time, they're just psychopaths.
that's not what you do.
But
But
then you got some people
that's like
who are
talking to that wall, telling it to move.
the lady yesterday.
The woman wasn't even being rude to her. She just got back from court, so she was trying to like run around and tell everybody what happened at court.
She doesn't know how to
Yeah.
And she was like, didn't I tell you not to talk to her? She's like, I didn't talk to her. I talked to the girl beside her. Because they're so literal, you know?
Yeah.
That's not what you do.
I just was
No.
like, okay, not everyone.
That's
But
like talking to that wall.
some people don't be understanding.
Yeah.
Because this one lady up there, she be screaming about, she's got demons in her. That's the difference. So this other one, she's got
Yeah.
demons. She be chanting all these satanic things.
That's scary.
Yeah.
That would like weird me out. I've never like experienced that in real life. I've seen it on TV, but I've never
Oh
actually seen it
no,
happen in real
and
life.
Stephanie here, she was like, she came at me, she was like, do you remember me? I was like, yeah. She was like, me and you were together at the Comanches. I was like, yeah, that was us.
That's scary. That would like
evil.
weird me out. I've never like
And she was
experienced
like,
that in real life. I've
that
seen it on
was
TV,
not
but I've never
you.
actually like seen it happen in
I
real
was
life.
like, goodbye.
It's not funny. But oh my gosh, that's so freaking terrifying.
And she about like 7 foot tall too.
Oh, she's real tall.
Yeah. But then she came back later and she was like, I'm not mad at you. I was like, okay, good.
It's not funny.
I know,
But
I
oh
did
my
too.
gosh, I bet that was freaking
That's what I
terrifying.
say. She'll come down and she'll be like, do you know where I get this from? Yeah, sure. Come
Oh,
on
she's
over
real
here.
tall.
Because you never know. People with
I
them
saw a
demons
real
in them
tall.
are strong.
Yeah, they're scary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I would just play along with whatever she said. Just, yep. Smile and nod.
Alright, it's gonna hang up.
She'll come down and she'll be like, yeah, sure, come on.
Watch out for people trying to read your mind, and watch out for people trying to read your
As long
mailbox,
as she's
because they
got-
probably try to take your mailbox and try to read
Yeah,
and see
they're
what's going on.
scary.
So just make sure you keep an eye out for that if you want to. Hello.
Hey, it just popped up kind of late. How are you?
Okay, I was playing spades and I got me a fill-in, so I got back.
Nice.
My partner left, so I can't find another good partner.
Oh no. Maybe can you teach somebody, or can you teach people there how to play that don't know how to play, or
Listen,
have you tried?
you got regular spades that people play at their house. Then you got jailhouse spades. It's real. Like, it's slapping. Boom, boom, slap, 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 slap.
Remember the other day how I asked you if you got that card that I mailed out to you a while back?
Yeah.
Look what got sent back to me today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, before I mailed it out to them, I called down there and asked them like if I could send a card, and they were like, "Yeah, what we'll do is like we'll scan it and like send a copy of it, like not the real thing."
Yeah.
They sent it back to me as rejected because it's considered contraband. It's just like a paper card. So maybe I'll make copies of it and send it out and try it that way.
It's crazy.
But I sent this out on, what date is this? May 27th, and I'm just getting it back.
I'm telling you, they must have either returned that letter and they shredded it, because I haven't heard anything. I checked the tablet to see if there was anything. Nothing.
Maybe I'll get it. I don't know, because I sent this out at the end of May, and I just now got it, and it's the beginning of August now.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll end up getting your letter. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that to come in the mail today.
I know, right?
Wow. I messaged Charlie the other night, by the way. Did she get that thing taken care of for you?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Thank you. We got an update on the chick. So we called her yesterday, and we were like, "Hey, you still didn't make it to Florida?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, someone stole my credit card and my IDs, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go. And then someone stole my clothes and my camper."
Is it all different people that stole different things, or one person that stole everything?
I know, right? So then I told her, I said, the dude you were talking about, I said, there's a rumor going around saying he's an undercover cop. And she was like, no, I paid his $80,000 bond.
She paid his 80. What is she, like a millionaire or something?
I'm listening to the thing, and everybody's just sitting there like, what in the world? She's like, do you miss me? I'm like, yeah. I was dying laughing. I was just like, oh god. Everybody was like, they were like, you're bad. I was like, y'all want me to find out? They were like, we do, because we don't want to be lied to.
Well, here's the thing, right? So if she paid somebody's like $80,000 whatever, right? Why couldn't she pay to have her camper replaced and all the crap that was stolen?
I know.
I mean,
yeah, or go get an ID so you could get on this plane.
Yeah, like replacing your ID is not that expensive and it's not that hard to do.
Well, I'm gonna like call her one more time, and the other girl's gonna get on the line, and she's gonna call her out on what she lied to her about. And then I'm gonna be like, well, you're a cool person. We love hanging out with you, but we feel like you're just a pathological liar.
Yeah, just none of the things that she has said have added up, like, at all.
No. Yeah.
Like, there's no point in lying now, because she's like she's not there anymore, you know?
I know.
So, like, what's the point of keeping the lies going?
Because she told us she's got to come back this month. That the judge now agreed to let her on this big bond she was on. Leave the state, go handle business, do her thing for 21 days. The judge now. First of all, when you're out on bond, I thought you can't leave state anyway.
I guess it depends on the state. I don't know what Colorado's rules are, but I know, like, in Texas, I think I told you that story about that one guy that was, like, he got arrested for, like, I think, it was murder, and they let him out on bond, and then he ran away. Well, so I don't know,
maybe the judge could approve for you to, or a bondsman, but, like, if she's supposedly this serious big timer, why would they let you leave?
Yeah, it depends on like what she actually got in trouble for, right? Like if she's a high risk person, they're not gonna let her leave the state.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't add up.
I bet she's still in Colorado somewhere.
Because they would, like, a judge would let her do that, but wouldn't let the girl whose dad truly died, wouldn't let her go to that funeral, which was local.
Yeah.
It just don't add up, you know what I mean?
I don't think she's telling the truth. I bet she's not even left the state yet. She's probably out there still somewhere, just trying to sound cool.
No, no.
What
And
part
it
of
just
Florida
so happened
was
to
she
be
going to?
Florida,
Yeah, what part of Florida was she going to?
Jacksonville.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think
Okay.
she's telling the truth.
No, it's craziness.
Is this the same girl that I was looking
Yeah.
up, or is this a different one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's a
Because
cool
I've been.
person, like personality wise, like very nice, like she's got that aura about her, like you like to be around and stuff. But I don't know. It's just disappointing because she would be cool anyway. She just didn't have to tell all that stuff, you know.
Yeah. I mean, maybe when you guys tell her, like, hey, some of your stuff isn't adding up and, like, we've all kind of figured it out, maybe she'll, like, come clean and just be like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I said this, that, and the third because, like, I was
Yeah.
scared or something, like, being there, so
Yeah.
I wanted to, like, protect myself or something.
Pretend like I was hardcore when I weren't or something.
Or she'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's all true.
That's what that girl did. TC girl, the one that lied about the sister dying in the urn and all that. When we caught her out on it, she was like, "Okay, I only done that because I didn't want my name get spread around because I got this other girl in another ward that I'm terrified of." Yada yada yada.
Oh, okay. So, like, that, I understand to an extent, but, like,
Yeah.
keeping
It went
lies going,
overboard
that's
with
like
the whole dying in the urn and all that. That was a little too much.
yeah, that was a little bit on the extreme side. That's like bad juju, I feel like. Like, you just
Yeah.
don't do that.
Yeah. Do you know what the side effects of Zyprexa and Boost Bar? I'm telling
So,
you, I'm gonna
not.
have to
So,
stop taking this medicine because this is why I don't take medicine. It's freaking,
the,
I get dizzy, the room starts spinning for like an hour, and I get sick, and it brings on a full-blown panic attack before it works.
yeah, I know, like, the Boost bar can make you really tired. It can make you feel, like, tingly. It can make you feel dizzy. It can make you feel nauseous. When
It
I was on it, it made
is.
me feel, like, really lightheaded and, like, tingly. Like, my fingers felt, like, tingly really bad. And it would make me really drowsy, too. And, like, I had to take it twice a day, like, once in the day, like, in the morning and once at
Yeah, that's
night.
why I have to take it once a night.
Yeah, and
No, it's
I would
not
take it
making
during
me
work.
drowsy because I'm
It's
so
not?
hyper, but everything be spinning for like an hour after I take it. Every time.
How long has it been since you started it again? Like, what, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah, that should have worn off already. I don't really know too much about Zyprexa, but now I'm curious.
But
Did
the
you start that one like?
Zyprexa be, I'm telling you, a full-blown panic attack I go into every day. I mean, it
Let
helps
me
me
look
in
up.
terms of I don't get like delusional. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I am able to not freak out as much and be as impulsive as much. But I don't like the sick feeling.
Are those the only two things that they have you on?
Mini press.
Okay. The most
The,
common side effects of Zyprexa are drowsiness, dizziness, lightheadedness, upset stomach, dry mouth, constipation, increased appetite, or weight gain.
yeah. Maybe it's just together. They just make me really dizzy and sick.
That's what I was wondering. Do you take them both at the same time?
Yeah.
Let's see if there's anything about those two mixing together.
Yeah, it's pretty. Ugh. And it's like my heart rate just increases really bad. And it's like going, and I'm just for at least an hour and a half at most, and then it's fine. But
Do you think the mini press does that, or isn't that supposed to lower your heart rate?
yeah, the mini press. The thing is, when I was just taking the mini press by itself until the other meds came, I didn't have that problem.
Oh, it says if you use Zyprexa with Buspar together, it can cause heart problems.
Oh. Maybe it just causes my heart like rapid.
That could be, yeah, taking them both together could increase your heart rate.
Yeah.
I would just keep an eye on it, like, before you take it, see how you're feeling, and then after you take it, like, just try to keep an eye on if that's really happening after you take it. And if it keeps happening, like, after you take them both together, then I would tell somebody they're like, hey, I don't want to take necessarily them both at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I like
Yeah,
the
that's why I
Seroquel.
like the
I can actually
Seroquel.
get
I can
sleep with the
actually get sleep
Seroquel.
with the Seroquel.
And then
And
I
then I
have like clear
have like
thoughts. I
clear
don't
thoughts. I don't
be like
be like
envisioning crazy
envisioning
stuff.
crazy
Like, I don't
stuff.
know, but
Like, I don't know, but
you know,
Why'd they take
they
you off of
won't.
that?
they won't.
I never was on that
I
here.
never
They
was
don't
on that
allow it
here. They
here.
don't allow it here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
It's not a controlled though.
Well, they will,
Well, they
but the
will,
people that
but
get
the
it,
people that get it,
they've been
they've
like
been like
in and out of
in and
hospitals
out
all
of
their life
hospitals all their life
Oh,
because
okay.
they
because
give them,
they
I think
give
it's like
them, I think it's like
1,200
1,200
of those.
That's
Like this one
Oh,
like
wow.
this
girl,
one girl.
she said she stole a
She said she
horse at
stole a
5 and
horse
ran
at
away,
5 and ran away,
Oh
and like all
my.
this
and
crazy
like
stuff.
all
So
this crazy stuff. So
she's pretty
she's pretty
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah.
She'll beat the
She'll
cops
beat the
up.
cops
She'll
up. She'll
jump off for
jump off
stuff.
for stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's out there, but she
she's
takes
out
it.
there, but she takes it.
Huh. I mean, do they have anywhere documented in the past that you were on it? Like, that
The
you could,
circle, yeah,
The
because
circle, yeah,
my
because
insurance paid for
my
it.
insurance paid for it.
is there any way you could get that and provide that to them so that way they can maybe put you back on it?
They won't do it
They
unless
won't do
you
it
see a
unless
doctor in
you see a
Colorado.
doctor in Colorado.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I've heard things about Seroquel. I don't know a whole lot about it, but like I saw something on Facebook the other day, and there was like some kind of meme, and it was like it had a picture of Seroquel on it. And it was something about like knocking the like going to sleep like real quick.
Really?
Everybody that
Aw.
I know, everybody I know is like, yeah, it makes you go to sleep really well, but I've never been on it.
It makes you do
It
what, they
makes you
said?
do what, they said?
Like go to sleep like really fast, like knocks you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does help with
It
that.
does help with that.
But, I mean, I
But,
don't
I
sleep
mean, I don't
anyway.
sleep anyway.
So,
So,
for somebody like
for
me,
somebody like me,
it helps you get
it helps
4
you
to
get
5
4 to
hours.
5 hours.
I was gonna ask you how have you been sleeping lately? Any better?
Look, I just
Look,
yawned.
I just yawned.
I was up this
I was up this
morning watching,
morning
I be watching the word
I
at
be
night,
watching the word at
like a
night,
neighborhood
like a
watch, so I can
neighborhood
make
watch, so I
sure
can make sure
what they got going
what they got
on.
going
Cause
on.
see, they got these
So
ninjas
they
on
got these
top of the
ninjas on
building,
top of the building.
and what they're doing is they're
And what
putting
they're
stuff
doing is they're putting
inside the
stuff
top
inside the
where
top
the wind blows,
where the wind blows,
and it comes
Yeah.
down these
and it comes
tunnels,
down these tunnels,
and it just comes out the
and it just
vents.
comes out the vents.
And so I wanted to
And
catch
so I
them,
wanted to catch them,
but the only people that
but
left
the only
out was
three
the
people
people in
that
the
left
prison
out
this
was the
morning.
people in the prison.
So,
Oh.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
But you can hear them up
But you
there.
can
Like, you
hear
can
them
hear
up
them
there.
up
Like
there
you can
walking
hear them
around.
up there walking around.
But they're, like,
Yeah,
very
I would not
quiet.
They're like
be.
very quiet.
I would not be able to sleep if I could hear that. Like the
Yeah,
littlest
yeah.
sounds will
Yeah.
wake me up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it gets a little
it
crazy.
gets a little
And
crazy.
so, like,
And so like
it's like a
it's like a
greenish powder,
greenish powder,
and it, like, will start
and it
blowing
like will
out,
start blowing out,
but it hasn't made it to
but it
my
hasn't
level
made it
yet.
to my level yet.
It's only in the
What do
top
you
It's
level.
think
only
it
in the top
is?
level.
They probably just
They're
doing
probably
that
just
because
doing that
the,
because
a lot of people don't get
a lot of people
vaccines
get
here,
vaccines here,
so that's probably their
so that's
way of
Oh.
probably their
trying
way
to,
of
like,
trying to like
sedate you
sedate you
and kind of, like,
and
get you in
kind of like
this,
get you in this.
oh, you're not
Oh, you're
spreading
not
these
spreading these
viruses or, like, things
viruses
like
or like
that.
things
Because the
like
government
that.
is
Because the
really
government is
controlling
really controlling
coronavirus.
coronavirus.
Every time it goes
Every
down,
time
the
it goes
government,
down, the
like,
government
decides, all
like
right, let's
decides,
push a
all right,
button and
let's
let's
push a button
ramp
and
it
let's
back up.
ramp it back up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
out here they're talking about maybe not opening school again for the kids this year and just doing remote learning because of the
Yeah.
Delta variant
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah. And see, the
Yeah.
government
See, the
already
government
released
already
that. They press
released
that
that. They
button,
press that button,
release it.
release it.
You know what I mean? Next thing
Yeah,
you know, it's
Next
gonna
thing
be
you
the
know, it's
echo
gonna be
lab.
the echo lab.
yeah. I was thinking the other day, when's it gonna stop? And like Fort Bragg now, they're telling everybody that like all military personnel and like spouses, they have to wear masks on base, whether they're outside or inside the building, and whether or not you've been vaccinated, like you have to wear one regardless. And I'm like, the whole point of getting the vaccine is so you wouldn't have to wear a mask anymore. Like, okay.
Well, that Fauci
Well, that
guy,
Fauci guy,
he really is
he
working for the
really is working for
Russians.
the Russians.
And so, like,
Oh,
his
really?
And so,
advice that
like
he's
his
given
advice
us,
that he's given us,
just
just
take it with a grain of
take it
salt
with a grain of
because
salt because
he's hired by
he's
Putin.
hired by Putin,
And he's
and
supposed to be giving
he's
us
supposed to be giving
advice.
us advice.
But the whole thing is to,
But the
like,
whole
start
thing is to
killing
like
us
start
off so our
killing us off,
military
so our military
infrastructure dies down.
infrastructure dies down,
And then that way
and
Russia
then
can
that
take
way Russia
over.
can take over.
So
That
watch
does
out for
not surprise
Fauci.
me at
Watch out
all.
for Fauci.
You
That
know
does
what I'm
not
saying?
surprise me at all.
And Sass
And
Fast,
fast,
this
fast, this
jackass.
jackass.
Hello? Hello?
Hey!
Hello.
Hey!
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh, I just got out of the shower. My hair is like a hot mess today.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what are you up to?
I just lost in a spades game.
Oh, that's not good.
No, my partner, she's really good, but when she has coffee, she's crazy. She can't focus. She started throwing off her ace.
Oh, is she too caffeinated?
Yep.
I tried looking up that one person again this morning to see if anything popped up. Still nothing yet, so I don't know if it's gonna.
What I was gonna tell you is, when you looked on the DOC site, where does it say release to?
Let me go look and see. Hold on.
Yeah, we be trying to catch these people. Like, she was like, okay, check this out. This is funny. She was just like, are you gay? I was like, no, I've never been gay. And so then she was like, oh, well, you'd probably be gay if you knew me on the streets. And so finally I was just like, oh yeah, maybe you could, because I just wanted to see what she said, you know? Because
Yeah.
I was like just playing into it to be like, just like, oh, maybe, I don't know. I said, knowing in my mind, I was sitting there looking at everybody else like, hell no.
Is she like? Okay, hopefully it's the same person I found online. Is she like maybe like 5'2", 5'3", like short blonde hair?
Yeah, okay, so you can find her Facebook. Just shorten her first name to what people shorten her first name to. And then the last name. And that should be the Facebook.
Okay.
We wonder if she's had any activity, because she be claiming she be all up on Facebook right now. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
Well, I tried looking for her yesterday, like first and last name, and I couldn't find her on there because I was like, I want to see what this like, if she's saying anything on there, you know, like.
We've narrowed it down to this. Either she is a CI, or she's really a nobody in here trying to pretend she's somebody. Because she be calling out all these people, and like she's big baller status and all these people, and it don't really matter to me because I don't really care about any of that stuff. But like don't lie to people. Because you remember the one time? Do you remember the one time the girl lied about saying her sister died?
I don't.
And she was in the urn.
No, I don't think you told me that one.
Yes. So she said her sister died, and her sister was in the urn. She had us all pray for her, everything. Couldn't find out she is the sister. She had two identities.
So she was lying?
Yes, so that's why we're always like trying to figure out like what the heck, like y'all need to stop with this nonsense y'all got going on. We're not talking about like the crazy part. We're not talking about people go, you know, stage crazy or delusional from like whatever. We're talking about she literally had crying. She was like, they cremated her. She's on my mantle right now. I'm gonna have somebody go by and get her body and all this stuff. And we're all like, oh my god, we're so sorry. Couldn't find out she is that girl.
What the
There was no
hell?
sister.
What inspires people to do this stuff? I don't get it.
I didn't understand the game, and like this girl, she's a cool person, like just to hang out with, play cards with, do whatever. But it's just like the stories don't be adding up. She tells us stuff, and we just be like, oh cool, but knowing good well, it doesn't make any sense.
I was gonna ask the other person, the other name I got yesterday. Is she like? Is she or?
Yeah, she's legit. Yeah.
Okay. She sounded nice. I just didn't know. I looked up on that page. It actually doesn't say anything on there. All like the most it says is El Paso County. It doesn't say anything about like release to or anything.
No, on the DOC.
That's what I'm on.
It doesn't say release to. Does it say a number, like kill the number? Hold on.
Okay.
Ellie, I need that paper.
Okay, she's gonna bring me the question.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see it on here yet. It's not on. Okay, so it's not on the one page, like the El Paso County page. It's not on there at all. But on the actual like DOC page, it's got like very limited information right now. So I don't know if it's because they haven't put it in yet, or I'm guessing so.
This would be an old thing, so it should be in there. Like when she got out in 2017, it should say where they're released to.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look at that. Okay, I was looking up in like the most recent one, like now. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. So that's that, and then we got freaking. Well, we got a good deputy today, but we just are all hoping it won't rack it out because she's crazy. So
I was just telling Taylor about that. I was like, yeah, I called last Friday to ask, whether or not they printed out the slips or not, and I was like, I guess they didn't, and that lady got in trouble. I was like, I kind of feel bad, but I also don't, because she's not doing her
No,
job, so
don't.
that's her fault.
Don't, because let me tell you what they do on grievances. All these people put a bunch of grievances in and they got their responses back. I told them don't even waste their time on the grievances. Because they wrote them back and said she took all the books because she was getting us new books. That was a lie. It's the same book cart that was in here. She done that because she's evil. It's 26 hours that we have without any books. When none of us didn't even do anything. She got the books out of the special needs ladies' room, but then locked the whole ward down and got pissed. But the lady's not writing hand. They know she's not.
Yeah.
She writes in books. Just give her a book and let her read it. She don't bother anybody. She sits there and reads and writes in them all day long in her books. Or you give her one of the book card. No. She goes in there, takes the book, gets her escalated, causes that fight, then blames. Then they wrote back on the grievance. It was wrote down because of fight. It wasn't even a fight. She got to the door and instigated the lady and was like, "Did you hit her? Did you hit her? You hit her." Finally, the lady was like, "Yes, I'm going to hit her."
Oh wow. I mean, I don't blame her. Like
when she ain't right.
Yeah. That other lady's just adding fuel to the fire. She's like instigating.
Yes.
And she should probably know. I mean, if she knows that lady's not, mentally well, she probably knows exactly what she's doing.
She knows we've all told her. We say she's not right. Let her sit over and read her book. She plays the tablet, right? She plays the same 21 Pilots video 100 times by now, over and over and over. That's all she does. She don't bother anybody.
Yeah.
And then it caused her to get regress.
I pulled it up real quick on the old stuff.
Yeah.
It just has like a discharge date. It says current facility assignment. It just says history, and then it says like.
Wait, it says current facility what?
Current facility assignment, and all it says is history. I have no idea what that means.
Hey.
And then it just says
Ellie, over current facility, it says history. Over current facility assignment, it just says history. There's nothing there, just says history.
Hey.
Yeah, and then everything else shows like there was like 3 sentence dates, all for the same day.
Okay. What's the first 3 of the DOC?
Hold on. 169.
169.
Yeah, but everything on here, like it says the county, it just says El Paso, so I don't know if that means it was like in that area or like if that's just because that's where she was at when it happened, but I don't know if you can tell, like, is this her? Is that her?
Hold on. Put it up to the thing.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
169 what?
Oh. It's like 169969.
169. What is the year of birth?
Let's see. It doesn't say, it just says she's 29. So it'd be what, 92?
Okay, so see, that's a lie right there. She told us her birthday, but it's not 92.
Oh, you know what, though? But I bet because this is old. Okay, this is from 2000. Let me see, 2000. What's the year on this? How does it say? Fuck. Okay, so this is probably from 2017. So she's probably what, 31 or 32 now? 33 maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably just because it's old. It's probably at the time. That would make sense. Okay.
Okay, well, she didn't lie about her age.
Yeah.
She lied about she okay. So she was telling us all this stuff. She tried to say her bomb was this exorbitant amount, and like these people were all after her because she was this big time person and all this. We're all just sitting there listening to it. Then she said, there was this family emergency out of town, and she had she had paid her attorney so much money. That's what she said now. She paid her attorney so much money, then hooked the judge up and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there like, girl, don't tell me any of this. Like,
yeah.
Like, and she's like, oh, I don't mean like hook him up like that, just like talking.
Yeah, but she shouldn't be in there like saying half of that stuff.
Yeah, she just be saying crazy shit. Okay, the note says she needs to go to inmate locator.
.com?
Huh?
Is it inmatelocator.com?
Put DOC inmate locator.
Okay.
And then you put the DOC number in.
Okay.
Try it like that to see if it tells you anything.
Okay. What was it? 169969. Alright, I just typed it in. Let's see what we get. Hopefully something good.
But yeah,
Damn,
so she
it
was
says,
like,
it says no results were found that meet the search criteria. I don't know, hold on,
I'm
I'll get to
telling
it.
you. Yeah.
I could check again, like, maybe tomorrow or, like, Monday, see if anything pops up, but if nothing comes up, that's kind of weird.
It is, because that's been since 2017.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't just be sitting out there waiting.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. Did she say what she's there for?
Okay,
Or
she told us that. Now listen to this story. She told us that she was selling drugs and guns in a school zone. But then she said it was at the gun store that was in the school zone.
They don't have gun stores in a school zone. Did y'all ask her where that was? Because I'd be curious to hear where if she could say exactly that was at.
Well, she said this was allegedly, but she was like, it wasn't her.
Right. Okay. Well, that's an odd story.
I know, that's why I think she's just telling everybody all that little, like, she's, like, bad, like, hot stuff, you know.
Yeah, that picture of her online, she looks like she's, like, terrified. It's not
Well,
funny.
she's an addict.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, because let me tell you, they were down here, not my group, but another group. They already took them out of here though. They come at me talking about, can I get your pee? I was like, I want my pee for what? Because your pee's clean. I was like, okay, first of all, I'm not giving anybody my pee, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, my pee is
So
clean, but I'm
weird.
not giving it to somebody unless the nurse asked me for it.
Yeah, not like somebody else is weird.
Yeah, and so like I think what she was trying to do was trying to pretend she was this big baller for these people. That people were apparently doing some things they shouldn't have been doing. And I was just
So,
like,
like,
oh.
if she's telling the truth, like, if it turns out, like, she's actually telling the truth, like, she's probably just trying to talk big and act hard.
I think that's what we're saying. If she's telling the truth, that's what she's doing. It's
If
just all
not, it'll
this
be
shady
interesting.
stuff. Like, don't even tell us any of that. Just sit around and play cards, and we do Bible study and like stuff like. Just sit around and do that. You don't have to tell us all this nonsense. Like, I don't care.
Oh yeah, before I forget, I messaged Harley yesterday when I was
Okay.
on the phone with you, and I sent her that info. And
Okay, cool.
then she read it like late last night. She said that she missed your call because she was at work yesterday.
Okay, cool.
So I told her that I had a video chat with you today, and I'd let you know that she missed your call because she was working.
Okay,
She was
cool.
okay.
I'll call her in a little while.
Yeah, she got
But
that
yeah,
info. So.
that's pretty much the updates going on in here. They got those people out of here because apparently they were doing crazy stuff they shouldn't have been doing. Because you know these people are addicts.
Yeah, I just don't I mean, I know, but like, how do people get stuff so easily in there?
They bring it in their private parts. Which are crazy because I wouldn't put on that stuff in my private part.
Oh no, like, you could die from that.
Well, there's signs everywhere that tells people that, but they don't care. I've learned these people are always going to be addicts. Doesn't matter what I say to them. The only thing that helps them is I just pray all the time. But
That's all you can do. If they're not willing to take advice, or if they're not willing to try to fix themselves, all you can do is pray.
that's all I can do. Because they're going to consistently talk about drugs. Constantly. Oh, God, I can't wait to get this. Can't wait to get that. And it's like, run
Man,
around.
I hate that crap.
You know? It's going to hang up. All right, tell the girls hello. I'm going to get her picture done again. Hello.
Hey, it just popped up kind of late. How are you?
Okay, I was playing spades and I got me a fill-in, so I got back.
Nice.
My partner left, so I can't find another good partner.
Oh no. Maybe can you teach somebody, or can you teach people there how to play that don't know how to play, or
Listen,
have you tried?
you got regular spades that people play at their house. Then you got jailhouse spades. It's real. Like, it's slapping. Boom, boom, slap, 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 slap.
Remember the other day how I asked you if you got that card that I mailed out to you a while back?
Yeah.
Look what got sent back to me today.
Oh wow.
Yeah, before I mailed it out to them, I called down there and asked them like if I could send a card, and they were like, "Yeah, what we'll do is like we'll scan it and like send a copy of it, like not the real thing." They
Yeah.
sent it back today as rejected because it's considered contraband. It's just like a paper card. So maybe I'll make copies of it and send it out and try it that way.
It's
But I
crazy.
sent this out on, what date is this? May 27th, and I'm just getting it back.
I'm telling
I'm
you,
just
they must
looking.
have either returned that letter and they shredded it because I haven't heard anything. I checked the tablet to see if there was anything. Nothing.
Maybe I'll get it. I don't know, because I sent this out at the end of May, and I just now got it, and it's, what, the beginning of August now.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll end up getting your letter. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that to come in the mail today.
I
was
know,
like,
right?
wow. I messaged
So,
Charlie the other night, by the way. Did she get that thing taken care of for you?
yeah. She did.
Okay.
Thank you. We got an update on the chick. So we called her yesterday, and we were like, "Hey, you still didn't make it to Florida?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, someone stole my credit card and my IDs, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go. And then someone stole my clothes and my camper."
Is it all different people that stole different things, or one person that stole everything?
I know, right? So
She's
then I
so
told
full
her, I
of
said,
shit.
"The dude you were talking about," I said, "there's a rumor going around saying he's an undercover cop." And she was like,
Oh.
"No, I paid his $80,000 bond."
She paid his 80. What is she, like a millionaire or something?
I just, I'm listening to the thing and everybody's just sitting there like, what in the world? And she was like, do you miss me? I'm like, yeah. I was dying laughing. I was just like, oh my god. Everybody was like, they were like, you're bad. I was like, y'all want me to find out? They were like, we do because we don't let it be lied to.
Well, here's the thing, right? So if she paid somebody's like $80,000 whatever, right? Why couldn't she pay to have her camper replaced and all the crap that was stolen?
I know.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
that right.
or
You can
go
just
get an
buy a new
ID
one.
so you could get on this plane.
Yeah, like replacing your ID is not that expensive and it's not that hard to do. Oh my
Well, I'm
goodness.
gonna like call her one more time, and the other girl's gonna get on the line, and she's gonna call her out on what she lied to her about, and then I'm gonna be like, well, you're a cool person, we love hanging out with you, but we feel like you're just a pathological liar.
Yeah, just none of the things that she has said have added up like at all.
No. Yeah.
Like there's no point in
Crazy.
lying now because she's like she's not there anymore, you know.
I
So like, what's the
know.
point of keeping the lies going?
Because she told us she's got to come back this month. That the judge now agreed to let her on this big bond she was on leave the state, go handle business, do her thing for 21 days. The judge now.
I
First
don't
of
believe
all,
that.
when you're out on bond, I thought you can't leave state anyway.
I guess it depends on the state. I don't know what Colorado's rules are, but I know like in Texas, I think I told you that story about that one guy that was
Yeah.
like he got arrested for like I think it was murder and they let him out on bond and then he ran away. So I don't know, like
Maybe the judge could approve for you to, or a bondsman, but like, if she's supposedly this serious big timer, why would they let you leave?
yeah, it depends on like what she actually got in trouble for, right? Like
Yeah.
if she's a high risk person, they're not gonna let her leave the state.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't add up.
I bet she's still in Colorado somewhere.
Because they would, like, a judge would let her do that, but wouldn't let the girl whose dad truly died, wouldn't let her go to that funeral, which was local.
Yeah.
It just don't add up, you know what I mean?
I don't think she's telling the truth. I bet she's not even left the state yet. She's probably out there still somewhere just trying to sound cool.
No.
What
And
part
it
of
just
Florida
so
was she
happened to
supposed to
be
be going to?
Florida.
Yeah, what part of Florida was she going to?
Jacksonville.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think
Okay.
she's telling the truth.
No, it's craziness.
Is this the same girl that I was looking up, or is this a different one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's a cool
'Cause I've been-
person. Like, personality-wise, like very nice, like she's got that aura about her, like you like to be around and stuff. But I don't know. It's just disappointing because she would be cool anyway. She just didn't have to tell all that stuff, you know.
Yeah. I mean, maybe when you guys tell her, like, hey, some of your stuff isn't adding up and, like, we've all kind of figured it out, maybe she'll, like, come clean and just be like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I said this, that, and the third because, like, I was
Yeah.
scared or something, like, being there, so
Yeah.
I wanted to, like, protect myself or something.
Pretend like I was hardcore when I weren't or something.
Or she'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's all true.
That's what that girl did. TC girl, the one that lied about the sister dying in the urn and all that. Once we caught her out on it, she was like, okay, I only done that because I didn't want my name to get spread around because I got this other girl in another ward that I'm terrified of. Yada, yada, yada.
Oh, okay. So, like, that, I understand to an extent, but, like,
Yeah.
keeping
It
lies
went
going
overboard
after
with the whole dying in the urn and all that. That was a little too much.
Yeah, that was a little bit on the extreme side. That's like bad juju, I feel like. Like, you just don't do that.
Yeah. Do you know what the side effects of Zyprexa and Boost Bar? I'm telling you, I'm gonna have to stop taking this medicine because this is why I don't take medicine. It freaking, I get dizzy, the room starts spinning for like an hour, and I get sick, and it brings on a full-blown panic attack before it works.
Yeah, I know, like, the Boost Bar can make you really tired. It can make you feel, like, tingly. It can make you feel dizzy. It can make you feel nauseous. When
It
I was on it, it
is.
made me feel, like, really lightheaded and, like, tingly. Like, my fingers felt, like, tingly really bad. And it would make me really drowsy, too. And, like, I had to take it twice a day, like, once in the day, like, in the morning and once at
Yeah,
night.
that's why I have to take it once a night.
Yeah, and
Well, it's
I would
not
take it
making
during
me
work.
drowsy because I'm
It's
so
not?
hyper, but everything be spinning for like an hour after I take it. Every time.
How long has it been since you started it again? Like, what, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah, that should have worn off already. I don't really know too much about Zyprexa, but now I'm curious.
But
Did
the
you start that one like?
Zyprexa, I'm telling you, a full-blown panic attack I go into every day. I mean, it helps
Let me
me
look
in
up.
terms of I don't get like delusional. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I am able to not freak out as much and be as impulsive as much. But I don't like the sick feeling.
Are those the only two things that they have you on?
Mini press.
Okay. The most common side effects of Zyprexa are drowsiness, dizziness, lightheadedness, upset stomach, dry mouth, constipation, increased appetite, or weight gain.
Yeah. Maybe it's just together. They just make me really dizzy and sick.
That's what I was wondering. Do you take them both at the same time?
Yeah.
Let's see if there's anything about those two mixing together.
Yeah, it's pretty. And it's like my heart rate just increases really bad. And it's like going, and I'm just for at least an hour and a half at most, and then it's fine. But
Do you think the mini press does that, or isn't that supposed to lower your heart rate?
yeah, the mini press. See, the thing is, when I was just taking the mini press by itself until the other meds came, I didn't have that problem.
Oh, it says if you use Zyprexa with Boost Bar together, it can cause heart problems.
Oh, maybe it just causes my heart like rapid.
That could be, yeah, taking them both together could increase your heart rate.
Yeah.
I would just keep an eye on it, like, before you take it, see how you're feeling, and then after you take it, like, just try to keep an eye on if you know something happening after you take it. And if it keeps happening, like, after you take them both together, then I would tell somebody they're like, hey, I don't want to take necessarily them both at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I like the Seroquel. I can actually get sleep with the Seroquel. And then I have like clear thoughts. I don't be like envisioning crazy stuff. Like, I don't know, but you know.
Why'd they take you off of that?
I never was on that here. They don't allow it here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why not? It's not a controlled though.
Well, they will, but the people that get it, they've been like in and out of hospitals all their life.
Oh,
because
okay.
they give them, I think it's like 1,200 of those. Like this one
Oh, wow.
girl, she said she stole a horse at 5 and ran away, and
Oh
like all
my.
this crazy stuff. So she's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
She'll beat the cops up. She'll jump off of stuff. Yeah, she's out there, but she takes it.
Huh. I mean, do they have anywhere documented in the past that you were on it, like that
The
you could?
circle, yeah, because my insurance paid for it.
Is there any way you could get that and provide that to them so that way they can maybe put you back on it?
They won't do it unless you see a doctor in Colorado.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I've heard things about Serical. I don't know a whole lot about it, but like I saw something on Facebook the other day, and there was like some kind of meme, and it was like it had a picture of Serical on it. And it was something about like knocking the like going to sleep like real quick.
Really? Aw.
Everybody I know is like, yeah, it makes you go to sleep really well, but I've never been on it.
It makes you do what, they said?
Like go to sleep like really fast, like knocks you out.
Yeah. It does help with
Yeah.
that. But, I mean, I don't sleep anyway. So, for somebody like me, it helps you get 4 to 5 hours.
I was gonna ask you, how have you been sleeping lately? Any better?
Look, I just yawned. I was up this morning watching, I be watching the word at night, like a neighborhood watch, so I can make sure what they got going on. Cause see, they got these ninjas on top of the building, and what they're doing is they're putting stuff inside the top where the wind blows, and it comes
Yeah.
down these tunnels, and it just comes out the vents. And so I wanted to catch them, but the only people that left out was the people in the prison this morning. So,
Oh.
yeah. But you can hear them up there, like you can hear them up there walking around. But they're like
Yeah,
very quiet.
I would not be able to sleep if I could hear that. Like the
Yeah,
littlest
yeah.
sounds will wake me up.
Yeah, it gets a little crazy. And so like it's like a greenish powder, and it like will start blowing out, but it hasn't made it to my level yet. It's only in the
What do
top
you
level.
think it is?
They probably just doing that because a lot of people don't get vaccines here, so that's probably their way of trying to like sedate you and kind of like get you in this, oh, you're not spreading these viruses or like things like that, because the government is really controlling coronavirus. Every time it goes down, the government like decides, all right, let's push a button and let's ramp it back up.
Yeah, out here they're talking about maybe not opening school again for the kids this year and just doing remote learning because of the
Yeah.
Delta variant or whatever.
Yeah, and see, the government already released that. They press that button, release it. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, it's gonna be the echo vibe.
Yeah, I was thinking the other day, when's it gonna stop? And like Fort Bragg now, they're telling everybody that like all military personnel and like spouses, they have to wear masks on base, whether they're outside or inside the building, and whether or not you've been vaccinated, like you have to wear one regardless. And I'm like, the whole point of getting the vaccine is so you wouldn't have to wear a mask anymore. Like, okay.
Well, that Fauci guy, he really is working for the Russians. And so, like,
Oh
his
really?
advice that he's given us, just take it with a grain of salt because he's hired by Putin. And he's supposed to be giving us advice. But the whole thing is to, like, start killing us off so our military infrastructure dies down. And then that way Russia can take over. So
That
watch
does
out
not
for
surprise
Fauci.
me at all.
You
That
know
does
what I'm
not
saying?
surprise me at all.
And Sass Fast, this jackass.
Hi, are you waiting for Letecia?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go get her. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, she said that's your mom.
I'm your mom?
It was funny.
That's
I was
funny.
like, my mom?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen your mom, but I don't know if I look like her or not. That's funny. What are
What are
you
you
up to?
doing? Just playing spades.
I just got done. The girls and I went out and got dinner. We went to, they rebuilt the Smithfields out here in Hope Mills. They knocked it down and rebuilt it in the same spot, yeah. So I took
What'd you
them out for
get?
dinner. And then I got the barbecue chicken sandwich, and they got some kind of, like, fried chicken or some kind of chicken and fries, and then came back here, and they're just hanging
Nice.
out.
Did you get the sauce?
Yeah, it's good. The first time I went to Smithfield was in Lumberton,
Yup.
and I had never been there, but Taylor's like, you're not gonna like it if you go.
Yeah.
What are you doing, child? You want to say hi real quick? Say hi real
Hi.
quick.
How are you doing?
Can you do me a favor? Can you
Oh.
go shut the back door, okay? You gotta go inside. That way you get all their attention. Here, say hi real quick, and you gotta go inside.
Hi. How are you
Alright.
doing? You guys look so pretty.
Say thank you.
My birthday's in 4 days.
Okay, well, make sure to tell you happy birthday.
And they didn't have any numbers. I'm gonna be on my.
Okay, you're gonna be 4. Got you.
Ronan, go inside.
And when it's Halloween, me and things are being different people from the Eckhart movie.
Okay.
Watch a movie. As you can tell, they're not shy at all. Shut the back door, child.
She said forget the rest of the holidays. We're going straight to Halloween.
Yeah, they are. They're all excited about Halloween. They were talking to me last night, like, I forget who they said they want to be, something from some cartoon movie or whatever, but they're all, like, super excited. I'm like, Halloween is still, still months away. But, did you ever call that one number? Because they texted me back the other day, like, right after I got off the phone with you, they texted me back. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to call her on another number, and she was like, "Yeah," she's like, "I have to call you on you had to call me on this number because something about the cops or something was bothering her." And I was just like, "Don't even tell me about it, okay?"
Oh, what?
I know. What did she say to you?
So, I'll have to go look again, because it was like right after I got off the phone with you, they messaged back. Oh, let's see, where is it? Oh, because I had asked them if they'd be able to answer the phone, and they just said yes back, and I was like, oh, okay, and then I told them that I just got off the phone with you, and if you weren't able to call them that night, you might call them in the morning, and they were just like, okay, thank you.
Cool. Because she said something about, that number, something about the cops and the feds, and I was like, what? So I got a message to call her another number. I was like, all right, I'm not even going to ask questions, but okay.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder what happened.
I don't know. They might have been stalking her, asking her how she knew me or I knew her. Who knows? Or it could have been unrelated.
I wonder if I hope I didn't weird her out when I text her, but
No. That's she probably if she wrote you one like little answers like that. That's probably what it is. She probably weren't going to tell you like, hey, the cops are already stalking me.
No, I don't blame her. Shoot, I had something really weird happen the other day. Like, I was sitting in my living room, and there's this black, it was like a Dodge Charger or whatever, just solid black, just sitting like diagonally parked from like in front of my house.
Yeah.
So I was like sitting there watching and watching. Oh. Ronan, shut the door. You want me to call Dad? Shut the door. But I was like watching him, and I was like, I don't know this car. It's not familiar. Ronan, shut the door.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know this car, it's not familiar. And then there was nobody in the driver's seat. There was just someone in the passenger seat. They had their door open and they were smoking. So I was like, what the heck is going on? So like after 30, 45 minutes of them sitting there, somebody came around with a gas can. So I guess they ran out of gas.
Oh, okay.
Asking somebody, but I started to freak out. I was like, who is this?
Well, I mean, especially getting out of a gas can, like, don't come near your house or something with a gas can.
Yeah, I had like, cause we have the ADT cameras, so I had like the doorbell one. I was sitting there on my phone like watching it, like, and so was Taylor. He's like, I don't see anybody else in there, just the passenger seat. And I'm like, I have no idea, but I guess they probably just ran out of gas and somebody gave them gas.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
Good.
But what's new in your world? What have you been up to today?
Well, they took my no cellmate off.
Oh! So you're gonna get a cellmate?
Well, I haven't yet, but I keep praying that it's no. Screaming.
What was the reason they took it off for?
Well, it's kind of like one of those things where you had to pick your battles because if not, I'd have to be in those single cells where you have no TV view. So it's kind of like, weigh it out. Which one?
Yeah.
Which one?
So if you end up getting a cellmate, like when do you find out? Do they just bring somebody in and drop
Yeah.
them in there?
Yeah.
Well, that would be interesting.
But the most of the deputies know I have extreme paranoia about stuff, so they be like trying to notice that. You know what I mean? Because one deputy was like, "Oh God, I saw this one chick, and I was gonna put her in," and I was like, "No." She's like, "I know how extremely paranoid you are, and how clean you are," and she was like, "And I know you got PTSD." She's like, "Well, I'm not a mental health counselor, but I know you have PTSD."
Well, I hope that they don't put anyone in there with you just because, like, I know what it's like to like want your own space, and it's
I
probably
told
nice
him
to
no
have your own
S's.
space.
No
No
S's, which
S's?
was stank, snitches, stealers, that type of thing.
I just feel like it would be awkward, like if they bring somebody in and they just put them in there. Like, how do you strike up small talk?
And most of the time, these chicks be coming off of drugs, so they be weird as hell.
Oh, I bet. Oh man, that would be something else to deal with too. Like if somebody's detoxing, because you know how it goes, how people detox. Like I'm
Well,
sure you see
if
it
they
there.
tell the front desk they're detoxing, they put them in another ward.
Oh, okay.
Because they give them that Gatorade and all that stuff. But if they don't tell them, and they just try to come in here, then they bring them in here. That's how the people be getting stuff in here. Because they're not
You'll have
detoxing,
to.
supposedly.
You'll have to let me know if they end up putting somebody in there
God.
with you. That would be well. If they do, I'm sure it'll work out. But I hope that they look out for you enough and they don't do that.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, man.
Oh, there's something I was gonna ask you earlier, but I forgot. Dang it, I hate when that happens. Oh, that's what I was gonna tell you. So, Taylor applied for... Oh, are you still there? Can you see me? The screen went black. Oh, I don't know. Hold on. What the heck happened? I've got signal. What the heck happened? I'm so confused. I'm confused. What happened? I don't know what happened.
Oh, my God. I was like, what?
The screen went all black, and I'm like, what the heck? I was like, well, I'll leave it up and see what happens.
Yeah. They said sometimes it does that. It just goes out and comes back.
Is the signal there, the Wi-Fi or something?
Probably. Yeah.
But no, Taylor applied for a business loan, like a small business loan thing, to try to get a semi. He got approved for it.
Nice.
So that was cool. So he drove all the way to Tennessee yesterday. Well, first he drove to Florida yesterday to pick up his dad, and then drove from Florida to Tennessee to get this truck. And by the time he gets there, all the trucks are sold out, like semi trucks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and you have to give this place like $1,000 deposit for them to like consider you. So I heard he gave them a deposit, but they were like, "Oh, we have like a new shipment just came into like Atlanta." So then he went from Tennessee to Atlanta.
Oh,
to get
God.
a truck. Put $5,000 down on the truck. They held it for him. So he's there all day signing paperwork, and he's all amped like yes, because he's gonna get a contract with Amazon to start pulling Amazon freight. So he like FaceTimes me and shows me the truck and stuff, and he gets ready to leave, and the truck cannot shift into gear. So he brings it back to the place, and come to find out it has transmission issues and it had a fuel leak on top of everything.
Oh God.
So he just, and it's like a buy here, pay here place. They won't give him his money back, so he just shelled out $6,000 and doesn't have a truck. Yeah. I was like, so what happens from here?
Yeah, but there's the lemon law. It doesn't matter if it's buy here, pay here.
I guess what they said they're going to do, the way they're going to work around it is they're going to, when they get more stock in, they're going to call him and let him pick what he wants, and then just transfer what he paid over today to like whatever they get in. But it could take an upwards of like 2.5, 3 weeks for him to get more stock back in. Which is fine, but the loan that he took out, the high interest loan, and they charge him $173 a day until it's paid off.
God knows.
Yeah.
Why did he go to a buy here, pay here?
I think it's because his company, there's so many, like, I'm learning this as we go along, but, like, there's so many stipulations with new companies, and, like, not a lot of reputable places want to work with a company that's been open for so long, so this is, like, the only place that would give him a shot at a semi, but I told him before he left, I was like, I have a bad feeling about this, and he's like, you always have a bad feeling about everything, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
And then all this happened, and I'm just like, oh, looks like I was right. Like, not to laugh, but...
He needs to make sure he files something, because the lemon law is only so many days. But I remember North Carolina was only so many days, because remember we brought my car. It was a brand new car, and it was in North Carolina, and the transmission fell out, and they gave us that lemon law thing. It took me a while to get it applied though.
Well, I asked him, I was like, if I were him, I would be wanting my money back, because that's like, it's not like, you know, a couple $100. It's like a decent amount of money. And the loan that he got approved for was like, I think it was $17,000 and change, so not a whole lot, but enough to get, you know, a truck on a lease. But he's like, no, that's not how this works. But I think he's just in a bad mood right now, and he only got 45 minutes of sleep last night, so he's like super grouchy.
Yeah.
So he's stopping in, I think, somewhere in Georgia tonight, and he's getting a hotel. He's like, I'm not driving home tonight. I only slept 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. So yeah, that was a fun event for today.
You're like, we'll just go out to dinner.
Yeah. I told the girls, I'm like, we'll just go get, because we don't really ever eat fast food, but I didn't really feel like cooking, and they've been like really good today. So I'm like, well, we'll just have us a girls, we call it Girls Day, Girls Day dinner, and have a movie, eat some popcorn.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to tell you, make sure you tell Caitlin, don't come before 2 Monday or Wednesday.
Okay.
Because that's when my time out.
Okay. So you said not before 2?
Yeah, because we've been losing time. Well, they had a facility by lockdown today because apparently they can't count and they thought someone was missing or something. I don't know.
What the heck?
I think it's just Friday 13th, and then on top of that, there's been on the news a lot lately where these inmates have been, you know, doing stuff with these other jails. So I think they just was trying to, you know.
So what happens during, like, when they go on, like, a full lockdown? What happens?
Just sit there, like, don't come out.
Don't hang up. It'll come back. Mine just did that. Just hold it. It'll come back.
Mine just did that.
Oh, is hers doing the same thing? I meant, like, you know, it takes a minute and they'll
Come back. Hers is doing the same thing mine did.
Oh, no.
I know. I'm like, don't move. Sit there. They'll come back.
When I talked to GTL that one time, they said they can, like, ping the Wi-Fi signal there, and they said, like, the Wi-Fi there is, like, the signal strength is really low.
Well, yeah, because when Caitlin was trying to come in to use the Wi-Fi in the other room, it was always like, oh, we can't get Wi-Fi in this room. We have to do it in Alphas.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Well, GTL said that they were going to send in a request for them to put in, like, better routers or modems or whatever the heck. They said they put in requests before, and, like, they must have not done anything about it yet. And they're like, well, we'll send in another one, though.
That's just like asking them walls to move. Could you please fall down?
You said Monday, you said not before 2 on Monday and Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
You get it back? Yeah,
you get it back. Yeah, so Monday and Wednesday, not before 2.
Okay.
Yeah, who knows though, because they could be filming. Sometimes when they be filming, they be coming in at 2, they be throwing me out because they be filming, you know what I mean? I'd be like, y'all think y'all funny. I think they slick about that. But see, I try to explain to them, you're never going to change my ways of thinking. Like, I grew up a certain way and certain belief under certain people, and that's just where they are. You might think it's just someone, oh, I'm like they crazy or something. No, it's not. It's just my belief.
Yeah.
Like, especially
Well,
my
and
biblical parts.
I bet I bet the majority of the people there are like from Colorado, you know? Like
Mhm.
you're not from there, so it's probably very different for them.
Yeah, because they'll be like, oh, there's, like, oh, you're not crazy. No shit, I'm not crazy, but this is the way I believe.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
I have a
change it.
friend that lives out in I can't remember if he lives in Denver or Colorado Springs. He's not from there originally. He's from Texas, I think. But he's like, yeah, Colorado's like a whole world of its own.
Yeah, I'm telling you, and I just be like, so what I did was I ordered this one book. I ordered on purpose because I had already read it like a long time ago, and I read it actually when I think I was at Liberty. But I was gonna show it to Caitlin because to show her that of course I'm not crazy. These are my beliefs, and this is what I grew up around believing from this aspect, and why I say certain things. And so I got that so I could show her because I know sometimes people be like whatever, but here's this guy. He wrote this book, and this is what he's always talked about on all his TV shows and everything, and this is just what we believe in the South. So,
What
and
book
but the
is
guy
it?
is from Colorado. So, well, he's not from Colorado. He's from Texas. But
Okay.
yeah.
What book is it?
Uh, why why is she yelling? Whew. One of those Puerto Rican voices be like, "Gabia, arriba, arriba." Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this time worked out good because I didn't have to like log down when everybody locked down. So that was a good time.
Yeah. Have you heard any more about that one girl that was there?
Oh my god, no. Everybody keeps saying, did you talk to her? They were like, we know what we know. We figured it out too. We had someone else look into it. And we're like, we know. So,
Yeah, I've tried looking her up online to see if I can see anything, but other than the stuff that I found before, I haven't found anything new about her.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. She got some sketchy stuff going on.
Yeah, it's weird because I was thinking about it. Most things that are like current, like it should have popped up. You know what I mean? And the
Yeah.
fact that nothing has popped up in any state, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, no. Her furlough.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
And the crazy thing is, this other girl, she applied for furlough out of state, and she has like really small charges, and her judge denied it. So I'm like, you mean to tell me he approved hers, and she's this big timer on this big time bond? Yeah, right.
Yeah, what would make her so special to get approved, but not anybody else?
Yeah. Wonder why? If you were working for him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, how odd is it that you can't really find anything about her anywhere except for the stuff from like years ago?
Did you find her
But
Facebook page?
I looked, I can't find it. I tried looking under her first name, first and last name full. I tried nicknames. I tried like looking in like Colorado Springs and Florida, and I can't find her.
You did it under just Becky too, right?
I don't know if I tried Becky. I think I tried like Beck. Oh no, I think I did.
I
How
think
would
she
you
said
spell it?
Becky, Becky, then her last name.
Okay. Let's see if we can find her this way. There's one in Fayetteville, apparently.
Oh Lord.
There's actually like a lot of them in North Carolina, but
It's gonna come up North Carolina first, but you probably need to look for Colorado.
yeah, let me try. Let's see if I can find her now.
Yeah,
Nope,
no.
I can't. There's nothing pops up for that under like Colorado, so I don't. Maybe her Facebook's hidden or something. I don't know.
Mm.
Or she's just full of shit.
Full of shit. I think it's the full of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder like if that was the case, like if everything she was saying wasn't true, like why do you think she was there?
It was kind of weird because the cellmates she got were all in here for selling to an informant or big time drug charges.
Huh.
So that tells you right there.
Yeah, they might have put her there for a reason.
Yeah, so she was
Or
working for him.
yeah.
If she weren't, she was trying to.
Maybe she got taken out of there and whatever because she didn't do a good job.
Oh, so I can tell you this about the other girl. I won't tell you nothing about the crazy psychotic stuff she says, but she did come in here and she was like, "Oh, guess what, guys?" She was like, "I'm probably gonna get 48 instead," and she was like, "But that's with parole." And she said, "So that means I'll get out later." And as she's sitting there saying this, I'm just like, "Is she high? Like,
Right?
is she just trying to be cool? She just needs to be
Yeah.
like, shut up."
That's not something to brag about. Like, even if that's the case, like, that's not something to, like, be flaunting off, you know what I mean?
I was just sitting there like, I was playing cards at another table, and I was like listening at the corner of my, I mean, at my ear, and I was just like, is this serious right now? I told you, like, the stuff I heard was disturbing. I ain't gonna say that over here, but because I'm not a snitch. But
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
I can. I mean, she's probably said more than what was online. But the stuff I
Oh
read
yeah,
online was just, like, out of this world. I don't
yeah.
know if you've heard anything about what was, like, online and stuff like
No,
that.
I
Like,
didn't hear anything about online because I didn't know. I didn't even know who it was other than the picture that I saw on the news one night.
I'll put it this way: I won't say everything I read, but they had all the Snapchat conversations between her and whoever, and they were very much in detail, and I was surprised I put all of them online. But it was a lot of kind of the same stuff that you were telling me before. I just like I was laying in bed, so I was like, oh, I got nothing better to do, so I'll look this up, and I looked it up, and I was just like, from what I read, she tried to delete all of it, but they recovered like all the face or the Snapchat stuff, and they put it all in like the paper.
Mm.
It was graphic. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, oh no, what she was saying that day to the other person was like beyond graphic. I was just like, am I
I
watching
thought she
like
was like
the first 48 times 10?
when she like okay, so when people talk like that, like when she was talking to the other person, how did that other person respond? Like what the?
Their eyes were doing like mine, like, okay, okay.
I don't like how do you even respond to that? Like I wouldn't even know what to say back to that. To be
Yeah,
honest, like.
that one girl was like, and you have a roommate? Why?
Oh, they gave that girl a roommate. Oh, interesting. I bet they've heard a lot too then.
Yeah.
But
They
it's
calling my name
sad,
to
you
come out
know.
my cell, and I'm like, I'm over here.
What? Well, so does everybody come out at the same time,
So
or
in
does everybody talk
here,
in other rooms?
she just opened the door for everybody because we don't have any SIGs right now. None of us. But half the top tier up there behind us, they come up there, which is 16 doors times two people. And then the bottom's the same way. Except there's two cells on the bottom that only has one person.
Oh,
Yeah, but this is a
is
small
is
ward.
it? How many wards do they have there?
So for girls, they have Alpha 1, 2, and 3, which is like Alpha 2 is where I was at, for the longest time. Then Alpha 1, Alpha 3, you go over there. Then you go to Alpha 2. I'm sorry, Alpha 1, then you go to Tower. So it's 4 for girls.
Okay,
Everything kills us, guys. So the
I'm
Charlies,
assuming
the Deltas, Fox, Hotel, all that Bravo, all that dudes.
really have a lot more space for men, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think they said one time it was like 10 to 1 or something like that, or 12 to 1.
holy, holy crap!
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you. Have you heard anything from one of your friends that was there for a while, but they got
Yeah,
missing? They
no.
haven't talked about
So I had wrote a letter to send him, and that thing that I sent you, the one that got missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, but it was nothing but like, hey, we heard about it. The cop came in here and told us the day it happened, yada
Yeah.
yada yada.
Huh. I still check the mail because I'm like, who knows? It might end up showing up. I don't
Yeah.
know. So I forgot that one back.
What? Excuse me, Vale. I get kosher. how are you?
Good. How are you?
Alright.
What have you been up to today?
Just played some spades and watched Family Feud.
Oh, nice. I just
Yeah.
got done. Today was my oldest daughter's birthday. So we
Oh
just
yeah,
got done
that's
doing
right.
presents and
Tell her
stuff.
happy birthday.
I will. It was so funny earlier. We were talking about who's coming over today. And she was like, "Is Letecia coming over?"
Oh, tell her I wish.
I was like, maybe one day she'll be able to, but today she's gonna be busy. And she's like, "Oh, okay." And then we just
Yeah.
went off playing.
Oh, did she get a lot of presents?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you? A pretty decent amount. Like at
Alright.
first I didn't really know
What have you been up to today?
She's at that age where she's turning more. I guess
Just
she's getting older. You know
played
what I
some
mean?
Yeah,
spades
yeah.
So it's
and
hard to
watched
pick
Family
out
Feud.
things for her.
Oh,
So she's
nice.
like, what are the things
I just
like
got
at that
done.
age?
Today was my oldest daughter's birthday, so we just got done doing presents and
Oh yeah,
cake.
that's right. Tell her happy birthday.
I
So
will.
we
It was
just
so funny earlier. We were talking about
right
who's
now.
coming over today. Oh, And how
Yeah.
old she is
Yeah.
she was like, "Is today? Letecia coming over?"
Seven.
I was gonna say 7.
Oh,
Yeah.
tell her I wish.
I was like, maybe one day she'll be able to, but today she's gonna be busy. She's like, Yeah. oh, okay, and then went off playing. Right. That sounds like you had a good day.
Oh, did she get a lot of presents?
Yeah, she got a pretty decent amount. Like, at first I didn't really know what to get her because she's getting to that age where she's turning more. I guess she's getting older. You know what I Wait, so mean? they're So it's fixing that harder to truck? pick out things
Yeah,
for
yeah.
her. So I was just trying to think like, what are things I liked at that age? So I got her a bunch of stuff, and then her grandparents came up from Florida, and they brought her some stuff. So she actually made out like a Let's hope bandit. She that's got like the what it whole living was. room floor covered right now.
Oh, how old is she today?
She's 7.
So I was gonna say 7.
Yeah, she's 7, and then my youngest will be 4 next month on the Yeah. 19th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So we gotta plan another
Well,
birthday.
sounds like you had a good day.
Yeah, it was pretty good. And No. then Taylor got a call. His truck got Not fixed, so yet. we have to go pick it up tomorrow, and we're But leaving the these house two at 2 people were a.m. fighting last night in
Wait,
their
so
cell.
they're
Well,
fixing that truck?
they had warned Yeah, them for 3 apparently it days. was a The
Oh.
lady fuel started filter. going They tried crazy. a whole bunch of stuff and Cause couldn't figure like it out, she's but it was just a perfectly fuel filter,
Oh.
which normal, is but like a really, I guess, easy like in fix. this So I don't know why they didn't environment, do that first. it's easy, and I don't But think that yeah, we're like getting up at 2
Let's
o'clock. mental health
hope that's what it
professionals,
was.
psychiatrists, Me all too. that He was on understand the it phone earlier. because He's like, "Did you y'all can be test drive fine it to one make day sure and it's then working?" like And they're like, suddenly "Yeah, we just did a go into courtesy some drive sort and of everything's psychotic fine." He's like, "I episodes. hope so, because if I get And down she there and it's just not went into working, these like somebody's psychotic gonna be episodes talking." and started freaking out. But
Yeah. Oh.
And she was yeah, just laughing hysterically on the how are ground. things going? Have they put And anybody then she went else in your room upstairs with and she you? was just like acting crazy with her roommate.
Not
And then she was trying
yet.
to drag her roommate out of That's bed. good. It was
But these two
crazy.
people were fighting last night
And so they had to
in their
call a
cell.
code, get her on the ground, and
They
she
had
starts
warned them for
screaming
3
at the
days. The
deputies,
lady
telling them she's
started going
pregnant, stop
crazy.
dragging her. And she's like 50,
Like,
60 years old and she's
perfectly
pregnant.
normal, but
But then,
like in this
but see what
environment,
happens, and I
it's
understand what
easy,
she's
and I
saying in
don't
that
think that
because
like
sometimes when you
mental
go,
health
like, when you get like
professionals,
that,
psychiatrists, all
you
that
just,
understand
I
it
think you go
because
back into a
you can be
time where
fine one
something
day and then
traumatic is on
like
your brain
suddenly just go into some
and
sort of
you're thinking
psychotic
about it.
episode.
And so that's what Yeah. she was
And
doing,
she
and she
just went
started
into
screaming
this
at the girl,
psychotic
calling her some
episode
other
and
name that
started
she's not
freaking
even, telling her
out,
she was gonna die.
and she was just laughing hysterically on the ground.
Yeah, no, I
And
think
then
you're
she
right,
went
because, like,
upstairs and she was
I
just
was in
like acting
psychology
crazy
class
with
and
her
they actually talk
roommate,
about
and then
that,
she was
like,
trying to
even,
drag
like,
her roommate out
traumatic
of bed. She
experiences,
was
you know,
crazy.
affect you
Oh my, so
negatively,
what ended up
So
happening?
they
Like,
had to call a
break your
code, get on
reality.
the ground, and she
hmm
starts
And you'll, like, go
screaming
back
at
to
the
that
deputies,
point
telling
in
them she was
yeah.
time
pregnant,
where
stop
you
dragging her. And
don't
she's
think
like
that the
50,
time
60 years
passes and
old,
what's
and she's
happening to
pregnant.
her.
Oh. Yeah.
But then, but see what happens, and I understand what she's
But
saying in
she's
that
still
because sometimes
there,
when
doesn't
you go
matter.
like
No, they took
get
her
like
out of here
that,
last night and took her
you
to
just,
SD,
I
and
think
so
you
we
go
haven't
back
seen her
into a
since.
time where something traumatic is on your brain,
Yeah.
and you're thinking about it. And so that's what she was doing. And she
Well,
started
she'll go to
screaming at the
another
girl,
ward
calling
and
her
get
some other
regress.
name that she's not even telling her she was gonna
What
die.
does that mean?
Oh Like, she has to my. start all over to Yeah, move back to no, I this think you're ward. right, because, like, I was in
Oh.
psychology class, and they actually Yeah. talked about that, like, if you have, like, traumatic experiences and it, like, affects you mentally, like, you can have, I guess, a break from Yeah. reality, and you'll, like, go back to Yeah. that point in time that, like, really had
Yeah.
an impact on your mind, so it could have been what was happening with her.
You see on Monday?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. She came in. I had That's to give sad,
Oh.
though, her what I had to
Yeah.
give she's her. It still was so there, funny. She or was they move telling me about her? when she met my dad.
No, they took her out of
And
here
she said
last
that
night
some
and took her
lady
to
on
SD, and so we haven't seen her since.
Facebook or somewhere had made up this thing I about wonder my how long she dad stayed being there in all this for. trouble and DAI and all this stuff. And my dad was
Well,
like, it's
she'll
the
go to
wrong
another
one.
ward
And
and
I was
get
like, my dad's
regressed.
never been in trouble. What does that mean? Nor has my mom.
Like, she has to start all over to move back to this ward.
Like, it brought up Oh,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
criminal
yeah.
background. Well, hopefully Supposedly, everything my goes dad was okay like for this her. Like, thug with all this it's sad criminal when stuff. people And go through my that kind dad of was stuff and like, I've never even had a they can't speeding help it. You know, ticket. they can't really
Yeah.
control themselves.
Yeah.
But did Caitlin
That
come
lady is
in
somebody from
and see you
Plunder.
harder.
Monday?
Oh yeah, she came in. I had to give her what I had to give her. It was so funny. She was telling me about when she met my dad.
Oh yeah.
And she said that some lady on Facebook or somewhere had made up this thing about my dad being in all this trouble with DAI and all this stuff. And my dad was like, it's the wrong one. And I was like, my dad's never been in trouble.
What were they?
No, that's my mom.
What were they saying?
Like,
well, she's got the wrong one because my mom nor dad has no criminal record. They're not addicts and they've never been alcoholics. So she's got the wrong ones.
People on the internet are stupid. Like
that lady is somebody from Plunder.
Oh, that lady.
I just sat there and was like, it was
she's
just
so
bothering
annoying.
my dad.
Like,
She said
I
because
watched
my
a
dad
few
was
of her
like
videos.
stressed out about
It was like
him.
last year. I probably watched them, but she's got like a really annoying voice, and
I'm
like,
just like, they're crazy.
oh my gosh, like I wish you could see the videos that she makes, because it's like she takes one little piece of information and then just runs off that little piece of information. Like, it could be somebody's name, and then she makes up all of this stuff that just is like super elaborate. Doesn't surprise
pretty
me.
psychotic if you ask me. Like, it's not that insane where you go insane. It's just someone who's a stalker bad. As soon as it's legal stalking and they get away with it.
Yeah, her videos are not that great. A lot of those YouTubers' videos are actually pretty terrible. And it makes me wonder, like,
I just sat there and was like, it was just bothering my dad. She said because my dad was like stressed out about it. Like, what in the world? How are these people so crazy? And I'm just like, they're crazy.
Look, it makes you wonder, like, what is it that they don't do all day that they have the time to do that? You know, like, I get making YouTube videos, but when you, like, have a whole channel dedicated to stuff like that, like, why don't you do anything else?
It's pretty psychotic if you ask me. Like,
I thought you meant like lately.
Insane where you go insane. It's just someone who's a stalker status. As soon as it's legal stalking and they get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's at some point like they should get in trouble for it, especially if there's like what's what I'm looking for, like a gag order or something like that. You know what I mean? People aren't supposed to be talking about it. They do it anyways.
These people,
but
these people.
Yeah, her and then that other lady, whose name that Kit Kat lady. Her videos are just annoying. that's that one Darla or whatever her name is.
No.
Yeah. What is she doing it about?
Oh, I mean, she used to, like, it was last year. I haven't looked recently, but
you
she
would
used
think
to
by
post,
now, like people would be just like going
no,
on
the
with
last
their
video
life
I
and,
saw,
like, not
it was
have to
bizarre.
be so
She like
status,
was using her phone, and she had like the selfie camera facing,
ignorant.
and she's like recording herself like spinning in circles, and she's like singing some Alvin and the Chipmunks music. It was so weird, and like the comment was like, "Haters gonna hate. I'm just gonna do my thing," and I'm like, "Lady."
These people, man, these people.
Have you heard from her at all recently? No.
Ignorant.
I wonder what she's up to these days. I'll have to go look at her channel.
I would say
see if she has anything new
85%
on
of the
there.
stuff is like that I get to hear or see because, you know, like we overview it or look over to something. It might even be more than that. It's just completely false, like stuff just pulled out of their ass.
Yeah, I'm in this Facebook page. I don't ever say anything. I just sit there. I'm in there just to look, you know. And I mean, it used to be like popping, but it's been kind of dead lately. But people will hop in there periodically and be like, "Is there anything new
First of
going
all, I
on
lived
in
in Myrtle
T's
Beach
world?" And
since
I'm
I was
like,
freaking, I don't know, 20 years old.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Since I had
but
Harley.
people are, coming up with stupid
So,
shit. And I'm just like,
come on.
well, again, what
And then I
what are they
didn't talk
doing
to
all day
anyone
that
in
they have the time
Alaska.
to do this?
And I didn't talk with maybe like 2 or 3 people in Colorado.
That I get to hear
That's
or
it.
see, because, you know, like we overview it or look over it or something.
I didn't even live there. I lived with the kids in South Carolina.
Just pulled out of their ass.
Yeah. Or people that are like, "Oh, I knew her from back
we just
in
would fly
blah
there and
blah
fly
blah,"
back.
but you can tell I guarantee people
I
that
didn't
probably
ever
have never
talk to
even met you.
people
They're
there.
just trying to
I
sound
didn't ever
cool.
do anything there because it was too cold and depression.
First of all, I lived in
You went depression every day.
I was freaking, I don't know, 20 years old. Because I had heart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it was enough, like,
Come on.
suicidal, like,
And then I didn't talk to anyone in Alaska. And I didn't talk with maybe like 2 or 3 people in Colorado.
I was gonna ask, how long did you live in Alaska for?
I didn't even live there.
yeah, for none. Like, you don't get no
Oh,
sunlight.
that's right. You told me that. That's right. Yeah, because Al went to Alaska, right?
Yeah, we just would fly there and fly back.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I didn't ever talk to people there. I didn't ever do anything there. It was too
Yeah,
cold
no,
and
it's still the same. Depressing old place.
every day.
Nothing to do.
Yeah,
so.
I lived in Fairbanks for like a year and a half.
And I never have been with any dudes in my
I mean, I
hometown.
was
enough,
Like, never. I never dated any dudes or slept with any
so
dudes or
bad.
been with any
That's
dudes
why
in
we
my
left,
hometown.
because it was when I
So
was
if
a
anyone
kid, so
ever
I was
said
probably
that,
like
they're a
7 or
liar
8,
because that's not true.
but
Only
my
Chance
mom
was
was
the
like,
only
I can't
person I
stand
ever
it
was with in my
here,
hometown.
like the sun being up for 14 hours at a time and then being down, you know, the next season
Yeah,
almost all
for
day
none,
long.
like you don't get no sunlight.
Yeah, she said that it was like really affecting her depression, so I don't
I
know
know,
how my dad
right?
ended up getting orders back to Indiana, and then we went from Indiana to South Korea, but that was like a long time ago.
I know,
So
right?
it's still the
I
same,
know.
depressing old place, there's nothing to do, so.
Oh, I
Yeah,
talked
well,
to
And
Paso.
I
She was
never have
like,
been with any
oh my
dudes in
gosh.
my
She's like, I've had
hometown.
3 cops call me
Like,
since.
never. I never dated any dudes or slept with any dudes or been with any dudes in my hometown.
Yeah,
So if anyone
yeah.
ever said that, they're
I
a
called her
liar
on the
because
Florida
I
number,
literally
and she
only
was like, I've had
Chance was
3
the only
people call
person
me
I ever
since.
was with in
But
my
not on,
hometown.
she said not on the
yeah.
Florida number. I was like, okay, I won't
Oh,
give
what was I
anyone
gonna
the
ask
Florida
you? I
number.
don't remember. I've had such a long day, and I'm like, I'm still trying to get over the fact I have to get up at 2 a.m. It's gonna be
I know, right?
interesting. Yeah.
I don't,
Oh,
no,
what was
I
I
don't
gonna
even,
ask?
I
I
don't
don't
even think it's
remember.
related.
I hate when that happens.
I
Does that
just
ever happen to you
think,
too?
I just
I
think
know,
like
right? I know.
people are just being nosy,
But
like, you know?
what was I gonna ask?
Oh, I talked to Passe. She was like,
Oh, okay.
oh my god. She's like, I've had 3 cops call me since.
Yeah, she took him to get
Oh,
school
is it the one
clothes,
that I
and then,
text?
which,
Yeah.
Oh.
I called her on the Florida number,
someone
and she
else
was
should have
like,
took
I've
him
had
to
3
get school
people call
clothes,
me
but
since.
whatever.
But not on the, she
But
said not on the Florida
she took him
number.
to get school
Okay.
clothes,
I was
and
like, okay, I
then
won't
all
give
kinds of
anyone the
stuff.
Florida
They
number.
don't have to wear masks, but he
Should
ended up getting like
she
10 different
like
masks
okay?
to
So she's getting the
match.
cops calling her. Should
And
she
I was
like
like,
on the
oh
other
well, at
line?
least you
Should she
got that
change
from
her
me, because
number?
that's what I would
Because you
do.
can like change your number for free.
No, I don't even think it's related.
Oh really?
I just think
Yeah.
like people are just being nosy, like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they already
Have you
started
heard
school.
about Ty or anything recently? Like how he's
Yeah, he
doing?
had workouts too for football,
Yeah, she
so
took him to get school clothes, and then
junior. Yeah.
someone else should have took him to get school clothes, but whatever. But
Why?
she took him to get school clothes,
But
and
that's not
then
late
all
compared
kinds
to
of
the
stuff.
north, because
They don't have
September
to
would
wear
be the north.
masks, but he ended up getting like 10 different
Yeah.
masks to match.
Florida does a lot of school differently
And I was
because of
like, oh well, at
tourists.
least you got that for me, because that's
So,
what I
like,
would
so
do.
that way they could
Yeah,
have off
I don't
those
blame him.
blocks
Like, I mean,
when
I'm not
there's over
necessarily
so many
for
tourists there
wearing
that the
masks at
buses
this
aren't
rate
out.
anymore, but you know,
Yeah.
more power
Yeah.
to him. So, is he in school already, or is he getting ready to go back?
Yeah, no, they already started school.
Yeah, so
Dang.
many
I
areas
mean, I
of it
guess
too.
that's
Yeah, he
pretty
had
normal.
workouts
You
too
know.
for football, so
Is he going to his senior year?
junior.
Junior? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's normal. I feel like school out here starts late. Like the first day of school out here is the 23rd.
Yeah,
Like
there's
that's
this girl
late.
here from
But that's not
Daytona,
late compared to
and
the
I was
north,
telling her
because
about places
September
I
doesn't
ate
be
at
north.
Daytona
Really?
and Ormond Beach, and she was like,
Florida
"Oh,
does a
for
lot of
real? You
school
really
differently
know?" And I
because
was
of
like, "Yeah."
tourists.
I was like, "This place and
Oh
that place."
Like, so
yeah.
that way they could have off
She's like,
those
"Cool."
blocks when there's over so many tourists there that the buses aren't out.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I always
Okay, so
forget
we
that
went to
Florida is
a
like
place,
a
a
tourist
catfish place
town.
that
After
was off
living
the
there,
water,
I
but it
always
had a
forget it's like
bridge.
the hot vacation spot.
Yeah, so many areas
Yeah,
of it too.
they have good hush puppies.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take a trip
Yes.
to Daytona probably in the next couple of
The
days. Actually, no,
Cinnamors,
we're not. I
yes.
forgot. We
Everybody
were
gets
gonna
the
have to take
Cinnamors. We have
Taylor's
pictures.
dad
There's
back
probably
home, but
pictures
his
on my
mom drove up
Instagram in
today,
front
so
of
she's
there
gonna
and my
take him home.
Facebook.
So that means we're not going to
In front of
Florida.
that little spot right there.
Yeah, there's this girl here from
What's it
Daytona.
called again?
Oh
I was
yeah.
telling her about places I ate at Daytona
Okay, okay.
and Ormond Beach,
That's what
and
it
she
is
was
then,
like,
because the
"Oh,
line
for
was
real?
so
You really know?"
long.
And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "This place and that place."
Have you ever been to? It's pretty popular. It's in Daytona. It's
Yes.
called Aunt Catfish.
Because them hush
It's like
puppies with
right
that
off the
sauce, and
water.
everybody loved them cinnamon rolls, and I
Okay,
thought,
so
oh
we
my
went to
god, these
a
things are
place, a
good.
catfish place that was off the water, but it had a bridge.
I think that might be the same place because there's like
Aw.
Are you talking about
They
like
have
a?
good hush puppies.
Yeah, we
Yes.
definitely
Do
went
they,
there.
do they have
Yes.
cinnamon rolls and like a salad bar?
The cinnamon rolls, yes.
Yeah.
Everybody gets the cinnamon rolls. We have
Yeah.
pictures. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I know. I've been over there one time. Hey, okay.
What was in your hand?
Oh, I was making a whippet.
Oh, okay, I wondered if that's what that was.
You take your comb.
Use a comb to stir it up?
Yeah, that's our spatula.
Ah, that's creative. So how's your morning going so far?
I played some spades, watched TV. Okay, so they gave us uniforms last night, and then I didn't put it on because it was 1:30 in the morning. So I just was like, I get ready to put it on. They hadn't cleaned them.
What?
So I had a meltdown. I was
Yeah.
like, I didn't put these pads on. But then we had a guy up in there, and I was like, look, I'm not going to go into detail what's wrong with these pants, but you can put 2 and 2 together. I just need another pair. He got me another pair. I was like, because I'm just about to have a meltdown. I'm a hemophobic when it comes to blood, whether it's dry, not dry. I'm like,
Yeah, no, like I'm real weird with like clothes, like clean clothes. Like I'm actually doing laundry right now. Like I won't wear something twice in a row. Like if I wear a shirt, like I won't wear it again. I have to wash it before I wear it again. Like
Yeah.
Taylor will wear the same shirt like 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? I guess men are different though. I don't know.
I made my silly go clean up her. I said, you go get the broom.
Oh
Go
yeah.
get this, you go get this. When I get back, if every day.
How's she doing?
She's good. She's good.
Good. I was thinking about it last night. I tried looking her up. I tried looking up her last name online, but I couldn't find her in the system. Do you know how she spells her last name?
All I know is Wood Wilson is all I know.
Okay, yeah, because I tried.
WILSON.
Yeah, I tried looking up like different variations of it. I couldn't find it yet, so I don't know if it's like not in the system yet or what. But
Oh no, she's in the system.
huh?
I'll just have to ask her because she might spell it different or something.
Yeah.
Or she could work for the police. Who knows?
Oh no! Oh no! Not another one of those situations.
No. Oh, so that girl never came back, which we knew she would.
Yeah.
Obviously, because yeah. But then this other lady came in and she was like, I know who she is. And I was like, well, we haven't found anyone else. And she's like, she's a nobody. She's like, she's doing that thing where she gets, try to get 3 people in trouble for drugs or something so she can get out of trouble or something.
Oh, like oh my gosh, it's like a confidential informant thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I was like, well, she was in the wrong cell when she was trying to get somebody with drugs, so maybe that's why she was hanging out with all y'all.
Yeah. Well, it's good they figured that out. Oh my gosh, oh that's what I was gonna tell you. So, school started yesterday. So this morning, we live too close to the school, so my daughter can't ride the bus, so I gotta take her in the morning. So this morning we get up, I take her to school, I drop her off. So my car is like it's terrible, it's a horrible on gas, it's just awful. So I'm like, well, if I don't get gas now, by the time I go to pick her up today and I'm waiting in line, like I'm gonna run out of gas. So I took my youngest daughter to the gas station with me this morning. We got gas. She was saying something about wanting a cinnamon roll, so I was like, well, let's go inside. We'll get like a cinnamon roll for breakfast, whatever. So on our way out, like we're walking out of Circle K, and they have like these big red like cement pillar things, you know, where like the parking is up front. There's this like little old lady driving this little white truck. She goes to pull into the parking space, like doesn't slow down, and doesn't hit her brakes, it just full on hits that cement pole. Like it's not funny. It's not funny. But it was like literally right in front of me and my youngest daughter. Like it was loud too. It was like crunch. The whole bumper of her truck just like crushed up. She put a dent in the cement pillar. Yeah, and I don't think it was her truck because her window was down, and all I see was her like she goes, damn it. So I looked at her. I was like, are you okay? She's like, yeah. I was like, all right, have a good day. I kept walking. That's like 8 o'clock in the morning. I was just like, wow, what a way to start the day.
This lady one time at McDonald's done something like that, and when she did, she just kept going forward, and trying to go to the thing that she couldn't figure it out and went back. Next thing you know, she just boom hit the side of my Maxima.
Oh no!
All goes, oh dear God, Mom's about to go crazy. I took a deep breath. I get out the car. So she tries to back up and leave, and I was standing in the middle of the road. I was like, pull back in there.
Oh no! So she was gonna try to leave.
I was gonna jump on top of the car.
I don't blame you. Shoot.
She was just like, I said, hold on, you gotta let me assess the damage. And she had made some scratches or something. And she was like, what can I do for you? I was like, you can first start fixing the scratches, and then we can call it even.
Yeah.
And she got her checkbook. And I was sitting there thinking, well, I hope her check's legit, and it was.
Yeah.
I was like, Bob, you were gonna let the lady leave McDonald's? No.
Oh, that reminds me. We went to the Dunkin' Donuts in Fayetteville, so this would have been probably like 3 or 4 months ago. And Taylor was driving his car, and we were talking about the fact that like he hasn't been in any accidents lately or hasn't gotten pulled over. And I made a comment about like today's gonna be your lucky day, like you might get rear-ended. And he's like, don't talk like that. So we go to Dunkin' Donuts and we're in the drive-thru, we're placing our order, and all of a sudden we feel like a little in the back
Oh
end.
God.
He got
You know what
rear-ended.
McDonald's I was at too? I was at that McDonald's right there in Daytona Beach. Right time you
Oh,
get off the exit.
yeah. As a matter of fact, Taylor used to work. That was his first job. He worked at that McDonald's when he was like 16.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that. I was in the road like she ain't going nowhere. She about to hit me.
Well, when we got hit at Dunkin' Donuts, like the girl behind us, I mean, she wasn't going that fast, you know, because it's the drive-through.
Yeah.
But Taylor was just like, so I got out because I was in the passenger seat, so I got out to go look at the damage, and it was like some like 18-year-old girl driving the car behind us,
Yeah.
and she put like a scuff on like the back of his bumper because he drives
Right.
one of the new Explorers, and she was in like a little Lincoln, so she busted all the
Yeah.
clips on her bumper, so like half the bumper of her car is like kind of hanging off. And I forget what I said to her. Oh no, she said something to me first. She's like, I don't even know why you're getting out. I didn't hit you hard enough to cause any damage. I looked at her and I was like, you might want to get out and look at your car then. But
Well, because Florida has that thing where if you hit somebody in the parking lot, it's your own insurance.
yeah,
I guess they
yep.
changed that law, but it was like that, and that's why I was like, this lady ain't going anywhere from McDonald's.
Yeah, no. Yeah, man, people in Florida, they don't know how to drive.
Well, you get a lot of people from up north, and then they're driving like maniacs. I mean, because you know how like you ever drove on the turnpike?
Yep.
Them suckers are going like 120, shoom, shoom, and then you got this little car going like 60.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're on the turnpike. You're about to literally get ran over.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
the people that don't know about the toll roads in Florida, and then they just be all slow, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? They swerving lanes across. I'm like, just go. They'll send you a ticket in the mail. Just go.
Yeah. Well, see, like I'm from way up north, so like you know, speed limits up there are like on I guess not like highway roads, like you know, main roads, like 45, 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So when I moved to Florida, Taylor was like, "Oh, everyone in Florida drives fast, like speed limits like 70, 80, like everywhere." I didn't believe him until I moved there, and I was like,
Yeah.
it took me some getting used to because I'd be on 95 headed to Ormond Beach from Daytona to go to work.
Yep.
Go with like 70, everybody's doing like 100 past me.
Yes. And the roads, I feel like they've been working in Jacksonville forever.
Yeah.
They've been working on that bridge in Jacksonville 95 forever.
Yep.
People be going through there rolling. I'm like, holy smacks, because they rerouted it, and I'm like, I was basically on 2 wheels rounded. Was her visit gone?
I'm,
I talked to your visit early. Was your visit gone? Because he was there. I told him, was your visit gone? Okay. Alright, well, I told her visit was here, but she left.
oh, is she looking back?
That's what I was trying to tell her, but...
Well,
well.
no, I think they're still.
She just acted like she didn't hear nothing I was saying, and her dude was still there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was it the lady that just walked up the stairs?
Yeah, I was trying to tell her, I was like, hey, I went on the phone call like you told me to and told him to wait.
Yeah. There she comes.
And I was trying to get she out like she was ill, so maybe her attorney visit wasn't good.
Oh no. Oh yeah, maybe something like that happened. I didn't think about that.
Anyway, she ain't in no hurry, so.
But no, I was gonna say I think they're still doing construction out there in Jacksonville, still in that area.
Crazy.
And then there's that thing, I can't think of what it's called. They're building it, it's in Daytona Beach. They started constructing it like a bazillion years ago, and it's still not finished. I can't think of what it's called. I wish Taylor was here because he could tell me the name of it. It's some like real big.
Daytona Beach?
Yeah, it's like a real big, tall glass building. Like it's all.
Oh, because I remember they stopped construction on it because something went wrong with the buyer, the person, and it stuck there forever.
Yeah,
Gotta be the
yeah.
same building. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't been out in that area for a while. But as far as I know, like they still finished it. Like it's still just sitting there, like half constructed.
Yeah. They finally put those new outlets right there. Those were nice.
Yeah, about is it Tandra outlets on 95?
Yeah, the new tanker outlets.
Yeah. Yeah, there was one time the G was out, the light, like a light that says Tandra outlet, the Tandra outlet, the G was out. So, that's Taylor's real name. He's like, oh, see, look, it's my outlet. It's like, oh, shut
Yeah,
up.
because the mall sucks, so they needed something there.
Yeah, I used to take my oldest daughter to the mall in Daytona Beach when Taylor was in basic training, but it's not, from what I remember, it's not that great. They don't have a lot of good stores there.
I told him he was over here waiting on you. On this, the custom. He's on the booth today. Yeah. He was just there. Not Shelly, stop.
I'll say she kind of seems like she's not really paying attention,
I'm like, hello.
Oh man, some people, I don't know.
Maybe deal with these things.
Yeah, maybe she's just not fully awake or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not.
But I was gonna say, have you talked to Harley at all lately? How's she doing?
She's good. She said this girl, she got a nail on one tire. They had to pay $200 per tire. Then like Lear just got another one. And she's like, Mom, I don't understand where I'm just driving to school.
Yeah.
So somewhere she's driving by going to school or something. Bunch of nails.
Yeah, and tires are expensive.
Because she's having to buy tires.
Yeah, and they're not cheap too. What kind of, does she have a newer car? Because I feel like the newer cars have the tires are like stupid expensive.
Yeah, and Brenda, you know how she is, but she was just like trying to tell everybody she's paying for Harley's school, and Harley's like, what is she talking about? She's not paying for my school. So I get on the phone and Brenda, I'm like, hey Brenda, how much was it? How much was on your credit card? Because on Harley's bank statement, because I get the statement, I said on Harley's bank statement, it's showing her paying out of the account. But she's like, oh, well, maybe it didn't process. And I'm sitting there like, you know it didn't process because she didn't pay for it. Stop telling people you're paying for it.
Yeah, why would she be telling people she's paying for it?
She has some problem. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Or she just be telling people she has to be in control of something. And she has to be saying she does that. She means well. She's just stuck in the old times. She thinks that school, she was like, they're ripping her off at Coastal. Because UNC Pembroke on the Coastal is, well, first of all, UNC Pembroke is an NC ready school.
Yeah.
So they got those grants because the Native American grants and stuff like that, so they can give tuition for a certain price. In-state and out-state is the same as long as they got that grant.
Yeah.
It's a cheap one. And I said that's why it's an NC ready school. But she's not understanding that. She's thinking that Coastal is just out of ripping her off.
Well, and I'm sure like tuition and stuff's probably gone up over the years too.
It went out.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Try now. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sure tuition has gone up over the years too. That probably has something to do with it.
Well, Harley did that thing. She was like, she did a study. I mean, she did a thing offline that showed the tuition had increased by over 100% since year 2000.
Oh God.
She said she was sitting there talking about when she went to college, this, and I was like, well, who went to college? And she was talking about her. I said, anybody don't have a college degree? She has associates. What college is she talking about?
Yeah. I haven't.
Then she was trying to tell her about when I went. First of all, y'all ain't paid nothing when I went to school because I paid it myself. So I'm just sort of like, she's just delusional. When she's in her delusional mind, just let her talk and agree with it and go on.
Yeah.
She's truly like delusional. I think she has delusional disorder.
She might, like, I can't think of the name of it. Not like dissociative disorder, but I can't think of the name of it. But she might.
Well, she like thinks it's true, and like her way of thinking of that is not going to change. Like to her, she's really doing that. I don't think she's setting out saying it just to be saying it, to be facetious or something. I think she truly thinks this in her head because she's been that consistent for years like that.
Yeah, she reminds me, like, every time that I've talked with her, she reminds me so much of my grandma. So, like, it's easy to talk to her because it's like just like talking to my grandma, because my grandma's the exact same way.
Yeah, like, she means well and would do anything for you. She just creates these delusions in her head, and you just be like, what are you talking about? Not like delusions, like environmental, like sometimes when I go crazy because of situations or something. I'm talking about hers is like she believes them and lives life like that. She thinks it's really going on.
Yeah, my grandma's the same way. My biological mom is actually a lot like that too, but her and we don't talk at all. I don't even know the last time I talked to her, like 2 or 3 years ago. She's nuts. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll have to fill
And
you
I
in.
always told her, I was like, you need to have medicine for that. Because I used to tell her when she was little, when I was little, she was delusional. She would be like, you remember that time, something. She has memories, but then she'd be talking about somebody that didn't even exist in that time frame. And I'd be like, that person was not even in that time frame. Like, what are you talking about? You're like 30 years off.
Yeah. Has she had like any kind of like traumatic brain injuries or anything in her life that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like they did on a motorcycle one time.
Oh, yeah, because if that's the case, that might have something to do with why she gets that way.
Yeah. And you just have to go along with it. You sit there like, and then Kayla was telling me that my dad was saying something like that. He was way off on years, and I was sitting there like, oh God, don't tell me it's happening to my dad too.
Oh, no.
I'm like, his might just be wrong on the years. I don't think his is delusional, but because he was trying to say I stayed with him at 14. Man, I never said my dad at 14. I'm like, where are you at? I don't remember this.
So, was Kayla able to meet up with him? Because I know when I had texted her, she said she didn't think she'd be able to.
It went out again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Try again. What'd you say?
Oh, so was Caitlin able to meet up with him? Because I know when I had texted her, she said she didn't think.
Yeah, she was.
Okay, cool, good.
Yeah, and he was telling her I lived with him at 14. I'm like, no.
That never happened.
No, I did not. My brother was born when I was 14, and I have vivid memories of taking care of my little brother while my mom was at work.
Yeah.
And on where Amy lives, my stepsister Amy lives now.
Yeah.
I didn't go to my dad's house until I was like, I don't know, almost 17. No, I was actually 17. And I started dating Chance, and I left the day I turned 18 from my dad's house.
Oh.
So I was sitting there like, how, you're not, never been my dad. This is weird. You're not trying to be my dad now at 17.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
me and Chance left out of place the day I turned 18.
Yeah. So your dad was off by a couple of years.
Yeah, he was way off. Yeah.
But I mean.
Because he was telling her like, oh yeah, I remember that the situation with the stepdad, because she said that my dad said that he remembered the situation, he just had the dates wrong. Like he was thinking it was when I was 17, and I was like, no, he's got it backwards. It was 14 when that happened, but 17 when I came to live with you or whatever.
Yeah.
I remember that because we talked about it, and at that time long ago, and he was like, well, she told me, begged me not to do anything to him because I was going to go hurt him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame him. Do you think he would have, like?
If it wouldn't have been him, it probably would have been someone like in the family, sure.
Yeah.
Because my dad's dad was a gangster. He was a Purple Heart recipient, got his leg shot off in the war and everything.
Oh wow.
So he hung with some of those dudes that would be like almost like a veteran biker gang type thing.
Yeah.
They didn't hurt people or go around and do anything wrong unless you hurt somebody, you know what I mean, type thing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's still like. I mean, I feel really bad that you had to go through that because that's not something I've ever experienced. So, like, my biological mom went through that when she was, I mean, she was probably like 12 or 13 when she went through that. And I saw, like, what it did to her, you know, when I was growing up with her. So it's part of the
girl was talking about in Bible study, she had been through a similar experience, and she was asking me questions about heaven, and she was thinking that there was different levels of heaven, and I'm sitting there like, Anyway, she said, well, my stepdad's going to be in my level of heaven when he's in my toilet, I shit on him every day. We're in the middle of Bible study, and I'm like, so I'm running the Bible studies.
Oh, that's cool.
So I had to, like, take a deep breath, and what's Billy doing? I'm about to. Okay. I thought she about to fight somebody, but she was running. Anyway, so I had to take a deep breath and wait for the Holy Spirit to make sure He's giving me the right answer. Explain to her that she still had a lot of anger in her heart. She was like, well, you're talking about it and whatever, and it's not making you angry more. I said, right. I said, but over the last 2 or 3 years, even when I started having that, when I sent that message and I was having the visions and those PTSD that my dad died again, I was reliving that again. And I think that was through my process of trying to, like, learn to start forgiving. Because I keep having dreams about it, and every time in my dream, he's there, or it's a house that we grew up in, but it'll be like you guys there, like people here today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he's still there. And so, like, I kept having those nightmares, and they were getting worse, and I was, like, waking up, like, claw marks on my body, like, you know, like those type of things, and I could never get it out of my head, and I had to figure out that I hadn't truly forgave him.
Yeah.
And so now that I've took that approach with Jesus, because, like, I'd forgiven, I said, but I really hadn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I was to the point where I was having nightmares, but I didn't know if it was really that day again or not. Was I supposed to be happy again because he was gone, or was I, you know, I really didn't even know that I was really in that time frame until Lena came in and asked me for prayer that day, and I was like, I thought I was doing that same day that he had died.
Really?
Yes. It was crazy because, like, I kept, a couple nights before, I kept being like, waking up like, oh, thinking that I was in the same house and like living in that house. And everywhere, like, it would be like, I've been and we got in the house. I was at this house and I was in my brain. So that's why, like, you know, wake up and I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't even know if I was seeing way or really there. And this moment, I know actually my kept went over him, but he had already been run over and was dead. My stepdad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he got hit by a car and died. So in my mind, I kept saying he's not done for him again. You know what I mean? I kept battling with that back and forth, and I figured it out. It was just because I just didn't have that forgiveness for him.
Yeah.
So it's just like there, like a PTSD moment, just like constantly, like, and then I wouldn't know if I was really awake or not. You know.
But you know, it's hard because, like, I struggle the same thing with my mom. Like, I've said I've forgiven her, but I know deep down that I've not actually forgiven her. But it's hard to be able to forgive somebody who's hurt you so badly, you know.
Yeah.
And it's hard because, I mean, I don't know, like, what's your opinion on, like, how do they gotta word it? Do you think that you'll ever get to a point where you, like, ever will truly forgive him for what he did?
I think through this process I have, because I've been teaching these other ladies about forgiveness as a leader, and like going through them with their trauma, because what I want is someone not to deal with the trauma the way I've dealt with it.
Yeah.
When you get in a situation where you need to make a choice, that's the right choice. You can't make the right choice because you have so much things that happened to you in the past, or you can't call police because in your life, when you call police, you get in trouble.
Yeah.
Because your mom would beat you, or your stepdad would beat you, or like that type of thing. So I wanted people to, like, be able to deal with that, to have a better understanding of how to deal. Excuse me, I just want my, are they going out here? Okay, thank you. I just have to take it out because I was making stuff in it. Sorry, I had to run the guy caught down. Like, oh, don't go without my meds.
Oh, very good.
I'll be walking around here like, shh. But anyway, so as I've been working with them, I've been learning more about, like, I truly hadn't 100% forgave. That's why all that. So now I've been dreaming. Could take the nightmare meds now, but I've been dreaming now about this house. But he's not in this house anymore.
Good.
So, and, like, we've been, you know, I think our group's up. Yesterday we only had 10 people come to our group, but it's usually 10 to 15. And we've been, like, going to prayer about this and trauma and things like that. And I think the more I do that, some of those parts are being removed from my brain, and it's true forgiveness. Because in order to enter into heaven, you got to give that person that same grace that you wish God would give you for everything.
Right.
Because I know firsthand that being in a traumatic situation, after being in so many for years, you don't always make the right choices. You can't always make because you flash back to those moments.
Yeah.
And you always be like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you know.
Yeah.
Then you add in getting sexually assaulted during this time frame by people that you thought were your friends. That triggers you back too, and then brings back those moments from my stepdad.
Yeah, I was
Because I
gonna
wasn't
say.
really sure if he was really doing. Because he would try to get me to do it to my little sister.
Like,
and so
he would try to get you to assault her?
well, yeah, why he was, there was never any penetration, you know, with my stepdad. It was just all, you know, without me saying it on here.
Yeah.
He would want me to do the same thing to my little sister Julie. And so like Julie was 7. I know. And so I'd always be like, that's not right, because I would think that I knew that wasn't right in my head. But then I have nightmares of him making me do that and me doing it.
Yeah.
Like in the nightmares, and they would get worse like over time.
Man, that almost made me like, I'm really empathetic person. Like, that made me almost like tear up. Like, it's so, I'm sorry you had to go through all that.
Well, I've learned not to be upset about like I used to be, because I've had to like give it all to God, and like wherever he's at, whether he gave his life to the Lord or whatever before that car hit him, I don't know. That's not for me to judge.
Yeah.
The girl asked me that in the meeting. She was like, well, what about people who go around mass murder? And I was like, that's not for us to judge that, because we don't know if they gave their heart. I said, we know that the criminal on the cross gave his heart before he died. I said, well, we don't know that.
Yeah.
I said, we know that Paul tells us that the Lord left that thorn in his flesh because his grace is sufficient. And there's no sense of partiality. They're all the same. I said, we have to keep that in our mind. And I said, that took me 100% knowing that before I was able to forgive him. And as I've true forgiveness, I don't feel it anymore in these nightmares like I did.
Yeah.
Because I was having anyone was touching me, like different things. That's why that's just the way it would be, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and it kind of sends back to, like, you still, like, having, like, flashbacks, like, PTSD, because that stuff will definitely give you PTSD.
And I weren't allowed to call the cops because I keep us closed, you know what I'm saying? Or mom had to always cover up everything because she always did. That's what she did for me. She covered up everything for me. And all the men in her life, she always dated. She covered up. Greg would bust out the windows. Always okay. You should just agree. No, that's not normal.
Yes, okay. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
Alright. Just bored.
I get that. Like, I don't know why. I slept good last night, but I woke up, like, so tired. I tried to do my hair, it didn't work out. And I tried to do my makeup, it didn't work out because my eyes wouldn't quit watering. So, like, as I'm putting on the mascara, it's, like, all running down my eyes. So I'm like, I give up.
And how you got on jeans today?
I'm like, I don't know why, I'm always cold. Like, it could be 90 degrees outside, and I'm always wearing, like, long jeans. I use my feet warmer in my car. I'm always cold. I don't know why.
I'm always cold too, but not that bad.
My feet are always, like, ice cubes.
Yes.
My hands are, like, real cold. So, like, I try to keep the temperature in our house, like, between 68 and 72, just depends.
Yeah.
And there's some days I, like, crank it up to, like, 74, and then the girls will be like, I'm hot! And I'm like, oh, let's try it. Not everybody's as cold as I am.
I know. Oh, how are my nieces?
They're doing good. That cracks me up. Oh my gosh, I got a good laugh out of that yesterday. I told my sister about that. She thought it was funny too. Oh, they're doing good. They're downstairs because, you know, my oldest started school last week.
Yeah.
So she had her first full week of school done. She's actually doing, like, really well. She's been given the job of being the homework helper and the bathroom chaperone. So she gets to help kids that are struggling with their homework, and then she gets to take kids to the bathroom and look back to class.
Oh,
And
nice.
then she was telling me last night that she's also the teacher's assistant. So she's like, my teacher pulled up the desk by her desk, and she has me sit there with her, and she has me help, like, grade assignments to see if they're done right. I'm like, that's so cool. It's awesome. So I told him today, I'm like, you know what, it's Saturday, we're just gonna be like kind of lazy, so I let them get on the Nintendo Switch downstairs. So they're playing, I think,
Yeah.
Minecraft right now.
Nice,
And then,
nice.
yeah, my friend, well, me and Taylor's friend, that's our kid's godfather, he texted me earlier, and he's like, you mind if him and his girlfriend and their friends come over later to play cards? I'm like, sure, I'm not doing anything.
Oh,
So,
y'all gonna play spades?
yeah. I don't know yet. I don't know if we're gonna do spades or blackjack or Cards Against Humanity or because it always changes. I never know what we're gonna play. So I told him I was like, I'll just get all the decks of cards out and then we can just pick when you guys get here, I guess.
Because I'll bring me and my partner soon, and we'll smoke y'all in spades.
You probably will because I'm okay at it. I'm not that good. Taylor's pretty good at it, but I'm still kind of like learning.
Y'all play Joker, Joker, Ace?
I'm pretty good. I haven't played that in a long time. Like probably since like 2011.
So y'all just play Ace High?
Honestly, the last time I played with them was sometime last year, like late last year. I really don't remember what time we played. Yeah, we had them over. It was like Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like right before Thanksgiving. So it's been a while. Because at first when he texted me, I'm like, I don't know if I really want all these people over today. But I'm like, yeah, they haven't been over in Saturday, so might as well.
Yeah.
Which means I gotta vacuum and industrial pick and go to the store and get like a party tray or something. That way we have something to snack on while we play. But,
Yeah.
and I gotta find where I put all my card decks.
I got you.
What are your plans for today?
I was just telling them some crazy stories about CJC. Everybody was asking me some crazy stories because there's a lady over there naked singing Barney. And they were like talking. It shocked them because she was naked. I was like, look, I've seen that forever. So we were just talking about some stories. I told them about the one time with the crazy roommate with the drugs and how she was taking a mattress and trying to rip it and put it in there as a jacket, saying that was her jacket and all kinds of stuff. I was telling about a girl that stood on the exercise machine. Girl that put poop all on the wall.
Oh my gosh, that would be like not like I don't know how I would handle that. It'd be one of those situations where I would just probably look and not really
Yeah.
know what to say.
The girl that showed me all her private parts and told me she was naked in the wild.
What the hell?
She was like, I'm not naked and afraid. I was like,
What did you say to that?
I would be in so much shock with the stuff over there in that other ward that I told you I struggle so much with knowing, like, is this really going on? Like, this can't be happening, like, so.
How do they get away with doing that stuff though? Like,
If they're in the other ward, then they got some sort of psychosis. Remember, I was in there with everybody with psychosis.
yeah.
And then, or they're just on something right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it makes you become so environmentally that way because you with them all day, every day, and then you only come out for that 1 hour, and you don't come out with people. It just your mind floats in that zone, you know.
In that ward, do they let them go outside?
No, I never went outside over there.
Do what?
I never went out. We never went outside over there.
I feel like that's a huge part of the problem because being outside for even like 20 or 30 minutes when it's sunny out, like,
Yeah.
that can really help improve mental health. But I don't know that whoever runs that place stops to think about that, you know?
Well, I know my vitamin D is got to be completely low right now because my skin is turning pink.
Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that there's not a lot of windows in there, like, you're not getting a lot of natural light,
Yeah.
a lot of, you know, fluorescent lighting and stuff like that. That doesn't help.
And our windows are closed. In this ward.
That would drive me nuts. Is it dark in there all the time?
Yeah, pretty much.
And then they probably don't give you guys, like, vitamin supplements, do they?
They can't even buy them on commissary.
That's the kind of stuff I wish they would change. Like, I feel like vitamins should be like, you know, like a requirement. Like if you want to have them, you should be able to get them. But if you don't want to take them, you don't have to. And then, you know, more access outside, better access to like windows at least. You can get some more sunlight in there.
And I started getting all these like. It happened to my grandma. So after she stopped being in the sun, she started getting these molds, and they end up being cancerous. But I kid you not, she never had any of them or anything till she stopped being in the sun. So I'm not saying she got the skin cancer from the sun, but I think it just didn't really progress until later. And so she started getting these marks all on her body, and they were like moles. And like I've never had any of that stuff on my body, and it just started coming, and my skin's turning pink. So I don't know if that's just from the deficiency of vitamin D or what, but
And you probably can't, like, if you were requested to, like, have somebody medical look at you, they probably A, wouldn't do it, or B,
no,
forever.
they won't. You would have to be like really sick, like even like having like female, like we haven't had like they don't do female checkups here, and it's been 18 months I've been here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you don't get any kind of routine, like,
No,
that's not good. That's not healthy.
no. I mean, I told him about my overactive bladder and how it was causing so much pain in my stomach, and that's why it's important to keep my stomach meds on point. But then I went 3 weeks without them because they wouldn't renew them, and then they finally just renewed them, and I was like, I can't go 3 weeks without stomach meds. It just
Yeah.
it's not possible. Like my digestive system. Well, cause see, one time I had a problem with my adrenal glands, and they were just saying like I was getting like stuff was going into my bloodstream, which then causes a lot of like depression, and like you just don't feel like doing anything. And like you can't focus on anybody else around you. You can only focus on like the pain in your stomach, and you just constantly be depressed and anxiety about it, and then you kind of can get delusional too, and that's about your adrenal glands, and it's just from when your stomach gets all backed up from digestion and all that. But yeah.
And that's, it's messed up because, you know, they'll say, like, they can't help everybody because they don't have enough staff, or they
Yeah.
don't have enough resources, but, like, they should be equipped to handle that facility at, like, max capacity at all times, so that it
Yeah.
shouldn't be your guys' problem, you know what I mean?
Oh no, they don't. This one girl beside me, I had to give her Tylenol because I had bought Tylenol off commissary. But she had a headache for at least 10 days and had not been out of her room, out of her bed, and medical just came this morning.
What are they gonna do for her? Probably just give her more Tylenol and
Probably.
Gatorade?
Probably. She probably don't even get Gatorade. It's probably just Tylenol. And then she'll get charged her account for $10 plus the meds.
They charge you guys if they have to, like, give you, like, Tylenol or whatever, they charge you guys for it?
Oh yeah, you even get charged if you even put in a sick call.
So what happens if you don't have, like, the money on your account to pay for it?
They just put you in a negative, and then if you ever get money on your account, they just take that. Some people are in a negative like $400, $500.
They take money for everything. Like, you know, they make profit off the phone calls.
And then
They make, well,
if you see the doctor and you tell them about 2 issues, like you could say my stomach, and oh, by the way, can you renew my stomach, and can you, I don't know, I'm having a headache, can you give me some for my headache? That's $5 for each because you had 2 issues.
what's that? Oh my gosh. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, you would think that at least some, like, basic medical treatment there would be, I guess, not charged. They wouldn't charge you guys for it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
But I don't know. I don't know. It seems like they charge, like, ridiculous. I mean, I know commissary stuff is expensive because I think wasn't it you that told me chapstick is like $4 or something like that?
Man, chapstick's 2 some, deodorant's 5. Just to get one pack of sugar is about 12 cents each. Like,
And it's probably not even like the good kind of deodorant, is it?
I know, just power up.
Oh, that's yeah. You can get that at like Walmart for like
Yeah.
$1 or
I
something. Oh man,
Yeah.
They mark that stuff up, and then I know like whenever I put money on like my phone account, like I'll put like $20 on there, and then when I go to pay, they take like a percentage out, so they'll take
Yeah.
like almost $4 out, and I'm like, why are you taking money out? Because like you get the money back when I use
I
money
know.
for phone calls. You know what I mean? Like it makes.
They're ridiculous here. They were telling us the girl that's here, she's on a writ from prison because she had to testify and she's going back. She was like, yeah, she was like, you can get like a whole box of snacks for $1 compared to here. Or here you get one out of the box. is $1.
Dang.
I was like, dang.
Do they have a limit, like commissary stuff? Do they have a limit of how much you can spend like a day or a week?
Yeah. It depends on the ward you're in. Right. The more progressed you are, the more you can. So in this ward it's 55. And then the ward before was 35. I don't spend that a week. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't seem like you can get very much with 55 from the commissary with how big the price.
No, I spend $40, and I literally get a bag of chips for the day, for each day, and then like a peanut butter bar or something like a snack, for the day.
Yeah.
And then what else do I get? Oh, if I order coffee, because it lasts me like a long time, I add that in there because the bag is $7.
How big is the bag?
3 ounces.
Like
3 ounces.
So like
A little bit bigger. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like dry freeze coffee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to do the all brewing because we don't have all that. And then the aspartame sugar for 100 packs is $7 and some. So that's like overpriced. And then a bag of Cheetos. Like if you got Cheetos, it'd be $1.86 for a small bag.
Okay, it's probably one of the little tiny ones
Yes.
you can get in like the vending machine.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
insane.
And so like if I'll get chips and I'll go to snack for every day. And then, like hygiene, whatever I need, toothpaste, whatever. And then batteries are $1.04 for each battery.
Oh my. So, okay, how many batteries does your radio take?
So it's, well, yeah, because if you want it to last all week, you need 4.
Yeah.
So
So you can get like almost or 6 like an 8-pack at Walmart for the same price as what you spend on 4. So
I know.
That's ridiculous. And,
And these are just the AC Delco kind. They're very cheap. And this is the radio.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like a tiny little radio.
This costs $30.
In my mind, I was thinking it was like, I don't know why I was thinking it was going to be red and it was going to be like that big.
No. Got a clock.
Oh, wow. Do you get to keep it like in your room with you?
Yeah. Oh gosh, if I didn't, I would not be sane.
Yeah.
And then we got these little headphones that are $6.
Oh, for the headphones?
Yeah.
But if you get 4 batteries, that'll last you a week. Like, how long can you listen to your radio for? Like,
so for 2 batteries, you can get, depending on what brand they give you, you can get anywhere from 18 to 20 hours. Well,
not too bad.
where I use most of mine is at when we go in these 24-hour lockdowns, I use like 6 hours of batteries easily.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's nothing else to do.
I'd probably stock up on extra batteries just so I have them that way. Because if it were me, I'd have probably my headphones in all day. Like
that's what I do.
Yeah.
And like this is the only way you can hear the TV too. So you put your headphones in and turn it to the receiver channel, and you can hear the TV.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, last night we watched wrestling because I love wrestling. So that was 2 hours right there. And then I watch Family Feud every day. That's an hour. Then I watch the Goldbergs. That's an hour. So you're talking about each day alone, that's just 4 hours and just TV shows.
Yeah.
But go to Bachelorette.
And I guess it would have been like 5 your time, but I kept saying the same thing about like.
It is 5 my time.
Oh, was it 5? I'm sorry, I meant 3 your time. Like 3 your time. I'm losing track of my mind. 3 your time, 5 my time. There we go. But I kept saying the same thing that comes up like they couldn't reach the whatever it says.
Yeah.
So I kept clicking down. I got this one. I was like, okay, cool. So then I set another one up for Friday. I was like, same time if it goes through.
Yeah.
And it did. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, no, it's better like that because when we come out at 3, it's hard to get down there because sometimes they don't pop our buttons at 3.
Oh, okay, that's good to know because I was trying to do it like earlier, but it wouldn't go through, and then this one did. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll just keep it. It went through.
Yeah, no, most of the time is the later they are, the easier that we're out and that you actually get them. That or if it's like early, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The middle stuff, they be like,
How many of those things do they have in there? Just 2 or?
3,
Like the
but
little
2 only
work.
work
Two only work
in this war.
Oh,
this war.
that does not
Yeah.
surprise me.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to fix the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't fix that. The
What have you been up
receiver
to
on the
today?
TV's been broken for a
Receiver on the
year.
TV's been broken for a year.
They still haven't fixed that?
And there's 2 phones in here broken. They
There's
haven't
2
fixed one
phones in here
shower. They
broken. They
haven't
haven't
fixed.
fixed one shower. They haven't fixed.
So people probably put in like complaints or work order requests and they just never get dealt with.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Yeah, no, they don't.
No,
That's
I just
frustrating.
been. I had to wash my
I had to wash my
clothes, and
clothes,
then
and then
I had a meeting
I had
with
a meeting with
Caitlin and
Caitlin
one of the
and one
attorneys,
of the attorneys,
and then I forgot to
and then I
tell her
forgot to
something,
tell her something.
and I was like,
And I was
crap.
like, crap.
Oh
But I was with
no.
them for
I
like
was
an
with them for
hour.
like an hour.
How did that go? Was it good?
Yeah, just talking about what was going to
Talking about
jail.
what was going to jail.
You know, someone in here
Someone in here
overdosed
overdosed
on fentanyl the other
on
day, so we
fentanyl
got
the
put
other
on
day, so we
lockdown.
got put on lockdown.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're in the
Yeah,
hospital.
they're in the hospital.
How do they even get that in there? Because that's like a pretty fast
Listen,
acting thing.
I used to try to
I
tell
used to
them
try to
this
tell them this
because
because
I feel like
I feel
that's
like
something that's
that's
not
something
snitching
that's
because you're
not
trying to
snitching
save
because you're
someone's
trying to
life.
save someone's life.
Yeah.
But like I used
But
to
like
like
I
try to
used
tell
to
them,
like try to tell them,
I'd be like,
I'd be like,
you know,
you know,
they're masking
they're
it. There's a certain
masking
way
it.
to
There's a
mask
certain way
it.
to mask
Come
it.
on,
Come
but
on, but
I just gave up
I
trying
just
to
gave up
get them to
trying to get
understand.
them to understand.
And they know
Yeah,
who's
I
And
mean,
they know
pushing it
who's
in the
pushing it
county. They
in the
know who the
county.
big
They
time
know who the
fentanyl
big
people
time
is in the
fentanyl
county,
people
but
is
they
in the
ain't
county,
arresting
but they
them.
ain't
So
arresting them. So
and I would wager a bet that, I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like there's probably people who work there that are probably help bringing stuff in.
no, and
no,
they're running
and
the
they're
fentanyl
running the
freaking out of
fentanyl
the
freaking
hotel
out of the
here.
hotel here.
And that's all people are
And that's
doing
all
is
people
going
are
to the
doing is
hotel
going
getting
to the
it. And
hotel
they,
getting it.
I mean, the cops
I
have to
mean, the
know it.
cops
I
have
mean,
to know it. I
it's
mean, it's
knowledge for
knowledge
everybody
for
how they're doing
everybody
it.
how they're doing it.
Yeah, yeah. I watched something on TV the other night. I don't remember what it was, but it was like some show about cops or whatever. And it was like literally this cop's first day on the job, like after training, and like his first call was like a respondence to like some kind of traffic stop or whatever. But he
Mhm.
goes to search the dude's car because I guess there was enough what's that, probable cause or whatever for him to like search the car.
Mhm.
So he's going through the car and he like touches something in the back seat like with his bare hand, and his like friend that was with him is like, you should put gloves on. And before he could even do anything, it was too late. He like touched fentanyl with his bare hands and
Mhm.
blacked out. It's like, what a terrible first day on the job.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you.
I mean,
I mean,
I don't know how they do the
I don't know how
DA
they do
stuff
the
here,
DEA stuff
but
here,
it's
but
all around their
it's
eyes,
all around their
everything going
eyes,
on. But you
everything
don't
going
never see
on.
none of
But you
those
don't
big
ever
time
see none of those
kingpins
big time
coming here.
kingpins coming here.
So, and they
Yeah.
ain't at the
And they
feds,
ain't at
so
the
they're still
feds,
out there
so
doing
they're
what they
still out there
doing.
doing what they're doing.
Like, they made a big
Like,
bus in
they made a
Denver
big
not
bus
long
in
ago.
Denver not long
I
ago.
think it was like 60,
I think it was
70
like 60,
people.
70
But
people.
they don't
But
bust the people
they
here in
don't bust
Colorado
the people
Springs
here in
because they be
Colorado
too busy
Springs because they
harassing
be
other
too busy
people. So,
harassing other people. So
Yeah, and you wonder why that is. Like the lower level people will get caught, but the people that are like all the way up here that everybody, like literally everybody knows about, are like
mhm,
untouchable.
mhm. Yeah, and
yeah,
they're doing it
and
so
they're
bad
doing
at
it
that
so bad
those
at that
hotels,
those
and it's such a
hotels,
good
and it's
scheme they
such a
got
good
going
scheme
on.
they got going on.
And then they're giving those
And then
people
they're
this
giving those
fentanyl,
people this fentanyl,
and then it's so
and then it's
dangerous.
so
And
dangerous.
I
And
just can't stand
I just can't
drugs. And
stand
it's just
drugs.
like I'm
And it's
done
just like
like
I'm
worrying about
done
it
like
because
worrying about it because
it gets them
it gets them
people coming back here in the
people coming
system.
back here in the system.
And I've just
And I've
determined that
just
that's what they
determined
like.
that that's what they like.
It wouldn't surprise me because it's extra. Well, if you think about it, it's extra funding for the government. You know, they
Mhm.
say like running those kinds of places is expensive, but like think about how much money they're making off of like commissary phone calls. Like they're making more than what they're losing.
And that's your people
And
right there.
that's your
Like
people right
the
there.
people
Like
up there
the
supplying
people
it
up
in
there
the
supplying it in
tower
the
and all these other
tower and all
things
these
like
other
that. Oh,
things
but they
like
ain't
that.
in
Oh, but
trouble.
they ain't in trouble.
But they
Yeah.
purposely
But
know
they
what they're doing,
purposely
and
know
they
what
had
they're doing,
intent
and
to
they
do
had
it.
intent to do it.
But whatever.
But whatever.
I mean, like, don't they do like aren't they supposed to do like pat downs or something like that
Yeah,
to look
but
for that kind of
when the
stuff?
cartel
When
came
the
over,
cartel
the
came
way
over,
to mask
the
it,
way to mask it,
and it's a product
and
that's
it's a
stolen in our
product that's stolen in
commissary,
our commissary,
and people know about
and
it.
people know about it.
That's all they do
That's
is
all they
they
do
take it
is
and
they
mask
take
it,
it,
and as
mask
easy as
it,
day, it
and
don't
as
matter if the
easy as day, it
canine
don't
dog
matter if the
comes in here.
canine dog comes in here.
It's proven.
Really?
It took a
It
chemist.
took a
They
chemist.
hired a guy
They
who was a
hired a guy
chemist. The
who was a
cartel hired
chemist.
a
The
guy who was the
cartel hired a guy
chemist.
who was a chemist.
He did all these
He did
different
all these
methods of
different
trying
methods
out
of
different
trying
things,
out different
household
things,
items,
household
this item,
items,
this
this
item, this
item, this
item,
item, this item,
and he figured out a
and he
way.
figured out a way.
That's why he became known as
That's
the
why he became
chemist.
known as the chemist.
Is it an edible product or is it
No,
like a household product?
it's a household product.
Okay, I'm
Yep.
trying to think of what it would be. You said you could buy
Yep.
it there?
Yeah, you can buy here. It's if you mix it with something else that you get, and that's exactly how they do it. You can legit have they legit have that shit mask, and they could bring the K9 in here. They can send them through the scanner. They can do all that, and it's not gonna alert them.
I'm
So.
trying to think of what it would be because I have no idea. Like, so it's something you
I'm
mix with
telling you,
something
because
else.
people used to do that shit on the cruise all day long. TSA, everybody be sitting there clueless, and I'd be like, y'all nuts.
So like somebody who's buying it, right? So if they're buying it and they've masked it with that stuff, right? Like how do they? Oh, it blacked out. No. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, it blacked out.
Yeah, what'd you say now?
So like, okay, so if they have that stuff, right, and they mix it with the other stuff to like hide it, right? How do they
Mhm.
separate it to do it later? Or do they just do it all at the same time? Like, I
I
don't,
mean,
or
you could take the mask and stuff, and like, okay, like say going on the airport, or TSA or whatever, on the boats or whatever. If they just put it in that product, wrapped up, no one ever sniff it.
oh, okay, no, I
You
got you
got
now.
see, that's what you got to do is you got to find a person who don't do drugs. The actual person that sits there and knows what the hell they're doing. They can see it clear as day because see, you got the people who are looking for the people doing drugs, and they've been trained in this. They look for specifics. They look for these. They look for that. But see, the chemist, he comes up with something that nobody ain't gonna look for.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to catch on, like, when I'd be like, how in the heck did y'all just meet us here and have this, what, y'all crazy? And I kept being like, how did y'all, because I would never fly with them or check in with them. I just later and be like, and once I finally figured it out, they gave me a hint and I figured it out. I was like, y'all are crazy. And sure enough, through TSA, flying out of Fort Lauderdale, went straight through customs with it.
Is it something that you mix with water?
No, it's already made.
No. Oh man,
I
I'll
know.
probably think about it. It's gonna happen. I'll be laying in bed tonight. It's gonna be like midnight, 1 o'clock. I'll be like trying to go to sleep. It's gonna pop in my head. I'll be like, that's what it
Yeah.
is.
And I
You know,
remember,
like.
so one time, E had told Harley's dad about it. We were flying to Houston, Texas to see Aunt Brenda. And I was like, this is not long before Chance died. And Aunt Brenda was like, well, y'all both come out, whatever, whatever. Well, sorry, Chance and I weren't getting back together or whatever because I was just doing my thing or whatever. But we would still like hang out or meet to see Harley or like do family stuff together, that type of thing. And he was like, I got to take my stuff with me, but Chance didn't do any like hardcore stuff, So he's like, I have to take my stuff with me. He was like, and Edgar told me how to do it. I was like, don't listen to him. This was the first time I ever like realized that he went straight through TSA. And I was like, oh my God. I said, they literally had the tag in there that
Yeah.
said, hey, had been checked and it was cleared and everything on his stuff now. See, I was always funny about that shit. If y'all gonna do some stuff like that, I'm separate. My ticket's
Yeah.
separate. My luggage is separate. Everything is separate. Because I ain't
Yeah.
getting caught up in y'all's mess. And sure enough, boom, I'd be like, oh my God. He went straight through Hobby Airport, the smaller airport in Houston. I was like,
I would
oh
have
my
been
God.
sweating bullets. If I were him, I'd be sweating bullets. But I mean,
Sure.
I guess if you knew it worked,
Me and Harley was on a different plane, but we ended up there, and we had a separate like ticket, luggage, everything. And I was like, well, we'll know if your dad don't get there. And her was like, what do you mean? I was like, never mind. Sure enough, he walks through there, and I was like, oh my god. And that's when I started realizing that they were legit. And then sure enough, go on cruises. That's why people take them one-way cruises. They get on like Bahama cruise lines and stuff like that, and they do one-way cruises. They blindside them. They getting right through there, and they get off in Bahamas and stay in Bahamas for a while and come back, or get off in Cabo, stay for a while and come back later. Because you have to, if you start in one port, you have to, like on Carnival, you got to get back on that port unless you fly out. But what they were doing was taking it that way in. You could, and once you get stuff there, you just fly back out any way you want to, because it ain't gonna matter to me as long as you got a passport.
Yeah. I've never been on a real cruise, so I have no idea like how those work.
Right, and it's not like they stop the cruise if you just don't show back up. I told you we've been on the cruise before and waved people by. They got left. And like it's the smartest thing, because like they kept being like, they don't, you know, the drop shipping in the middle, the people be watching, and private planes people start watching a lot when you gotta like outsmart it. And I was just like, y'all fools, man.
Oh, no, there was one time down when we were in Florida, one of Taylor's old friends, he like lived around the corner from us. I forget what we were doing, but we were all going in his car for some reason. So I get in the passenger seat, and we're driving somewhere, and he handed me something to put in the glove box. So I open it up. There's this giant wadded box of tinfoil. I was like, who just carries tinfoil around in their glove box? And he's like, oh, it's not tinfoil. Like, we get back to Taylor's house, and he told me like what was in there, and then he ended up bringing it inside, and it was just like a crap ton. I don't even know what they were. Just a different kind of like variety of pills. And I was like, what the shit? He told me that apparently if it's in tinfoil, like, I guess dogs can't sniff through tinfoil either. I don't know, but I just thought it was like the weirdest thing. Giant wad of tinfoil.
Right. And like, it's not against the law to know a crime was committed and not report it. So like you seeing that, you weren't against the law. You just are like, I ain't got nothing to do with y'all stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I kept my mouth shut. Like I talked to Taylor about it. Like I don't know if it's somebody like I'm comfortable hanging around anymore, you know? Because my oldest daughter at the time, she was like 1.5 almost, so she was still little. And Taylor's like, oh, you know, it's not a big deal, whatever. I just keep my nose in my own business. And I'm like, yeah, but, you know, like.
That's why I would do that, too. I'd be on all separate transactions for everything. Because I'm like, I ain't did nothing with drugs. I ain't got no involvement in drugs. I ain't never did drugs. And I ain't nothing involved with it. So stay away from that shit.
I got one for you. I have to go see my pain specialist, like, once a month, you know. So I do, like, these, you know, just like checkup things. But every time I go, they do like a UA because it's like a pain clinic. So like a lot of people there get opioids. I don't, but I still have to do it anyways. Well, I went in. It was like 2 months ago. I went in, and usually like the nurse or whatever comes in, takes a blood pressure, leaves. Doctor comes in, we talk. All is right and well with the world. I leave for the day, right? So the nurse comes in. She was acting real sketch, and it's like the same girl I always get. So I'm like, huh. So then the doctor comes in and she's with him, and he's like, and keep in mind I had my kids with me, okay? He's like, we need to have a serious talk with you today. And I was like, okay, what about? Because usually he and I kind of like joke around and stuff. He's like, well, we got your, like the urinalysis back from last month, and like you tested positive for cocaine. I was like, hold on, wait a second. I'll own up to all the dumb stuff I've done in my life. Like, if I would have done cocaine, I'm pretty sure I would have remembered it. Like, that's a hard no. Like, I've never done illegal drugs, period. Like, I've only done prescription drugs, like what's prescribed to me, right?
Right.
So he's like going on and on about how like, well, he can't give me my medicine that I get from, and like the protocol is like if you test positive for an illegal drug, they have to kick you out for a month, and you come back. If you're clean again after that, you're good to go. If you test like positive again, they'll kick you out for good. So I'm sitting there like having a meltdown, mostly because I'm trying to figure out like how the hell would I have gotten that in my system.
Right.
So I'm telling him like that's not right. Like I've never done that. And I'm sitting here thinking, you know what? He probably hears that all the time from everybody who does do that stuff.
Yeah.
And they're trying to cover their ass, you know. And he was like, well, you know, what does your husband do? Like, does he do anything like that? Or your friends? Or, you know, have you gone around anybody to their house that does it? And I'm like, no. Like, I haven't even left my house in like 3 or 4 days. So I don't know. And he's like, oh, well, it came back. It was like 0.0003%, like a ridiculously like small amount. He's like, so that means you would have had to have done it like 2 days ago. I was like, I've been sitting in my house for the last like 3 or 4 days. I'm like, kids, what are you talking? I'm not joking when I say like it takes a lot for me to like have a meltdown. Oh, I had a meltdown because he was like drilling it into my head, like, oh yeah, you definitely did it. So I'm sitting there like, I finally broke down. I started crying like in front of my kids, and they're like, what's wrong with mom? So he sends the nurse lady away, and he shuts the door, and he tells me that he believes me, but he has to do his job. But he's willing to bend the rules a little bit, so he's like, I'll still give you your medicine for the day. I'm gonna have put a request in for them to I guess do like retest or whatever.
Yeah.
Then we'll go from there. So I went out to the parking lot and I sat in my car for like a half hour in their parking lot, just like crying, like what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah.
I called Taylor and I told him, and he's like, what the? I decide to leave. I get a call from a random Fayetteville number. I answer it, and it's my doctor. He called to apologize because he I guess whoever wrote up my chart had really sloppy handwriting, and he thought they had circled something like the cocaine or whatever, but I guess they had circled what was beside it, which is like what I do take all the
Yeah.
time. So he misread it and just gave me a freaking heart attack for no reason.
God. And like people drill it in your head so much, you start to wonder, like, well, did I do it?
Did I do
And I
it?
just don't
Yeah.
know.
I just don't know.
Well, that's what I told Taylor, and he's like, well, if you did do it, you can tell me. And I'm like, I would have told you if I did. Like, I don't keep secrets from you. I'm like, I didn't do it.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, if you handled cash, that they say like 80% of cash in the world has like minuscule amounts of cocaine on it from, what's his name? I can't think of it. Not El Chapo. But, yeah, no, I was like, I don't know. I don't remember having cash, but yeah, no. I was sitting there wondering, like, could I have been around somebody? Did I, like, grab the mail and it had it on the outside? Like, what the, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They start making you believe
I
that
was,
shit. When people say enough, you be like, oh my God, you just be sitting there like, did I do this? This is awful.
yeah, it put me in such a bad mood because I was like, I don't know how it would have even gotten into my system, or like I was literally questioning my whole life at that point in time, and the poor girls are like, what's wrong with mom? Oh, but he was nice enough to call, and then he apologized. He's like, I feel so embarrassed. I'm like, actually, like, I don't even care that you messed up. It's fine. I'm just happy that we found out everything's
Right.
fine.
Right.
I'm so crazy
Oh,
about it
man.
because, well, first and foremost, I saw how bad the drugs would get to, people I went to school with, and I'd look back or whatever. Then when, I dated Travis, and it was bad, he was on drugs, but what got me the most was Chance, because Chance was never, like, on drugs. He would smoke his pot and stuff, but, like, he would never do drugs and stuff like that, which is why I'm still always convinced that I think Edgar had something to do with it, but whatever. But that's what got me, like, where I was just like an advocate, like, y'all leave that mess alone, leave drugs alone, and
Yeah, what happened with Chance? I think you told me before, didn't he, OD, is that what it was?
mhm.
Oh, man.
But he didn't have any of his jewelry. The necklace that was his mom's, none of that was on him. The Jordans he had, none of that. All that was gone out of his room.
Was he at his house when it happened, or
He was
was he
at
at
the
somebody else's
hotel,
house?
but when I had talked to Chance 2 days prior, when he was telling me about this whole money, he was like, I need you to get this money to my aunt. And I was like, what money? I ain't get that money to nobody unless you give me some child support. So I was just saying things like this, but he had a shit ton of money. And I was just like, okay. So then he FaceTimed me, and he was showing me all this money, and I was like, where the hell did you get that money? Good, because Harley needs cheerleading shoes. That's crazy, that's all I asked for. I was like,
Yeah.
look, she needs cheerleading shoes. And then it was just so weird because I started thinking about shit ton of money. He was talking about this loan sharking thing, but it all started making sense to me. More and more I laid in here and I started thinking about it, I was like, shit ton of money. It probably was washed. I'm like, and I overdosed, but it was foul play too because he had marks all on his neck. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Because his
yeah.
family told me that whenever the body got back to North Carolina, then they go to view it, they were asking him what was all the purple marks around his neck. And then he was covered with so much makeup. Instead of white, he looked black. Because it was covering up so much
Really?
stuff. That's why Harley walked up to the casket and was like, that's not my dad. Because he looked like
Aww.
a black dude. We were like, and he's lighter than you.
Why do you?
Really?
Yeah, so I was just like,
Dang.
and then I started thinking it two and two together because I was like, if he started doing work for Edgar, because I know that could have been a possibility because he had him one time in Houston trying to do stuff when we had flew out there. But I was just like, maybe he didn't dabble back into that, or maybe he didn't cross the wrong person. Because you cross the wrong people in that situation, they don't care who you are, mom, dad, sister, brother,
Nope.
kid, grandma. It just doesn't matter. You'll be eliminated. And so
Yep.
like I just kept thinking that was totally not in his character to be going to work the next morning and to just have suddenly have this massive amount in his system. It just doesn't make any sense to
Yeah.
me. And he knew how I was about drugs, so he would never like say anything to me about it, involve me in any of it because he knew how I was about it. And so he also knew how his mom died. So it just kind of made me be like, how did he go from all this money? And I saw his clothes. He showed me on the video. He had Jordans from hell. He had his mom's necklace. Where'd all that stuff go?
That's a really good question. That's super suspicious.
Yeah. And like, I've always thought about that, but we weren't married. His family had to try to get people to look into it. But once the body got to North Carolina, Ohio had already not completed the autopsy. So then they were telling them, hey, you have to pay the money to have his body exhumed. Yeah.
So, did they do an autopsy or did they just do like the toxicology
Yeah,
screen?
just the tox screen.
Oh wow.
Because he was in
That's
the
also
hotel, so they
super
were thinking he
bizarre.
was just some junkie. But he was the lead man on the job. He was going to pay people.
Yeah.
So it just didn't make any sense to me. And he had all that shit
Was
2 days prior. And he was going to send me the money for Harley's cheerleading stuff because she had made the cheerleading team and I had to pay for her jumpsuit and her shoes and all that. And he was like, I'm going to go to Walmart and
Yeah.
send it to you. That was on October 1st. I talked to him on the 30th. And then on the 1st, yeah, because we had celebrated G's birthday. And so I had talked to him right after that because he was trying to get me on that day and I couldn't get him, so I talked to him the next day and he was showing me all the money and the shoes and I was like, dude, send me some money,
Yeah. That's was there okay, so he was good he was going to work. Was there anybody like was he working with a group of people or was it like him by himself going out somewhere?
Well, see, let me tell you this. So what was so weird is I got a message from my stepmom that morning, later on, and she's like, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize the name. And I was like, what do you mean you didn't recognize the name? She's like, when the call came in to 911 and they said Chance Hunt, now 911 call came in North Carolina. Now, this happened in Ohio. But they just wanted to know how to get up with the family so they could let the family know in North Carolina because nobody knew how to get up with the family. And she was like, I didn't even recognize the name when it came across. She apologized. She's like, I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't realize that was Harley's dad until later on when it hit me. And so I was like, who in the hell called all the way to North Carolina 911? But at this point, it had been too late before she figured it out. It was the same person. And I don't think the the county police ever picked that up. Like, who called 911 in North Carolina?
Yeah, that's also really strange. That I don't know. That kind of seems to me like there's more to it than just an OD. You know what I
Because
mean?
that was the only way they got up with the family is because they called. People kept calling North Carolina Sheriff's Office and kept saying like, hey, we need to get the family because we found him dead in the hotel room.
Who was it? Who found him?
One of the workers found him later. But now this call came in hours before, so someone knew before that he had died.
Why has nobody looked into this? Like all the red flags are there.
But see, the problem was they were doing. Ohio police had already investigated as overdose and hotel, and they got a lot of drugs in that area, so they wrote it off. Well, Chance had no needle marks on his arms, no nothing like that, because he didn't do those kind of drugs. But they were thinking of it as like, heroin addict or, something like that. He had none of that on him.
Did they like were you ever able to find out like what it was that they said that he had done to OD? Was it anything that
I
you
never
had done
got to
before?
see the tox report. No. And I don't know if his family requested it. I mean, I know it could have been something Harley could have got at a certain age or something, but I never did because I've always told everybody it's suspicious.
Yeah, no, that's like super suspicious. Like especially
Where'd all
made
that
all
money
of it
go?
suspicious.
Where'd all that money go?
Yeah, and his jewelry, the jewelry he had, his money, the clothes, and the fact that someone called 911 before the hotel worker found him. Like, hello,
Because
like
I
somebody had
didn't
to be
know
there.
I didn't
until I was
know
sitting in my
until I
classroom
was sitting in my
in Myrtle Beach,
classroom
South
in
Carolina,
Myrtle Beach,
and the
South
Facebook
Carolina,
kept
and
dinging.
the Facebook
And
kept
everybody was
dinging.
like, how's
And
Harley
everybody
doing?
was
I'm
like,
like,
how's
great,
Harley
what do you
doing? I'm
mean?
like, great, what do you mean?
And then that's when I kept getting the
And then that's
messages.
when I kept getting the
And
messages.
I had no clue.
Oh
And I had no
wow.
clue.
But yeah, I've always thought that
Did
that was
he?
kind of
I've
weird
always
because
thought
the
that
whole
that was
money
kind of weird because
situation.
the whole money
And
situation.
I remember one time I asked
I
Edgar,
remember
I
one
was
time
like,
I asked
oh, don't you
Edgar,
think that's
I was like,
suspicious?
oh,
And
don't
he
you
was
think that's
always like,
suspicious? And he was
well, it
always
just
like,
depends on what you get
well, it
into.
just
You
depends on
know
what you
how
get into.
Ohio
You
is. You
know
got
how
these places
Ohio
up here
is. You
in
got these places
Ohio,
up
blah, blah,
here
blah,
in
blah. He gave me all
Ohio,
this
blah, blah, blah. He
excuse
gave
about
me all
how
this
Ohio
excuse
was the
about
bad
how
person.
Ohio was the bad person.
I was like, whatever.
I mean, Ohio sucks, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's parts of it obviously that have like drug problems, but it's not known for being like
Yeah.
one of those places, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
It was
did
crazy.
Chance know anybody in Ohio, or was he just there for work?
No, he was just there for work.
No, he was
And
just
see,
there for
here's how
work.
Chance
And
was.
see, here's how Chance
Chance was
was.
a racist somebody,
Chance
let
was
me
a
just tell
racist
you.
somebody. Let me
The
just
reason
tell
he
you.
was racist was
The reason he
because
was
he grew
racist
up
was
in
because
Baltimore when
he
he was
grew up in
younger,
Baltimore when he was
and
younger,
there was these
Mhm.
black dudes
and
just to
there was
always
these
beat him
black
up for his
dudes just always
Jordans and
beat him
stuff
up
like
for his
that, and call him
Jordans and
white
stuff like
boy and
that, and
like
call
a
him white
bully him
boy
and
and
stuff.
like a bully
And
him
so
and
once
stuff.
he got
And
tall
so once he
and
got
big and could
tall
defend
and
himself,
big and
he
could defend
started like
himself,
holding
he
that as a
started like
grudge to
holding
him,
that
you
as
know,
a
like
grudge to him, like
not hanging out in those spots
not
because
hanging
he
out
knew
in
how
those
that had
spots because he
ended
knew
up
how
for
that
him in his,
ended up
middle
for him in his,
school as he
middle
got older,
school,
teenage,
as he
that
got
type of
older,
thing.
teenage,
So
that
that's
type
what
of
was
thing.
always so
Yeah.
So
weird
that's what
about
was
that.
always
Like,
so weird about that. Like,
Chance wouldn't even go want to stay in a
Chance
ghetto
wouldn't even go want
hotel,
to stay in a ghetto hotel.
Yeah.
or
How,
motel.
like, had he
Or
been there?
motel.
Had he been there for like a long period of time? Like, I know it was for work, but like, how long had he been at the hotel prior to
Well, they
that?
had
A couple
only been there a
days,
couple
or?
Well, they
weeks,
had
but the
only been
thing
there a
about it
couple
is,
weeks,
if
but
he
the
put
thing about it
everybody
is,
else
if he
in a
put
hotel like
everybody
that,
else
a
in a
motel, he would
hotel
go
like
put
that, a
himself in a
motel, he
hotel.
would go put himself in a hotel.
So
Yeah.
how did he get so
So
hard
how did he
strung
get
in a
so
matter of
hard
a couple
strung in a
days that
matter
it
of a
was
couple
like,
days that it was
boom,
like,
like I'm on
boom,
that shit now?
like I'm on that
It was
shit
just
now?
weird.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. And what you said, he worked in construction, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, if he was in construction for a while and he was like one of the best workers there,
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious he couldn't be strung out on drugs while he's doing that kind of work. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Well, they were trying to tell
Well, they were trying to tell
the people because he had that pain
the
patch because
people
he
because
fell
he
off
had
a
that pain
scaffold,
patch because he fell off a
so he
scaffold.
had got a pain patch. So they were
So
like,
he
it
got a
could have
pain
been
patch. So they
that
were
is
like, it could
what
have been that as what
they were saying in the report because
they
it
were
has
saying in the
certain
report
things
because
that
it
were in
has
the toxic report
certain
were
things
certain
that were in
things
the
that were
toxic
in the
part were
pain
certain things
patch,
that were in the
and that
pain
mixing
patch,
alcohol
and
with
that
it
mixing
could be the
alcohol with it
reason.
could be the reason.
And it was just
You
like
know, and
all
it was just
wishy-washy
like
all over the
all
place. Because one
wishy-washy
say
all over the
this could
place.
be the
Because one
cause of
say
death, but
this
then
could
it's
be the
like,
cause of death, but then
oh,
it's
but
like,
this could happen too, and
oh,
this
but
could
this could
happen, and
happen
it's
too,
like,
and this could
okay,
happen.
because I don't think sometimes they don't
Okay,
even
because I
know.
don't think sometimes they don't even know.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, with those pain patch things, like, yeah, I mean, if you mix alcohol with any kind of drug, it could happen,
Right.
right? But with the pain patch things and alcohol, I mean, like, it's gonna take a lot of either one or a lot of both
Yeah.
of them
Yeah.
to kill somebody, especially a grown man, like a decently sized
Right.
grown man. You know
I
what
need
I
to
mean?
get
Like,
I
a
need to
number from you
get
next time. I
a
need you to
number
look
from
up
you next
Dr.
time. I need you to look
Fleshman.
up Dr.
He's
Fleshman.
in DeLand,
He's
Florida.
in DeLand,
But I need to make
Florida.
sure he doesn't
I need
release
to
any
make sure he
records for
doesn't
Maria
release any
Sanchez.
records for Maria Sanchez.
for Maria
Yeah.
Sanchez?
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to call him
Okay.
So
somehow.
I'm gonna have to call him
But I'll get it
somehow.
from you next time.
But
It's
I'll get it from you next
Fleshman and
time.
it's
It's
in DeLand,
Fleshman
Florida.
and he's in DeLand, Florida.
Yep, I found
You
it.
found
The
it? Okay.
psychologist.
You found it?
Yep.
Okay.
You found it?
Yep.
Okay,
Found
cool.
it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got it. I got the phone number, everything.
Yeah.
So I'll screenshot it so
Yeah,
I've
just
got it
save
up
it and I'll
here.
get it for you
Yeah,
next
just
time.
save it and
'Cause
I'll get it for you next
I
time.
started
'Cause
thinking
Okay.
like all
I
these
started
things that
thinking like
I've
all these
signed. I'm
things
like,
that
oh
I've
Lord,
signed. I'm like,
he
oh
might get
Lord,
Maria
he might
Sanchez's.
get Maria Sanchez's.
Oh no.
If you know what I mean.
You know what I
And I don't
mean?
want
Oh
those
yeah,
released.
And I don't
no.
want those released.
Okay,
Yeah.
talk to you later.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
How's it going since like an hour ago?
Just played a game of spades. Tried calling my dad, but he didn't answer.
I don't know. Is he working or something maybe?
Who knows? Sometimes he don't know how to do the phone right, and then when I do get him, he'll be like, "I tried to get it to work, but it wouldn't work."
Oh, that's funny.
But like he doesn't know how to add money back on his account. My stepmom has to do it, so
Oh.
old people.
They can. Well, I don't know how like tech savvy he is. They can do it, or he can do it on the web. Like there's a website you can do it on, or
No,
on
he
his
had a
phone.
flip phone for the longest time.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Do you have makeup on today?
makeup.
Yeah, like, like your eyelashes are like darker.
Yeah, they are.
Ah. See how gross I look. I got a shower like an hour ago because today has just been like a cluster bomb. So I was like, I need a shower and just some
I know. I
ridiculous.
have to shower my bucket.
Is it a shower in your bucket?
Yeah. Because someone, like, they do bad things in the shower sometimes and then they smell, and I'd be like, no, I'll just clean in my bucket.
What the heck do they do in the showers? Or do I want to know?
Defecate, smell bad because they don't shower. Who knows?
Yeah. No, I would, I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
I have to shower like at least every other day because if I shower every day, I have to wash my hair every day, it gets too dry. So I'll shower like every other day.
And then
But
my
yeah,
face broke out right here. So I told everybody that, hey, gave me the heebie-jeebies from the shower. I can't get it to go away. Like all around here. It's probably the mask.
yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause I have to wear my mask now, like when I take my daughter to and from school, even if I'm outside. I notice like right here, I'm starting to break out from the shower. I don't even
Yes.
have mine on for that long. So,
And this is a cloth one, but
silly.
still.
Yeah, mine's just like a fabric one, and my daughter, she gotta wear one too, so she just has one of the fabric kid size ones.
Yeah.
So I even noticed she had a couple little pimples like right here.
Aww.
She's like, Mom, why do I have pimples? And I'm like, how do you know what those are?
Aww.
You're 7. So,
Poor thing.
yeah, she's doing really good at school. I guess she had another good week this week.
Good.
And I asked her, I was like, are you still sitting up front with the teacher and helping grade papers? She said, no, I only did it one day this week. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
that's good. Yeah.
But something she told me today, which I figured you'd get a kick out of. She had a spelling test today and a math test. So she said she aced her math test, but she got a couple wrong on the spelling test. So I'm like, that's fine. Whatever. She's like, yeah, I got all my work done really fast, and the teacher made me do more work.
Oh God.
I was like, I was like, what do you mean by more work? She's like, well, I was just sitting there. She had me get up and like walk around to other kids' desks to make sure they were doing their work or like make sure they were getting it done.
Mhm.
I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know if she meant like
Like
more work.
extra work. Yeah. You're gonna be like,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a
Well,
punishment.
if her teacher gave her like something else to do like that would help her learn, like that's fine. But like if she's just using her to do her dirty work, I guess
Yeah.
or pick up what she can't. Now again, it's fine, just not all the time.
That always drove me nuts. When I would mentor
Yeah.
teachers or student teachers, I'd be like, do not do that ever. Once in a while, yeah. Or like if it's an award in your behavior chart system or something where it's like help the teacher or teacher for a day or something like that, then yeah. But people use a lot of gifted and talented students to do that, and it's completely wrong for them because they'll get burnt out. Harley used to be the one like that. Her and her two little friends when they were in middle school. And we finally told the middle school, we were like, why aren't they doing GT work? Like, you cannot let them go help in the regular ed classrooms. Like, where's their GT curriculum? Well, they didn't have a GT teacher for a little bit, so they just had them going around and, like, helping other students. And I was like, then you need to put them on the computer doing technology. Like,
Yeah.
no. So.
Well, and that's what I asked my daughter too. It was like probably I think it was Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. They issue out like Chromebooks now for the kids. So I asked her if she's gotten hers yet, but she still has her Chromebook from last year when she did all remote learning, like sitting on my table downstairs. I was like, do you have one at school, or do you have to bring that one back and use that one? So she said her teacher was handing out Chromebooks, and she has one there that she can use. But the teacher asked if she still had one at home from first grade. And she's like, I couldn't remember if I had one or not, so I just told her I didn't know. And I was like, yeah, you can tell her you still have one. That way you can bring that one back and use it. But I asked her, I'm like, what have you guys been doing on the Chromebooks at school since you've been? And she's like, really nothing. This is like an online coloring game thing, but I'm like, maybe if it was during downtime, I get that.
Yeah.
But like you said, in her spare time, instead of having her
Yeah.
monitor the other children, she could be doing something on there.
Because, see, like, what I did in elementary is I would do their must-dos, which is, your curriculum, things you had to get done for the day. Then under my may-dos, they had to pick a may-do. But then you had choices. It could be like Moby Max. It could be IXL. It could be a project where they build stuff, like, because we had like a math and science engineer program where they could do robotics. They could do that, but they had to do something on the may do if they finished a must do. And it had to be related to whatever we were on. If we were in math, they had to do one for math until I could pull them up and do extra. So that would be good for her to have something as a supplementary thing, not extra work, but she needs something that's just going to trigger the other part of her brain. So.
Yeah, and then I mean that's what I was thinking too. Like you said, something else that would be educational, kind of related to what they're doing. That way, her mind is still going and
Yeah,
kind of like.
because kids like to get on cool math games, but that is not really anything educational. I mean, it's probably stuff they just say, can we go on cool math? Of course, they want to. You might do a couple math problems, but it's mostly playing games and stuff like that. So I try not to do anything like that.
I noticed that last year when she was doing her remote learning, because they would do like schoolwork, throughout the day, and then if all the class got finished real quick, the teacher would be like, okay, we'll go on this website. You can play games for like 5 minutes, but they were supposed to be like all educational games.
Yeah.
So there was one that the kids liked the best. They had to answer like 2 or 3 questions, and if they get them right, they had this like a little doll that could
Yeah.
dress up and like do their hair. And that's like mostly what the game was. So I'm like, I mean, that's fine. It's like a kid-friendly game, but like, what are they really learning from it?
Or I'd let them play like Monsters versus Aliens, and they would have to do it together in a group, but they'd have to build brain teasers for the monsters, and the monsters do the aliens, and aliens do the monsters. And then they would like build the brain teasers and have to figure it out, or I'd have them Google brain teasers, and they'd have to figure out the answers, and then they have to get together and try to figure out how to make their own brain teaser for the aliens or for the monsters, and then I'd let them battle. That would be like the gifted students, and they like that because that was so much of Bloom taxonomy on there.
Yeah. And what was I gonna tell you something? Well, I was just too, like, my daughter, she tested out last year. She tested out like way above age level. Like the end of year assessment they took, she tested out at like a 6th grade math level. And I mean, she was testing that way like consecutively, like through the last half of the year.
Mhm.
So that's really good. And then her like reading and writing and stuff is like last year it was like 3rd grade level. That's what it was. Tuesday I had to take her out of school like 2 hours early because I had a doctor's appointment I had to go to.
Mhm.
So there was no way I could make it there and back before she got out of school. So I asked the teacher, what do you want us to do at home to make up for the 2 hours that she wasn't in school today? And she says, just practice spelling some words with her. I was like, okay. Like, what words are we spelling? Like, what should I have her practice? She was like, just whatever you feel like.
That's not how you learn to spell.
I was like, okay. So we get home and Phoenix is like, what are we gonna spell today? And I'm like, well, what are you learning about in school? Like, trying to keep it on par with what she's doing in class. But she said that their spelling is, from what she explained, it's just kind of like all over the place. Or as she said, it's just basic kindergarten spelling, Mom.
They have a cool program. It's called, is it Vocab X? Vocab something. I'd have to hear the name if you Google like vocab building programs or something. And I think a year subscription for a parent is like $19.99. And what you can do is you can put all her words in there, and it'll build them into games, and then it'll build them into word problems. And then like you can switch it, and then you could go on there and see what she did good on. You could get the chart and build it out, what she did good on and stuff like that. They make it fun, but then while they're doing that, they're also teaching grammar.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I feel like it was called Vocab X, Vocab something. I can't remember.
Let me see if I can find it.
If you just call out the names, just Google vocabulary elementary games or something like elementary whatever curriculum or something. If you call out the name of the program, I can tell you. It doesn't ring a bell, but because my teacher subscription was only like $59, but that was because I had a license for up to 20 students. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. Did your kids, or have you ever like messed around with the ABC mouse?
Yeah, I used to do that like younger kids back in the day, but I became more of like instead of teaching to the test, like database, and I like to see data. So that's why I would always buy the subscription to iExcel because it created charts for me and showed me areas that where each student needed help in.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. All students are different, so it kind of helps cater to what
Yeah.
they're good at or not so good at.
Because IXL has reading, math, and now they have science. So,
Oh wow.
yeah.
There's a program that the elementary school uses. It's just that was just for math. What the heck is it? Success Maker is what it's called.
I
But
don't
it
know
just
that
says
one.
that it focuses, like on their strengths and their weaknesses type thing. But that was the one that last year
Yeah.
that, my daughter was doing really well at, and her teacher called me and was like, "Are you doing my homework for her?" I was like, "No, the most I do is like I'll write out a problem and show her how to work it, but I don't give her the answers because that's cheating."
Yeah.
And so she was like, "Oh, because the program works with each student, but as a whole, it'll kind of like move along with the class."
Right.
But I guess because my daughter was doing so well, it was giving all the other students in her class like much harder questions. So her teacher was like, "I need you to start having her answer some questions wrong."
Oh,
And
God.
like dropped it back. Yeah. So it dropped it back down for everyone else, and I was like, "I don't want to do that. That's gonna confuse her if she knows the right answer." I'm like, "No, answer it
No,
wrong. That would
that's
just confuse
horrible
her."
advice.
Yeah, I told Taylor that. He got so mad. He's like, "Why should she have to, be punished because she's doing so well? It doesn't make any sense."
Yeah, we used Alex, but for middle school. But I don't know if they have an elementary program. But it was called Alex, and it did the same thing. It would give you a placement test, and then you could move along in there wherever you went. But like, say you struggled on math computation, it would keep building your math computation. Like you were good at algebraic expressions, then it wouldn't have you keep doing them over and over. It'd go back to math computation.
Yeah, and I noticed that kind of like with hers, but it could be because what I ended up doing was she'd get on that math program, the Success Maker, and I would have her, because they had to do like 15 to 20-minute intervals at a time. So I'd have her get on there for like 7, 8 minutes and get her questions right, and then I would like boot her off the computer, and then I would just sit there and click the wrong one, so it would drop the score back down. So I'm not gonna sit there. Yeah, it was. And then at the end of the year, it was done because at the end of the year, she was still testing out at a fifth grade level on that program. It was like the damage was already done, so why did she need to answer stuff wrong? You know what I mean?
That's not even valid information for her. That's the validity is so off. It should have moved her
Yeah.
into another level and let the teacher know what it could test her on extra, like to build those skills. But, teachers are going through such a hard time with COVID. They probably just be like, eh.
Yeah, and then her teacher last year, she was a real cool lady, but it was her first year teaching at this school. It was her very first time teaching first grade ever, and then, the COVID stuff hit, so it was the first time she's ever done remote learning, so it was like the trifecta of just crapshoot for her.
Mhm.
New school, new students, new grade, and then doing it all from home.
Dang.
But yeah, so I'm hoping this year is better. I know last year her teacher, suggested that maybe this year she wouldn't go into second grade, but maybe test out of second grade and go into third.
Mhm.
But the reason why I didn't is because I remember I talked to you about it.
Yeah.
You made a good point about the social
Yeah.
skills.
If you're gonna
So,
do it like fifth, sixth grade for girls, and somewhere around that time frame, or seventh grade when you could just go ahead and skip her on into pre-algebra.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was telling Taylor about that the other day too, because she's like, "Well, I don't know why we just didn't have her test out of second grade and go into third, or have her test out of second grade now and go into third." And I'm kind of explaining to him what you told me. I'm like, when she gets
Yeah.
older, it might not be as big of a deal.
Yeah.
Like you said, like late middle school, early high school.
Yeah.
But not in elementary school.
Mm-mm.
I don't see it going over well.
Mm-mm. No, because especially in North Carolina, the way their standards are set, the elementary is set to repeat itself, the middle school, but to add on to it. So like fourth grade and then eighth grade, a lot of the science and math standards are the same, and then fifth and seventh. So like around that age is okay for them to switch off in because then the standards are just repeating. You've already went through K through 4,
Yeah.
So
I just figured, we'll give it time, wait till she's older, so if she's still, which I'm sure she will be, when she's older, doing as well as she is now, then we'll consider skipping grades.
yeah,
But I told Taylor for now, if she's not being challenged enough in school as this year goes on, like I'm going to say something to the teacher about it, like politely,
yeah.
you know.
Because
And
by the
then,
state, she can't officially be classified state level until third grade as GT. She's already on the
okay.
radar, unless they change the law in the last 18 months. But because she's second grade, right?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
didn't.
So she could already do the STAR test, and they can already see that she's on that 96 percentile or higher. But 96 percentile, third grade is state official. By the third grade, they're saying if you can perform the 96 percentile and higher, you are gifted and talented.
Oh,
So,
cool. Okay. Well, I'll
yeah.
have to see, come next year when she's going into third grade, I'll have to see about that. Because, like I said, I'm sure she'll be doing fine.
Yeah.
Like, this child just has, like, a fascination with learning, and it's awesome because I feel
Yeah.
like when I was younger, I was homeschooled from, kindergarten to sixth grade, and then I went into middle school, like, into sixth grade and beyond.
Yeah.
So, like, my mom was a horrible teacher.
Is her
Terrible.
is her elementary K6 or K5?
I think it's K5. It's K5.
Oh, okay. Because some North Carolina schools are K6. So I was gonna say it could be the point where she goes from fourth to sixth grade because this is K6. But
Yeah, I know how to think about it. I heard this K5.
yeah.
But it's a pretty. I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's Rockfish Elementary. It's off Rockfish Road in Hope Mills.
Yeah.
Do you know
No,
where
not elementary. I don't know.
the fire department is?
And Hope Mills, yeah.
It's like literally diagonally across the street from the fire department.
So you aren't far from there, are you? You're right there.
I live like 3 minutes away from like the fire department, like maybe.
That's why she can't ride the bus. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what we didn't know that was even a thing until she started going there in kindergarten, and we filled out like a bus rider's form, and then they never got back about what bus she would be on. So I called the school, and I'm like, I need to know before school starts. And they're like, oh yeah, you live way too close. Like she's got to be a walker or a car ride, like car rider. So I'm like, oh, I'll take her.
That's crazy.
um,
That was one thing in South
not
Carolina they wouldn't let you do because they had a problem with kids getting walking and stuff like that. So the bus still would take you to the farm, and the farm was attached to the middle school.
Oh really?
Mhm.
That's kind of cool. Well, like I see kids that are in like there's kids in the class that are always walking to school. They live in our neighborhood. So I'll be driving by them in the morning, like, and I'm
Mhm.
like, oh, that's such and such from my class, and I'm like, why are they walking by themselves?
They
But
do
I
that
see the
here.
kids.
If you live on the
That's
other side of the
crazy.
bridge, people had to walk, and it was like, holy, that's like almost a mile and something. Like, what in the world?
Well, just the world that we live in. Like, I don't even let my kids play outside. Like, they're not even in our
Yeah, I
backyard.
saw it.
It's
I've
like
been
public
checking it.
supervision. But yeah, no, I can imagine. Like maybe when they're older,
Yeah.
like much older, they can ride a bike to school or something. But not the world that we live in now. Like you hear about people snatching kids out of people's front yards playing. Like
Yeah. I know.
my neighbors who live across the street, they have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Mhm.
And I'm not even joking when I say they let their kids just run rampant. Like my neighborhood is pretty safe. My street's pretty quiet. These kids will be out like running around their backyard to their front yard, across the street to their grandparents' house who live next door to me, with like no parental supervision. So there's times
Mhm.
where I'm sitting by my window, like peeking out the blinds, peeking around, eyeing the
Yeah.
kids, because somebody has to be doing it.
I remember one day they posted on Facebook in the Lorson Ranch page. They were like, "Excuse me, somebody, your baby's outside on the walkway in a diaper," and it was a toddler, and it's like in like the little toddler pull up or whatever.
Hold on, can you hear me? The audio's cutting out on your end.
Yeah, hold on. What about now? Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, so I said in Lorson Ranch one time they posted on the Facebook page. They were like, "Just to let you know, your toddler is walking on the walkway in just his diaper, and it was cold as shit outside." The toddler had got out of the house and was on the walkway, and so then the lady just took a picture out her window and had posted it. Well, then of course, these are perfect parents here in Colorado. Anyway, so they started lighting the lady up like, "Why would you take a picture? Why wouldn't you go get the baby?" And she was like, "Well, I assume the reason the toddler has probably escaped his home is because the parent's probably on the phone right now, looking on social media. So I figured she could see her kid quicker. It's not like I know whose kid it is." And
And it's so sad. It's so true.
and then they had posted on there that was like, "Toddler in diaper has been rescued. Mom didn't know that the toddler slipped out the house."
And like, how do people not know that? Because I feel like most people nowadays have like a ADT
Yeah.
or Vivint or something. Your doorbell will go off.
But with the way the back doors are, it could easily just been like back door, and then you don't hear back door because if you're downstairs in the basement, you really can't hear a lot upstairs. So if it's like back door and the kid walked out, well, what if you left your gate open where the trash was at, and he just ends up outside?
You got your little printout slip thing yet? But I set up like a whole bunch of video visits.
Did you? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But they're free, right?
Yeah, they're free.
Okay. Well, everybody's been freaking out because they do this. They done all these updates on the handbook. Remember I told you they did an update about you can't get a Bible?
Yeah.
So I just went and showed it to everybody, what page and everything. And then everybody's like, oh my God, I can't believe that. But then it also says in the handbook that online visits are $6 now. And we're like, $6? We're like, everybody's like, my family hasn't been paying. I said, let me ask, because no, we are not paying that for visits.
Yeah, no. So like when I go online and schedule it, it gives you the option of like I have to pick my name, then pick your name, and then it's like on site. So I'm guessing like if somebody were to come there and do it.
Yeah.
And there's another option. It's like, I think it's like random, and then it says at home, but they all say free. Like it's like blah 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 dash free.
But then also check this out. Remember how we sent off for the lawsuit packets, right?
Yeah.
So everybody got theirs today, but me and my silly. But it's okay because we got one, because we made sure we knew they were going to take it or not send our stuff out or delay. So basically what's going on is they're taking the mail that's mine and my silly. They gave her a rejection notice that says she didn't. Now listen to me. I tell you this. I watched her letter. She filled it out exactly right on the front. She put her name. She put her A number. She put the address it was going. It was a legit address. Everything. We did it on purpose just to see. She got a rejection letter and they destroyed the mail.
What the? Why?
They're on top of me and her, like thinking that we ain't realizing what they're doing, but we ain't stupid.
Well, I was gonna ask, have you been getting like other mail from other people or like bills or anything
I haven't
like that?
got any mail since June.
Okay, that's what I wondered, because I was talking to Taylor about it. I was like, I've sent out a couple of letters and she hasn't gotten them, and then the ones you've written me, I've not gotten either. So I'm like, I don't know if it's like a mailroom issue or if they've put like a hold or something on your mail, which they're legally not allowed to do. Like, that's a huge violation.
That's okay, because there's people in here got people screenshotting the screens and or taping their screens that are showing the handbook thing. So that way, in case someone tries to change the handbook,
Yeah.
and so we got I didn't even initiate that. Other people started that. They're like, we gotta all just figure this out because they're playing us all. I'm like, I know they are, because y'all got all those packets today, those prisoner packets today, and guess who didn't get them? Me or my silly. I said, so either they're holding our packets or they're destroying them, but that's okay because we knew that was going to happen, so we planned B. I'm like, they must forget the type of IQ I have here.
Well, I've tried calling down to the mailroom a couple of times, and like usually it just keeps ringing and goes like to the mailroom voicemail or whatever. I'm gonna keep trying until I get a hold of somebody, because they have to have somebody working in there at some point. So I'm just gonna ask them and be like, all right, well, I've written letters over the last couple months, like she's not gotten them, and they should have everything scanned in, and they should be able to tell like what the reason is why you're not getting the mail, which should give me
not in here.
That's so weird, because, well, you remember I sent you a card, I think, yeah, I was thinking for Mother's Day, but I got it back, like, super late, so, like, I know they have, the mail goes to Raleigh now, like, I have to send it to Raleigh, and then it gets from Raleigh to there, but that wasn't an issue for a long time, because they changed that up, like, what, back in March or April, and you were still getting stuff from me then, so I don't know,
But
I guarantee they're holding it.
Got any like return mail papers that my silly got for none of those letters that I sent to you. I even resent you that one letter that we figured that might have been by the name thing on your mailbox. You know how we gave it a benefit of doubt. Okay, I resent that letter, rewrote it, resent it. You still haven't gotten it.
Nope.
I haven't got a rejection letter for anything. I
so
sent out
weird.
another letter to Florida, and I did it on purpose to Florida, to someone in Florida, because I said, I know immediately they're going to hit that up because they trying to figure out, the address in Florida. And sure enough, crickets. The letter has just disappeared in thin air, along with the rest of it.
I'm going to be interested, once I get a hold of somebody, I'm going to be interested to hear what their excuse is, because, like, they're going to have to pull up my name, they'll pull up your name, too, and they're going to have to give me some answer. They can't just be like, well, we don't know, because they do know.
Yeah, so my silly had her glasses drop off, and she was like, look, guys, they're for Zachi's. I got court. I need to be able to see. These glasses were missing in action, and we were just like, they think we're stupid. we know what's going on. We're like, they're just trying to test you or me because they know that they're screwing us. They taking our mail. They know we've got these lawsuit packets, and they're coming in here. They gotta know because it says on the top of it, the U.S. District, whatever, and it's got complaint packets. It's got how to file it on. Because I'm naming every one of them transport deputies for all those injuries. And I already got proof of it. I got time. I even got where medical has wrote back and confirmed it, like that there was injuries on me.
So when you fill it out, if you send it out with your name on it, do you think it's actually going to go out? Because I don't think it will.
It's not. See, we already know the way to fix that because they're going to take it on purpose. Even though it's legal mail, they're going to commit a legal crime, in their mind, legal, and take that mail and swear up and down there was a reason to take it. They're never going to let out. That's why they never let people smell the Gazette, because they know that the Gazette will listen to inmates and do shit like that. So they don't ever let it go out to the Gazette for that reason.
Like back when the girls and I got you that snack box that never got to you, and I contacted the company who like sends them out or whatever, like they confirmed to me on 2 different occasions that it was at the facility. Like I had 2 different people telling me like it's at the facility, and they're like they're not allowed to withhold mail. And then like I read something online too, like I guess there's a lot of things they can like withhold or take away from y'all, but they cannot take away mail. Like that's a constitutional right they can't take away.
Well, listen, they've been doing it because we on purpose sent out all those letters at the same time, and everybody got theirs back yesterday, which would have been probably sitting from the weekend, and today. And none of us, me nor her, got them. But we sent out our packets with our name on it because we knew on purpose they were going to confiscate them. For God knows why. No, everything was filled out. We even had 3 people look at it to make sure we put a number, we put name, where we were sending, zip, everything was right. So there was no reason they can say, well, this was not an incorrect address, or this zip was wrong, or they couldn't say anything. So we were strategic about it. And everybody sent theirs out, and guess what? We didn't get ours. And we know they either got it at this facility, or they didn't send it out.
Is there anything in the handbook? Sorry, I'm turning my watch off. It's being loud. Is there anything in the handbook that says anything about mail at all? Like are there circumstances where they could withhold mail? Is there anything like that in there?
And on the legal mail, it says that they cannot open it. That they have to open it in front of you, and that's just because people were screwing the system over trying to put drugs in it. They know I ain't gonna do no shit like that, even though they might try to pretend. They know better than that shit. So they can take the legal mail and they can open it in front of you, go through it, whatever. But they have to do it in front of you. This is legal mail because this is your constitutional rights violation. And we put big letters on there that said legal mail. So
somebody didn't know that. No, okay, so like all the court papers and stuff, aren't you supposed to receive copies of all the court papers? And then don't those get delivered via mail, or does somebody serve them?
Well, so like if it comes legal, they haven't. It'll come in like a packet, and then they have to open that packet right there in front of you and let you get the legal mail. So which is what they came in here and done for everybody earlier, but not us.
Yeah, I would be taking notes, like jotting that down, because that, like, it doesn't matter who you are or what you've done or what they've said you've done or anything that you could have done, like, while you're there. They can't not give you mail, like.
And I kited them for a prayer roll. I know that for a fact you're allowed a prayer roll. We're gonna see. So then we all sent kites for the prayer roll. The people from Bible study. The one girl got her prayer roll. We've been sitting here waiting. And I'm just done. I just start writing everything like that, and I'm sending out these packets just like this. That's what the dudes do. That's why the dudes get things done, is because they stick together and they be sending it off how it's a violation of their rights. And I'm sending it off about these transfer people because I'd be even afraid to go to court because I don't want to come back injured.
Yeah, they don't treat y'all like people. They don't treat you like they're transporting human beings. Like they treat animals in the shelter better than that. You know what I mean? Like it's messed up. There should be no reason why.
You go there, and if you need tampons and pads while you're at court, you can forget about it because they don't know where they're at. You know what I mean? You don't get your food there unless you go, and then you're going to get the meat. Okay, well if you're a vegetarian, you're still getting meat. if you're on a religious diet, you still get meat.
When you go to court, like I know you're there for what? They probably wake you up like the ass crack of dawn to go, don't they? Like super
Yeah,
early.
they'll come in here like at 6:30, and you go sit in the cell and wait all day until they call you. They do put me in the cell by myself, where they crowd 10 people in the cell, and the other ones. And, they do that because, oh my God, God forbid I be around other people. Consider I'm housed around 80 people right now.
Right? That's what I was going to say.
I don't worry about that stuff because God be having His protection around me anyway. But, okay, so I give them credit for that. They at least, but I think that comes from inmate class, not from the transport people.
Yeah.
So inmate class probably has it specifically like that for when I get transported. But, okay, so they've made it right. I don't have nothing against inmate class. But these transport deputies, the one came here the other day that was sitting here like, you going to court? I made sure I screenshot in my head his name because I couldn't remember it. I just remember Stone Cold Wannabe Too Fat. And sure enough, mental picture, sure he is. I saw him coming. I said, he's coming to harass me. And he doesn't even know. He's the one that sits out there and he's like, where am I going to sit at when trial comes? And I'm like, really, dude?
My question is too, like the way the transport people like handle y'all while you're moving, like I'm sure at some point or another other people see like what's going on. Why doesn't anybody else like say anything? Like people, like not necessarily inmates, but other people. You know what I mean? Like,
because that's the only people there. They carry you in this garage, and so what they do for me is they take me in this back corner thing, which is like an old cafeteria, which by the way has no cameras in it. And they take you like in this, it's like an old cafeteria or something. One time they took me through there, it's pitch dark, and I'm walking through the dark in restraints while they're holding me, and I'm like, what? I was like, is this a setup? I'm like, where are you taking me?
That's weird.
You know what I mean? So it's already in a garage, already dark, and then they take me, because God forbid I walk by any of the vans, which you're putting me in a van anyway.
Yeah.
So, but like, it's just the point of that. And like, big Stone Cold Steve Austin, who thinks he's hot shit, who ain't. I wasn't walking fast enough for him, and I was just freaked out. I hadn't slept in days. Well, you know how I get when I don't sleep, or I'm not eating, or I'm, stressed out, and I like, kind of, something goes on, and I just check out for a little bit. I be all over the place. I'm manic as heck. And he freaking grabbed me, and I was like in restraints. And like said something, and I was like, dude, you're the one wanting fame, not me. Why are you grabbing me like that? Next thing you know, he grabbed me harder. My legs got locked. Now I can't walk that fast with them locked, and that's how they injured my knee. And I made sure I put on record to the medical, just letting you know, my knee was injured in transport, and I'm hopping on one leg up and down the stairs.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you too. Like, how do they expect you to walk very fast when you've got shackles on your feet?
Hold on, it's going out.
Okay.
All right, try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how do they expect you to walk quickly if you've got the shackles on your feet and you're shackled at the wrist too, right, and around the waist?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. How do they? That gets heavy for one, and having something around your ankles. How are you supposed to walk fast at all?
And it's cutting your skin, because you can't have socks on when you leave.
You can't wear socks?
No. And so, like, I'm sitting there, like, and I'm already tiny anyway, so it's not like my pants are baggy, because if I get anything bigger than a small, they're going to fall off me.
Yeah.
So, I can't wear bigger pants in order to keep from, like, let them touch my ankles or whatever. And it's only that crew, that one that hurt my ribs, that fake Stone Cold guy, it's only them. If I go with the good people, they don't bother me at all, because they know I don't bother them.
Yeah.
But that's why it's an individual thing when you do that thing, because they're being hired here, and their badges say that they're supposed to have integrity. That is not integrity.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It doesn't matter what you're here for. It doesn't matter if you've been here 27 times. It's still the same.
Well, yeah, and the thing is too, like, they're not. It's not their job to judge anybody for what they have or haven't done. You know what I mean? Their job is to transport you guys. You guys are all still people. You all still have rights. You should all be treated like they would treat themselves. You know what I mean? But they don't see it that way, and that drives me nuts. And like you were saying, like if you're having a bad day, and like you said, you check out sometimes, right? Like, they shouldn't take advantage of that situation because you're not having a good day. And like, if somebody was like that all the time, they shouldn't take advantage of that either. Like, oh, okay, well, they're disturbed, so that gives me like a reason to roughhouse. Like, that's not I hate people. I'm sorry. Like, I hate a lot of people. It's just,
Yeah, and I don't care what they say. Like anybody, the way, especially the way I was housed before, you're gonna be all over the place because you freaking never know when you're coming out. You sit there hours and hours. You don't even know anything about the world. You don't even hear the first song on the radio. You nothing. And so those were times that I like was so all over the place. I didn't even know what I was doing or coming some days, and some days fine. It's funny because I I'll see some inmates that come in here that come back and they're like, oh my God, do you remember that time I saw you in A2? I was like, what? And they told me something. I was like, girl, I don't remember that. And they always are like, wow, you came a long way because some days you were crazy in there, and I was like, I don't know, like I really don't.
well, like the people who work there, like the transport people and stuff, they don't know what it's like to be where you've been because they've not been there. Like, they should all get training for a week and like put them in like the
Yeah.
solitary ward for a week and let them see how that messes with their head. And I guarantee that'll
But
change the way
see,
they treat
their
everybody
answer
there.
is, don't come to jail if you don't want this. Well, okay, yeah, sure. I'm sure people are lining up outside begging to get in the doors. You know what I mean?
Right,
If
yeah, and I mean, there's
if you're
some
believing in
people
the
who make
system,
mistakes that, like,
right?
drugs, stuff like that. Like, yeah, they shouldn't do it, but some people have a problem. They can't help their addiction problem, And there's some people that get caught up in things they're not supposed to be there, but, by association. And there's people who've made mistakes. That doesn't make them a bad person, though, you know what I mean?
And
So,
if you are
yeah.
an American and you vote, then you know that we have a democracy. We know that they have due process. And that is what you have to believe in. Because if you're going to sit there and tell me don't come to jail, then you don't believe in due process. So why do you work here?
Exactly. Right?
You're telling me that you don't believe in the government, that we have institutions. So you want to go to a monarchy? Where do you want to go to? Or you probably want a dictatorship. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
You
it's
know?
it's not it's not funny. It's really honestly it's frustrating. Like, and the thing is too, like I said, I feel like a lot of people, especially people who work there, like they treat everybody as if they've already been convicted, and like that's totally against what the whole like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's frustrating. I'm sorry that you have to put up with all this stuff. I wish they would have better people who work there.
I know. This is the girl's dad. Now, I have to say now, most of the deputies in here now are good in awards. So let me just make sure I say that. But anyway, this girl's dad was like, he was telling his daughter, he was like, yeah, because I guess one day I walked by the screen or something, he saw me. And, anyway, so his daughter was like, yeah, I know you really don't know her. Like, I've been able to be with her this long and I know her, yada, yada, yada. She's really this kind of person. Anyway, so her dad was like, oh, I believe you because now I've got to see exactly how they've done you, as in her, in this situation. I know now not to believe anything I hear, and I know now not to, like, because once it happens to you or your family member, then you start to realize, like, because everybody wants to protect their family member. And as soon as it happens to one of them, you're going to take a step back and be like, something ain't right here. And so he was like, you tell that girl, that I had said stuff before online and that I apologize and yada, yada, yada. And I was like, all good for me.
Wait, I was telling one of my classes I just got out of, not the last set of classes before that. It was like community corrections class. So I was learning all about like jails and prisons. And I'll tell you what they teach in college is totally not how real life is. And I was telling Taylor that I was like, it's interesting to see like what they want you to believe versus reality. Like it's polar opposite.
When you do your discussion post, you can be like, I don't know firsthand exactly because I'm not personally there, but I'm almost firsthand know that this is not true and here's why.
You know what? I did not put any of your personal information out there or anything like that, but there were a couple discussion boards where it was like asking questions about what we had learned, and I couldn't help myself but to be like, well, this is what I learned in the textbook, but this is what I know to be reality. And like I actually had some people like comment back and they're like, yeah, like they've had people or friends or family that have been in the system too. So they're like, yeah, that's true, not enough people bring those points up. And I'm like, exactly, if enough people make a stink, maybe somebody can change something about it.
Yeah, because, again, due process, democracy, here's how we work, Constitution. But guess what? It's okay that I violate your Constitution Amendment and I do illegal searches. It's okay that I coerce you. It's okay that I plant stuff. Like, that to them, that's okay. Oh, magically, no one's been there, but stuff appears. Wow, where did that come from? Like, they do this all the time in people's cases. You know,
I
like they
bet.
plant guns in people's houses. They plant drugs in people's houses. This is what they do, and they won't even see something, won't even be recording as they go in and check something. But then magically, 2 weeks later, there's something popped up that they want to use as evidence against you, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about. All kinds of shit, man.
I do, yeah, because I was looking back over some of that stuff yesterday morning on Twitter, just kind of following up, because there was a couple different reporters last week that were there, so I was reading through everybody else's different posts, and I was just like, there's so many things that I would love to say, but I'm not going to. Like, there's just so many things that, like, I can't be the only person that sees, like, through this stuff. You know what I mean? There's got to be somebody else aside from me out there that knows, like, this is BS.
But people choose fame, and people choose malice, and people choose judgment and all that over it. Because here's the thing, these same people will be in church praising the Lord, and this is why Christians get a bad name. And I was telling this girl who sat down with me when I was doing, thank you, I was telling this girl when she sat down with me, I said, listen, I said, this is why you told me you don't want to come to Bible study because you don't like Christians. I said, let me explain to you the Christians that you have been a part of. I said, if they're judgmental, they're not Christian. Okay? I said, I don't mean when you get mad for a second and you be like, you call somebody a name or something. Because we're still in the flesh, so we're going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like constant bullying. I'm talking about hypocrite. You know what I mean? Like all those things. I said, the problem is not Christ, it's Christianity. I said, and people go into these churches and they believe this certain thing and they're making other people think that's how Christians are. But not all Christians are like that. I said, if you're a true Christian, you cannot stand up there. If you go to your church, you do whatever. You cannot stand there and sit there and make a comment about somebody and be judgmental. Because guess what? Paul killed and persecuted Christians. Paul slaughtered them, had churches burnt. But guess what? Paul was the apostle that Jesus used through almost everything in his ministry. You know,
Yep.
so if God's grace is sufficient for that, you cannot judge anyone else. And that's the true meaning of Christianity. You know, and loving your neighbor as yourself. And see, these same people would get up there. I even saw where there was these pastors that were saying stuff, and I thought, oh my Lord Jesus, you're leading the church, but you are sitting here already finding me guilty, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yep. And that's like, there's so many people online that, like, especially Facebook, because, I mean, like, at nighttime I sit on my phone, I scroll through Facebook before I go to bed. Like, there's people on there that use, like, Christianity as, like, I guess a front for them to act the way that they do, like, being judgmental. Like, I literally had somebody tell me, I don't know this lady, she knows Taylor somehow, she's an older lady, but she commented on one of my pictures and told me that I was going to go to hell and I was going to bring my children with me because of the way I dress. I was like, what? And then she had some kind of like biblical reference to kind of back her statement. But then I hit her with the whole, you know, we're supposed to love everybody like we love ourselves, you know. Like basically, I forget what I said, but it was a big old long post and I had like 10 people like heart react to it. And I was like, yes.
Apparently she doesn't read the scripture, because here's why. First of all, we do not live under Mosaic law anymore. If we had to be judged by just the 10 Commandments, then none of us would be going to heaven. Because there's not a person on this earth that can say, I've done this one, I haven't done this one. But the Bible says there's no sins of partiality. It's not what you did on your works, it's what you did on your faith. And so, like, therefore, they're not even listening to what Paul was telling all the churches when he was sitting there telling them. The Jews were doing stupid stuff, and they were, like, arguing at Paul over not being circumcised versus circumcision, or eating a clean kosher diet versus not eating a kosher diet. And he's like, that is not what Jesus was worried about. Once Jesus came, none of that mattered anymore. None of that stuff in our Mosaic law mattered anymore. The new covenant was in Jesus. And people say, well, the courts, they do, you know, they have to, God says that there's going to be justice and whatever. Right. Vengeance is his, not yours.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And it's authority instituted by God. So therefore, if you are not being godly and you're not following his ways, then therefore you are not authority instituted by God. So therefore I don't need to listen to you.
Yeah.
Because if you're treating people bad in here and you're locking them up like dogs, worse than dogs, then you're not instituted by God. God did not put you in an authority position to treat someone that way.
Yeah, and like I know that there have to be correctional officers. Like that has to be a job that has to happen because they have to have jails, they have to have prisons, and things like that. But like there needs to be people who are like wholesome people who actually love other people like they love themselves, that actually believe in Christ, that actually follow the word, not how they want it to conform to their life, but how it
Right.
actually is. And I feel like too many people who work there are more concerned about being on a power trip and putting on a show and impressing other people than
Right.
actually being compassionate towards another human
Yeah.
being.
And it's just like the death penalty. It's not up to a person to take someone else's life eye for an eye. The Mosaic law is no more. Now don't get me wrong. I listen. I take the death penalty all day long because I know that's quicker to be with Jesus and it's not committing suicide. Because you commit
Right.
suicide, God's gonna look at it like, whoa, wait a minute, I gave you this life. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
to me, at the end of the day, you're not woohoo, good. Send me home to Jesus faster. That's how I always have looked at it since I've been little. Send me home to Jesus faster. Sounds great to me. Woohoo. But like people started getting all caught up into that, like, oh, because I remember I had to do this a lot, and the Christian school at Liberty, we had to always talk about death penalty, not this or this or this or this, and I'm like, sure, I agree with me saying give me death penalty, let me die, but like at the end of the day, it's not up to someone else to take someone, that's, we don't live under that law anymore. Jesus came and forgave everyone for their sins because guess what? I promise you, if you lied to your wife yesterday, you're the same as someone who just committed adultery. You're the same as someone who just stabbed somebody. And if you don't believe it, you better read the scripture.
Yeah. No, like I totally agree. I had a discussion with somebody online about the whole death penalty thing. Because, like you said, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, and I guess my mentality is this: like, well, obviously, it's not our job to decide when somebody is going to die. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have that's not our right. And not to mention, like, what does the death penalty really do, anyways? Because it doesn't
Hmm.
really, whatever happened to cause that, it's not solving that problem that's already come and gone. You know what I mean?
And
So
prison
that's
is
just,
not even like that. Like, prison is better than your jails.
yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I can tell you right now that God its vengeance is God's. No matter if you get the right person or the wrong person, you send the wrong people to jail or not. What is going on? Vengeance
Somebody
is
getting in a
His.
fight?
But anyway, yeah. So and I just sit there and be like listening to people, and then that girl sat down. She said, "I'm gonna come to your Bible study." She said because I've never had anyone sit there and just tell me that no matter what you think I've done. She said, "What about homosexuality?" I said, "Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't believe in homosexuality." I said,
Yeah.
"But as a Christian, and if I told you don't come in this Bible study group because you are homosexual," I said, "I'm the same hypocrite." I
Yep.
said, "Remember the scripture." I said, "Moses struck down a man and he killed him. Moses brought the Ten Commandments." I said, Jesus would have died in vain, you know what I mean? How if we
Yeah.
don't live like that. And so she was like, I'm going to come. And sure enough, she came, and she's still kind of like devil worshiping things, but it's like a work in progress where I keep, trying to let her know, like, I'm not going to get her right away. It might take me weeks. I might not ever get to her, but at least that seed has been planted that she knows that that's not how Christianity is supposed to be. You know what I mean?
She's probably honestly like shocked a little bit because she probably had this mentality that all Christians were the same, the ones that she's dealt with before, and then she met somebody like you who is actually what a Christian should be, and she's
Hmm.
probably kind of teetering on the edge of like, okay, well maybe I can go back into this type
Right.
thing. Because I know that's how I was for a long time. I was raised Christian, but it was not like the good kind. So like there was
Right.
a point in my life where I strayed very far away from it. Not like Satan worshiping though. I just didn't really believe in anything for a while.
Yeah.
But as I've gotten older and kind of actually realized like what Christianity really is and like what real Christians are, I've come back
Right.
to my roots and I'm like, this is how it should have been when I was a child.
Exactly. Exactly. And if you don't sit there and like let people go through the process this year and like really figure it out, like, and you already call people this name and accuse them of this and say this and say that and doing these horrible things to this person, you better not forget that God's not going to leave His children like His. And I can already tell you right now that every time there's a threat coming here, I promise you, they've been removed or they've come and apologized within 24, 48. This girl literally last night was like begging for like me to forgive her. That's the
Was it
work
that
of
one
God.
girl?
Yes. That's when you
Yeah.
mess with a true child of God who's sitting here bringing the word in a place that the word is not known. That's the power of Him. And see, they forget about that. And see, the power of Him was working on this case too. It's slowly by
Yeah.
slowly, he's about to start. He's rolling up his sleeves again, as the song said. You know what I mean? He's not
Yep.
gonna let his child go without. You know what I'm saying? So
No,
I'd be
I'm
content with
glad
that.
that. So I'm glad that girl apologized. I hope that she
Yes.
actually sincerely means
Yes.
it.
Hello. Well, let me take these out my head. Whew. All right.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
It's all right. They brought a bunch of new people in here.
How's your
Or
day
in other
going?
words, so they've been causing problems, and people already almost had a fight.
They brought a bunch of new people in.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
So they've been causing problems, and people.
I think we're at 80 people in here.
They brought more people in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They
were
were
they?
at 80 people.
No, but they just had to figure out
And
rooms for
I'm
one
guessing they
girl
probably just
because.
leave them out
So
with
what
all
happened
rooms
was
for them, do
yesterday.
they?
There's this one Deb, and
No,
she's kind
but
of.
they just had to
She doesn't
figure
like
out
our
rooms
tier.
for one girl.
We're the better tier,
So what
but
happened was
we're the
yesterday.
smarter tier.
One day.
So we don't. We started together and we started this inmate response team.
We're the smarter tier.
So yeah, we did, and we just started saying like we're gonna write all these things and send them off for people. And like some of these people kind of have literacy issues,
We just started saying like.
and so the team has been writing it, you know. And then we teamed up with the dudes, and so there's a dudes leader and a girls leader, and so they go back and forth or whatever. Because they asked me, did I want to be the leader, and I was like, no, I do not want to be involved in anything. I will help all the writing stuff y'all need help with. So I says I'll help with anything you need, but I don't want to be the one going back and forth talking to dudes because I ain't gonna get in trouble. You know what I mean? Anyway, so we started this team, and it's just to report any discrepancies in female to male. But then they sent a sergeant in here yesterday, and we started telling him, and he was like, oh, you know, they don't get to go outside either. Yes, they did. We saw them go outside. We counted and watched them go outside. You can't lie to us. I mean, they literally walked outside. You know what I mean? Like, people walk by to go to the other ward in order to go to court and saw them outside.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so he listened, but he just became a sergeant, so I'm pretty sure I don't know how much he's going to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, they were like telling him, and I said, excuse me, is it contraband to take my peanuts out of the package and put it on paper towel? He was like,
contraband to take my peanuts out of the
no.
package.
I was like, I would like my peanuts back.
Yeah.
I said, it's this petty stuff that's going on, right?
No.
And I get it, there's always people that hurt certain people, right? So they did a search on the top tier yesterday, the deputy did, but she locked us down downstairs and we couldn't even finish using the phones or nothing. She went in and took an hour and 30 minutes to check all the cells. She was throwing away people's commissary if it was open because she was saying it was out of its original packaging. Okay, so if you open up the pretzels and it rips open, you gotta wrap it with something to keep it fresh. You know, we don't want bugs. And so she was just throwing away stuff. She threw away people's cocoa. She was throwing away everything, man. It was stupid. Anyway, so then they found hooch. So shit hit the fan then, because it started this drama because they pulled these people out one by one and they're like, did you know about them making hooch? Did you know about making hooch? And they kept going. Most people were like, one girl, she was like, yeah, it's mine, I'll take my charge. But other people were like, oh, I didn't know she was doing it. Like, they knew what was going on, you know what I'm saying? But they're too pussy to go down with them, you know what I mean? So anyway, so they started calling the girl snitch because they brought her right out in the ward and had her telling what was going on.
Yeah.
So anyway, so they started calling the girl snitch. They brought her right out in the ward and had her telling what was going on.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So, I told Taylor about the peanut thing because he told me about that like last week or week before. So I was telling him about that, how they'll throw it away if it's not in the original package. And I told him what you told me about how you had it in a cup with a lid on, right? So he suggested something. I don't know if you've tried this, but he said, what if you leave it in the package it came in, but stick that package open inside the container with the lid on it?
I would have, but the problem is
still in its original
the
package,
containers are like
you
this
can
small.
keep it fresh in the cup with the lid.
So all I did was I poured
I would have, but the
some
problem
in
is
there so that I could be sitting down with like my
Oh,
dinner
okay.
and put it with my dinner. You know what I mean? That I didn't want them just laying there. You know what I mean? Because I could have just had them on a paper towel and wrapped them up. But
Yeah.
I didn't want them just laying there.
Yeah.
I
Man,
could have just had them on a paper towel and wrapped them up. But
it sucks that like they don't give you bigger containers. Because I would be like a total smartass and just be like, open my container, my bag, you know, and stick it inside the cup, put the lid on, and be like, well, it's still in its original container, but I'm keeping it fresh in here. Or, you know, you could bring up the thing that you mentioned to me, the whole coffee thing. Like, you gotta take that out of its original container to drink it.
Oh my God, they
They're not gonna
tripping.
throw your coffee away.
What's going on?
This girl got a tampon and passed it because the deputy was dealing with that drama.
What's
So
going
she
on?
took a tampon and passed it to the girl, and so now they're regressing her for passing the tampon.
What? Are you serious? So, like, if somebody runs out and somebody else is kind enough to give them something, then they get in trouble
What's
for
it?
it?
Are you serious? So, like, if somebody runs out and somebody else is kind enough to give them something, then they get in trouble for
I'm
it?
telling you, it's the women deputies. It's the
Good God, that
pettiness.
place is so stupid. It makes
And
me
like
so
we were
freaking
sitting there
mad.
telling them this yesterday.
I'm telling you, it's the women deputies.
Well, like,
It's
in
the
that
pettiness.
situation, if somebody runs
So
out,
what are they, like, in that situation, what,
like, excuse my girlfriend, like,
well, like,
bleed
in that
everywhere? Like, I don't
situation, if
know.
somebody runs out, what
Well,
are they
they had to
expecting
just
to do?
now
Just,
update the handbook to
excuse my girl, so just,
you
like,
can
bleed out
get it
everywhere? Like, I
upon
don't
request
know.
because they had a bunch of fights that went down. And the reason a bunch of fights that went down was because the deputies wouldn't give tampons, so they were attacking the deputies. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that that was why that was going on. So they updated the handbook and it said that you could get toiletries at request. But then what they think is they give you two pens for 24 hours, two tampons, I'm sorry. And like these are the cheaper than Dollar Tree.
They think is they give you 2 pens for 24
And I'm
hours.
like,
Two tampons, I'm
Two are
sorry.
not gonna last
And like
me
these are
for
the
24
cheaper than
hours.
Dollar Tree.
no, I mean,
Yeah,
even if you're supposed to change
two
them
are not
every
gonna last
hour,
many
two
people
at the
24
most, you know?
hours.
Yeah.
That's also like,
On
No,
the
I
box,
mean,
it says,
even
like,
if you're
at
supposed to
max, it's like, I
change
think,
them
like,
every
5 or
hour,
6
Yeah,
hours
at max.
yeah, I was getting ready to say, I think like on the box it says like at max, it's like, I think it's like 5 or 6 hours at max, not 12.
at max.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do they
They give out
offer,
pads, but
is it just tampons or do they give out
most people
pads
in here,
too?
like these pads are like big, like hospital fit pads.
They give out pads,
So and they don't stick.
most people in here, like, these
So
pads are, like, big, like, hospital.
look, one time I had one on.
Yeah.
And they don't
I don't like them, but I had to have
Oh
one
God,
on
those
so
are the
it
worst.
like didn't stick, so it fell. And so like I was walking in transport, and they like pushed me in the wall, called a code, and was like freaked out that I had something in my clothes. I was like, sorry, it's a cheap tampon. I mean cheap pads.
Pushed me in the wall, called a code, and was like, freaked out that I had something in my clothes. I was like, sorry, it's cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh my God, that
Yeah.
sucks. That sucks so bad.
How quickly they
Oh
get it to
man.
people all day.
That sucks. So
It
like, if
depends.
you
Some
need
deputies are
something and
very
you
good about it. They'll
request
be like,
it,
on
how
my next
quickly do they give
check.
it to you, or does it
Because
take
you
them
can
all
get
day?
it when you come out. But see, the problem is when you lock down at 2 and you don't come out to 3 the next day, you run out of your supply. So you have no other choice but to ask them. And so when people start asking, most of them, majority of them will say,
Yeah.
on my next check, or remind me. Because they'll forget. But it's not like we have a way to get it unless they bring it to us. And so if they don't bring us to us, you're just sitting there with none. Sometimes I've sat there before 4 and 5 hours waiting on toilet paper.
Yeah.
So if they don't bring us to us, you're just sitting there with
That
none.
should be, like,
Sometimes I've sat there before 4 and 5 hours waiting on toilet paper.
They should give you at least
That should be like toilet paper, tampons,
Yeah.
pads, all that stuff. They should give you at least enough, like, to last like a week. You know what I mean? Not like 2 tampons a day. That's insanity.
Endometriosis.
Like, what if you have what is that? It's like endo something or other, but it's like where you have like really heavy periods. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're screwed because
Yeah,
if you change
no,
it like
they
every
just
hour, then you're just up
they
shit's
just
creek,
do
I
the most
guess.
that they don't even have to do, and it causes tension in the
That
words. Because now that
sucks.
girl, they done called her a snitch and all this stuff, and so they had to take her out of here because people were about to beat her up, which kind of trips me out. This is where I be wanting to say something, but I don't, obviously. Well, I'm thinking y'all get mad at her about snitching, and y'all the biggest snitch there is.
Yeah,
I'm like,
right? It's like hypocritical.
yeah, some girl tried to say something to me who just came
Yeah,
over from the other ward.
right. It's like
Because obviously the other
hypocritical.
ward had their TVs on.
And
So she made me already say something. I went like this, but I don't entertain big girls and hot dog.
oh no.
I was like,
What if she even like try to? Okay, so why are they allowed to watch the news in the other ward?
What did she even? What she even tried to?
yeah.
Okay, so why are they allowed to watch
It's
the news in the
just,
other ward?
I guess because
You
I'm
know
a
what I mean?
housing
Like,
this
why
ward.
can they watch it but
But
y'all
then she
can't?
got moved over here to this ward, and so she just started taking. She was like taking her fingers, giving her fingers up at me. I just went.
And so she just started taking her fingers, giving her fingers
One of my
up at
friends,
me.
she was like, "You already know she's not going to entertain fools." I was like, "You already know." I said, "She's sitting
What?
there
One of my friends, she was
just talking junk and she ain't gonna do nothing." I'm like, I don't even ignore that ignorance. I don't even have time for that. I said, I don't even do that the time of day. I said, that's where y'all got to learn. When people do that, after a while, you get to where they just get tired of doing it because they realize you're not giving them that attention and you're not gonna entertain it. Then they'll just stop. I said, that's what happened in the very beginning when I became housing general pop.
Yeah.
And then people got to actually know me and they were like, oh, okay. It's no different story than that, than this chick. You know
and
what I mean?
people got to actually know me, and they were like,
So she's
oh,
still there?
Oh yeah, yeah.
story than
No,
that.
no, no. She's still here.
You know.
She ain't.
So she's still there? Or did she get moved elsewhere?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
No, she's still here.
Yeah,
Well, watch,
just
give
like
it like a week or
every
two,
other
right?
person.
And then she'll kind of get
You
to see
know,
who you actually
so.
are, and she'll probably come up and apologize.
Yeah, just like every other person.
Yeah, I finally got
Nothing you
around to
said came
looking
through.
at. I had to go on Twitter, but I finally went around and like
Hold
saw
on.
everything from the other day, so I'm kind of caught up to
Alright, try
speed a
again.
little
Nothing you
bit.
said came through.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Hold on.
Can you hear
Alright,
me?
try again.
I can't
I,
hear
I
you.
went on Twitter yesterday and I caught up on everything.
Okay,
No,
try now.
nothing. Hold on. How about now?
Okay, try now.
Okay. No, I said I went on Twitter yesterday and I caught up on everything from the other day, so I was kind of up to speed on everything. And I was
I
reading
told
through
you
and I'm
more
just
than
like,
Abercrombie
I could
jeans.
poke a hole here, I could poke a hole here, I could poke a hole here.
I told you more than Abercrombie jeans.
Yeah.
I mean, for pre-trial, I mean, they took
It was interesting, but I'm just like, this is gonna be like, I mean, for pre-trial, I mean, it makes sense. I'm like, come time for trial, it's gonna be really interesting because I mean, if somebody who's not a professional or even involved, can poke a hole here and here and here and here, I feel like this
Well, and
is,
those holes that
like I
are
said
you're
earlier, there's a
already
lot
so
more than a lot of
that
people
you
know, and
already
that's gonna
see.
come out.
Imagine how there's holes that like they don't even
Well, and
have
those holes that
information
you're
about.
already
You know what I
so
mean?
that you already
So
see. Imagine how there's holes that like they don't
it's
even
just
have information about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking about too. And I was like, there's some things that I probably don't know about yet either that I'll learn more about as time goes on. That'll make,
yeah.
even more holes.
Because I
But I
think
was
that
just reading
Judge
through it
allowed
and I
him.
was just
Well, he
like,
allowed the people to tweet
wow,
doing the thing.
like,
Yeah.
I
huh.
think the judge allowed them. Well, he allowed the people to tweet doing the thing.
Yeah, because there was like 3 or 4 different
Were they
news
local or
people there, I
national?
think, and they were all tweeting it like at the
Local
same
ones,
time,
yeah.
but like different things, I guess. So I only
Were they
read
local or national?
the local, the one that I read,
Yeah.
I guess he's some local news reporter there. I don't remember his name. He works for
Yeah.
one of the news agencies out there, but that's the guys that I read. But
How about
yeah,
what? You just went out again.
have you heard anything about it on like the radio
Oh,
or
stay right there.
anything like
How
that?
about what?
Okay, try
You
again.
just went out again.
That's so weird. Hold on. I don't know
Oh,
if
stay
it's
right there.
okay. Is that
Okay, try
better?
again.
No,
Not say,
but the
have you heard
boys
anything
that
like
came
over your little
earlier,
radio, like on the news or
probably
anything
like, I don't
about
know,
any
about
of
like 10
that?
o'clock or whatever. And they
No,
were
but the
like,
boys
oh,
that
he was
came
like, my mom
earlier,
said to tell you that,
probably like,
well,
I don't know,
she
about
told
like 10
another
o'clock or
girl this
whatever.
who was on the other
They
side.
were like,
And
oh,
she
he
told
was
me
like,
when
my
we
mom said to tell
came
you
back from mids.
that,
And
well,
she was
she
like,
told
yeah,
another girl this
my
who
mom
was
said to
on the
tell
other side.
you
And she told me
that
when we
she wrote out this
came back from
timeline
mids.
of like
And
all
she was
these
like,
things and
yeah,
how wrong it
my
is,
mom said to
everything she
tell
was
you
watching from the updates. And I was
that
sitting there like, I
she
was like,
wrote
oh,
out this
thank you, but
timeline of
I'm
like
good,
all
but
these
thank you so
things and how
much.
wrong it is, everything she was watching from the updates. And I was sitting there like, I was like, oh, thank you, but I'm
Yeah,
good,
yeah,
but
and
thank
so
you
I was
so
just
much.
laughing, and then and
That's
Pase
all.
went
That was
to
really
it, and
nice
it
of
was so
her.
funny. That's how
Yeah,
that's how
so I was just
the
laughing.
girl's mom went
Oh,
with her went
I'll
with
say
Pase,
went to it,
and
and it's
so
so
I don't
funny.
even
That's
know
how
she went. I was
that's
looking
how
in the crowd to see
the girl's
a little
mom
bit.
went
I could
with
see
her
people in there, but
and
I
went with
didn't see
Pate.
anybody sitting over there.
So I didn't
And she
even
was like,
know
I
she went.
totally
I was
went.
looking
She's
in the
like, they
crowd to
didn't even
see
like
a
check
little bit. I could see
like
people in there, but I
efficiently
didn't see anybody
credentials. It
sitting
was
over
like if
there.
you had
Yeah.
She
anything
was
that
like, I
said you're with
totally
that,
went. She's like, they
you
didn't
know,
even
with
like
like a badge
check
that you're with that,
like efficiently
you get what I'm
credentials.
saying
It was
without
like if
saying
you
it.
had anything that said you're with that, you know, with like a badge that you're with that.
I wish I would have
You
known.
get what I'm saying without saying it.
Yeah. Damn, I wish I would have known. I would have went out there too.
Yeah, she didn't come
Wow.
back.
So
She
she got
said
to
she
sit there
stayed
and kind of
until
see
2
everything
something.
and
Which said they
hear
did a
about
break
it,
at
and
10:30 something. She
that's
said.
Yeah,
And
she didn't
she
come
said she
back. She
came
said she
back, and
stayed
she said she
until
stayed
two
to 2
something.
something. But
Well,
I
she said
was
they did
just
a break
like,
at 10:30 something. She said,
I was sitting there
yeah.
like, and she
and
was like,
then
oh, don't
she
worry,
said she
I'll
came
get you.
back.
She said,
So
I'll
she
get you
stayed to
updates to Big
something. But
Homie.
I was just like,
I was like, well, all right, well, get
I was
Big
sitting there
Homie to
like, and she
call
was
and
like, oh,
tell
don't
me,
worry, I'll get you.
you
She said,
know,
I'll
the
get you
person he's
updates to
supposed to
Big
tell to
Homie.
tell me.
I was like, well, all right, well,
It's
get
like,
Big Homie to call and tell me, you know, the person he's supposed to tell me.
Yeah.
About as much as I do with everything.
What does she think
oh
about
yeah,
everything? I mean,
she
she
was
probably
just
knows,
basically saying like,
about as much as I
well,
do with everything, you
that
know what I
she felt
mean?
for,
But what
like
she
if
think
she
about
was
like the
sitting
people
there,
who are
she said,
there
I'm
and
not just
stuff.
saying this
She was
because you are,
basically saying
you
like,
know, you are my
well,
friend or
that
whatever.
she felt
She
for
said,
me,
I was
but
just
she
sitting
was
there
sitting
saying
there. She
like,
said, I'm
it's
not just saying
obvious
this
that
because
you guys have the wrong
you
person
know,
and there's
you are
someone
my
else you need to be
friend or
getting.
whatever.
You just
But
don't
I
know
was
who it
just
is,
sitting
so
there
you're
saying
gonna
like,
come after
it's
this person.
obvious that you guys have the wrong person and
Yeah.
there's someone else you need to be getting. You just don't know who it is, so you're going to come after this person.
Yeah. One of the things I saw, which I don't know if she mentioned it, it was something in reference to to the back door being opened as often as it was opened. And I forget what the verbiage was, but I'm like, why is nobody thinking about the back door being opened as many times as it was open? You know what I mean? Like,
what in the world was the deal with the
yeah,
back
so
door?
that was one thing, and the thing I told you about on the phone the other night with all the DNA on it. I was just like,
what in the world was the deal with the back door?
they were talking about the back door being opened like X amount of times during a certain time frame.
I don't want to say too much because it's on video chat, but
Yeah.
But I'm thinking like,
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much because it's on video
Yeah.
chat, but I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get what I'm getting at here. It kind of goes along with
God
the
forbid
whole
you open your back
DNA
door
on
in your
that
house.
item. You know
That
what
is
I
a
mean?
crime.
Right? Yeah.
But yeah.
God forbid you open your back door in your house. That is a crime.
Right? Yeah. I was thinking like, man, if I ever like, if anybody ever looks at my stuff, I'm opening my back door and my garage door and my front door like all
And
the
don't
freaking
take your
time while I'm
dogs
at
out
home.
to use the
Like,
bathroom. 'Cause
like
that's
it's
crime
like gonna
too.
make me look like a bad person because I open doors.
And don't take your dogs out to use the bathroom, because that's a crime too.
Right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because there was a comment, like I said, it was about the back door being opened as many times as it was. I was like, I'm pretty
First
sure there was
off,
a
this
dog
is how
there,
much of
and
an
dogs have to
idiot
go out
people
back to
are
use the
about
bathroom.
a back door and
So
alarm
just
system.
saying.
If it says
First
back
off, this is
door,
how much of an
doesn't
idiot
mean that
people
the
are
back
about
door actually
back door
opens
and alarm
because there was no sensor
If
on
it
the
says
back
back
door.
door,
The sensor was
doesn't
over
mean
the
that
top
back
of the
door
door,
actually opens,
which
because
means
there's no
that
sensor on the
you
back
could literally
door.
walk by the
Sensor was
back
over the
door,
top of
like
the door,
where the
which
table was
means
at,
that
and it would say back
you could
door
clearly
because
walk
it's
by the
motioning.
back door. Like
It
where
wasn't
the
hooked where it's like
table was at,
consistently
and it
back
would
door, back
say
door, back door, back door. It's the motion
Yeah.
sensor. It tests motion. You
Yeah,
can
because
also mess with your motion sensors. You can put a sock over them and they'll never know. You can do whatever, you can never know. And how I figured that out was when there was a fire before and I'm sitting there fanning it like hell. When I was younger, fanning the alarm system we had, and what happened? Boom, it didn't even like, no thing, it just stopped calculating.
Yeah.
And what happened?
It's like,
Boom, it didn't even like,
When we
it
had
just
Visit, now we have ADT.
stopped calculating.
So when we got
Yeah.
ADT, they put
Well, you know, we had Vivint, now we have ADT. So when we got ADT, they put extra, not the security
and
camera,
this is
but the
ADT,
little
remind
sensor
you.
thingy. They put 2 by our top door, and then there's 1 on the wall in the corner, and then we have some on our back door.
This is ADT, remind you.
Oh, so okay, you got ADT too? Okay, yeah, so then you know. Like, if I don't shut
Yes.
my front door all the way, like, I
Yes.
mean, if it's touching, but it's
If
not
you don't
closed,
close the back
it'll
door
say
all the way,
front
it'll
door,
say
front
back
door,
door.
front door until I close
Or
it.
God forbid you leave the door open so the dogs can come in and out when they're finished. One might be finished and the other one might not be finished. Or you know what I'm saying? Back door,
Yep.
back door. So like people look into things like that and they're just like idiots.
Yep.
Or you know what I'm saying?
Like, come on.
Back door, back door. So like people look into things like that and they're just like idiots.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
And I was trying to figure out, because they never really actually said why that was even relevant, like what they were getting at with that, other than it
Who
was
gives
just
a
brought
shit?
up and stated, like, the back door is open this many times in this time frame. And I'm like, why is it relevant?
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, why is it relevant? Because it's not like they even said anything else about it, it was just that. And, like, you know, when I'm home, usually during the day, like, we have a sensor on our garage door, too. So I usually leave my garage door open during the day, mostly because, you know, I take my kid to school, and then I have to leave in the afternoon to go get her. So I just come home, park my car in the garage, you know, come inside. But because I leave my garage door open, it's like every 30 minutes my phone is going off.
And that's
ADT
the thing is,
control,
like,
your garage door is open.
the
Like every
sensors
30
are so,
minutes
okay.
it's going off.
Sometimes they're really,
And
really
it gets
sensitive.
logged.
And that's the thing is like,
Just like on the Ring app, sometimes they're really, really sensitive and you can catch people 2 or 3 houses over going into their house.
just like on the
And it
Ring app,
rings on yours. It's the same way in the house sometimes. I mean, but then sometimes it don't.
Yeah.
Like the way emotions were at, you would not get sensors going in the master bedroom or G's room. There's no sensors. You could cut one way quick on the left on the stairs, and it would not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you cut one way left on the stairs, and quickly, it would never happen that way. You know what I mean?
You cut one way left on the stairs, and quickly, it would never happen that way.
That makes sense though, because that makes sense because like our house, it's 2-story, so like, you know, we have a base level living room, bathroom, dining room, kitchen. All
Yeah.
of our sensors are
And that was where
downstairs,
the
and like
staircase was
if
at.
you cut around
That's
the
just
corner
how
where
they
the
work. So
staircase is, like it doesn't catch
pointing
motion past that
out
point.
this
Yeah.
is
And that was
completely
where the
irrelevant
staircase
to
was at.
anything. It
That's
means
just how they work.
absolutely
So like
nothing neither way.
pointing out like
You know what I mean?
this
It
just
doesn't prove nothing for or against anything. People live in a home. It does sensors.
Yeah.
It's sensitive. There's animals. It's sensitive. There could have been 15 people open a door, or there could have been one person open a door, or it could have been none because it could have been the dogs.
There could have been 15 people open the door, or there could have been one person open the door, or it could have been none because it could have been the dogs.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the other thing too is
Mhm.
those sensors, they can be triggered by, I think it's like anything that's like 2 foot tall or higher. So I mean, even if I'm
And
sure
here's
even if
another
the
thing
dog
that
isn't
trips
2
me out
foot
when people say
tall, you
stupid
know,
shit like
if the
that.
right motion is
Okay,
detected, it's
if
probably gonna throw it
we
off
put our
too.
dogs in the crate,
And here's another thing that trips me out
most days it would not go off.
Okay.
However,
If we
if
put our dogs in the
Sadie
crate,
started freaking out, I would get motion on my phone that there was motion in the house.
However,
And if she started freaking out in her crate, now she's a little old thing at the time, she was jumping,
Yeah.
freaking out, it would go off in the house. If we left them out, some days it would never go off in the house. And then if we left them out and say Chance ran around and jumped on top of the sofas a couple times, then it would go off. That's why we had to always leave it to stay, but it would show their motion. And sometimes it wouldn't.
Yep.
That's why we had to always leave it to stay, but it would show their emotion.
Yeah.
And sometimes it wouldn't.
Well, you know, like, I mean, I don't know why he does this, but whenever
That's what
Taylor
Albert
is
used to
gone,
do.
he must have his ADT app pulled up, like, all freaking day long, because anything that goes off,
Albert used to do.
it's so weird, because anything that goes off, like, the car goes by, front door opens, he's calling me, he's texting me, what are you doing? Or he called me the other day, he's like, there's a car in the driveway, and I was like, no there's not, because I'm home, and I walked out front, and there was nobody there, and he's like, oh, well, ADT told me, and I'm like, why are you watching I'm home, like, that's weird. But there was one time, like, I think I was here, yeah, and he kept getting some kind of, I don't know, because my phone wasn't going off, and I have the ADT app, but he called me, and he was freaking out, because he kept getting notifications about something, and he's like, who do you have at the house? I was like, it's me and the kids. Oh, okay, well, I got this about a car and that about the front door, and I'm like, I took the trash out.
Hey, I'm
So
telling
then I
you,
went
that's
outside,
exactly
like,
what Albert used
paranoid,
to
like,
do,
who
and
is at
that's
the
why it
house?
got
There
to
was
the point
nobody
where
freaking out
sometimes I
here.
would just be like, okay, I'd avoid the sensor, or be like, man, just cover this thing up today. Like, why? Like, if you're gonna stalk me on the stupid sensors, who's there? Why are they there? Who's there? Someone's walking around in the living room and someone's walking in the basement at the same exact time.
Why are they there?
And I'd be like,
Someone's walking around in the living
what
room
does it
and someone's
matter?
walking in the basement.
Especially when I was trying to pack up and stuff, and I was like,
Right.
trying to keep it to myself about packing up or whatever.
What does it matter?
Until
Especially when I was trying
the
to
kids
pack
saw
up
that I
and
was packing up stuff, and they were
I
like,
was
don't
like,
leave, don't leave.
trying to keep it to
But
myself
prior
about
to
packing up
that,
or whatever.
I would try to not like make it obvious,
Until the
like,
kids saw that I was packing up stuff, they were
hey,
like, don't leave,
I need to pack this,
But prior to
or
that,
this is something I want to
was trying
keep, or this is
not,
something I
make
want
it
to sell,
obvious,
whatever.
like,
And he would be
hey,
like,
I
oh,
need to
what
pack
time did you get off work?
this.
Okay, I got off
This
at
is something I wanna
whatever
keep,
time,
or this is
or I
something
left
wanna
early or
sell,
something.
whatever.
Oh, why'd you go by the house? What were you doing in the house when you went by the house?
Okay, I got off at whatever
I
time.
live here?
Or I left early or something. Oh, why did you go by the house? What were you doing in the house when you went by the house? I live here?
yeah, yeah. Taylor does the same shit, and I don't get it. Because when he's here and I'm not
The
watching
only
the
reason
camera.
I
My
ever
phone
done
goes
it
off.
out
I
of
don't even look
panic
at it because I
is
just
if
assume
it
that
showed
Sam is
motion,
home. You know,
and I
like
know any of the kids were at home.
I went out to.
And I'd be like, wait, why are y'all outside? That's different. You know what I mean? And they'd be like, oh, someone came to the door wanting to play,
Yeah.
but I told them on the camera I couldn't play or something.
That's different.
Yeah.
That's different. But like, I never sit there. I did sit there and check the alarm now, just like
Yeah.
if I was out of town or trying to figure out, like Harley got home. I saw you got home at this time, matched her that she made it in the house type thing or something like that. But like, he made it seem like there was all these people in the house, like I was either pimping out somebody or I was being pimped out or something. And I'm even not the one to cheater. It's been proven in all the discovery he was the cheater.
Yeah.
And I'm even not the one to cheater. It's been proven in all the discovery he was the cheater.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I
did
didn't
he?
know this until yesterday when I was doing my reading.
That's funny. Good for him.
He got remarried.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, apparently.
That's funny. Good for him.
I was like, holy, okay, like, if that doesn't prove right there that, like, he was doing some fucky shit, excuse my language, like, while you guys were still together, I don't know what will, because, like,
Yes.
after everything that happened,
But
why would he get married so soon? Like, obviously he had shit going on.
No, go ahead.
Yes.
And apparently it wasn't even like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
From what I heard, he was like
No.
dating this chick
She
named
realized he was
Heather
a
for a
narcissist.
while. So I thought that's who he
Yes.
got married to. Apparently that's not who he
No,
got married
no.
to.
She realized he was a narcissist.
Wait,
Yeah,
she
I guess she
what?
jumped ship and he found somebody else who got married to her. I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
But she what?
I guess that that Heather chick, she jumped ship and then he just
Yeah.
got with somebody else like real quick. I can't figure out what her
It's
name
just
is. I
a
know
thing for
I
him,
guess
so he
Melissa
can
is
have
her first
people.
name. I don't know.
He don't
I
like
don't
to
know
do
if you know
things
anybody named
himself, like
Melissa.
clean and take care of kids. So
It's
that's
just a thing for him, so he can
that's
have
his.
people.
He has to always
He
have
don't
a
like to do things
replacement
himself,
because
like
he can't do it.
clean
You see what I'm
and
saying?
take care of kids. So that's
I read that. And
that's
I was
his.
just like,
He has to always have a
I don't know
replacement
him.
because he
He pisses
can't
me
do
off
it.
so
You see what I'm saying?
bad.
I read that and I was just like, I don't even know
Listen,
him and he pisses me off
you
so
got married to
bad.
me a week after you had your divorce
Oh, I'm
papers
just.
on your first marriage.
Oh,
You
go
got
ahead.
married to me a week
I
after
didn't know that it was
you
that
had your
soon.
divorce
I didn't know you
papers
guys got
on
married
your
that
first marriage.
soon.
January the 9th was their divorce
I didn't
papers.
know that it was
January
that
17th
soon.
was
I
our
didn't know you guys
marriage.
got married that soon.
Oh wow.
Our
Yeah.
wedding was
January the
supposed to be
9th was
January
their divorce
9th, but he
papers.
didn't get the
January
paperwork on
17th is our
time.
marriage.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't hold
Our
off
wedding
at
was
all.
supposed to be January 9th, but he didn't get the paperwork on time.
Because he can't
Oh
do things by
wow.
himself.
So
Like
does he just jump from like one
he
relationship to
cannot
another? Like.
like grocery,
He
clean,
can't do things by
dirty, like
himself.
take care of
Like
kids. He can't do all that by himself. He doesn't know
cannot
how to be a parent by
like
himself.
grocery, clean,
He claims that he
dirty,
can
like
do all those things, but he
take care of kids. He
cannot.
can't do all that by himself.
It's
He
been
doesn't know
proven
how to
in
be a
2
parent by
marriages he
himself.
cannot.
So what is
He
he?
claims that he
I
can
was
do
gonna
all those
say,
things, but
did
he
you just look at his
cannot.
like marriage
It's been
history?
proven in 2 marriages he cannot.
I was getting ready to
He
say,
would get
if you just
mad
look
at
at his like
Landon
marriage
if
history, it's
she
very,
got off
very
of
obvious that he
school
cannot.
and didn't go straight to get the kids from the
He
daycare.
would get
If
mad
God
at
forbid if she
Landon
decided to pick him up at
if
5
she got off of
and
school
not
and
3:30.
didn't
Oh
go
my God,
straight
she
to
was
get the kids
so
from the
horrible.
daycare.
She should
If
have been
God
in that
forbid if she
daycare because
decided
she's
to pick him
supposed to
up
be
at
a
5
mother.
and not
But
3:30. Oh my God,
he'd
she
show
was
up. He'd
so
show up at 5
horrible.
minutes
She
to
should have
6.
been in that daycare because she's supposed to be a
Yeah, I'm
mother.
saying, where's he at as a dad?
But
Because
Where's
he'd
he?
show up. He'd show up at 5 minutes to 6.
like a 50-50
Yeah, I was gonna say,
His
where's
job
he at
means
as a dad?
more
It's
because it's the
equally his
army. It
responsibility to be
means
a
more.
parent. It's like
It's
a
more
50-50
prestigious than
thing.
anybody teaching.
His job
That's
means
why Landon
more
got backed
because
out
it's
of
the
teaching
army.
because
It
he
means
mentally and
more. It's
emotionally
more
abused her so much
prestigious
over
than
being a
anybody in
teacher
teaching. That's
because she
why
was a PE
Landon got
teacher.
backed out of teaching because he
And he told
mentally and
everybody, I
emotionally
helped her
abused her
pass
so
all of
much
her
over being a
tests.
teacher.
I helped her write all of her papers. But he couldn't do that shit with
Does he
me
And he
realize?
because I
told
wrote his
everybody, I
papers.
helped her pass all of her tests. I helped her write all of her papers.
does he
But
realize
he couldn't do
that the
that shit
army
with
will
me.
not last
Because I wrote
forever?
his
Like,
papers.
someday you're gonna have to retire, and like his
Does he
family will
realize that
never
like the army will not
Yeah.
last forever?
No.
Like at some point he's going to have to retire, and like at least family is forever. You know what I mean? Like
No,
he
but
can always
that's
have
the
a
thing
wife, he
is
can always
like
have kids. Like the
he'll end
army is
up
not
still
always
being a
going to be
narcissist, but as long as
there.
someone is taking care of kids for him
No, but that's the
and
thing
doing
is
all the
like,
work for him,
he'll end
I
up still
mean, he
being a
won't even pick
narcissist,
up a
but as
thing to
long as
wipe
someone
the
is taking
toilet.
care of kids for him
You know what I'm saying?
and
Like,
doing all the
so
work for him,
he's that
I mean,
lazy
he
when it
won't even
comes to
pick
that
up
kind
a
of
thing
stuff.
to wipe
You know what I
the
mean?
toilet.
And so,
Oh
like, he
God.
needs
You know
someone to
what I'm saying? Like,
constantly do those type of
he's that
things
lazy when
because,
it comes to
oh
that
my
kind of
God, he
stuff.
can't even do homework with
You know what I mean?
kids because
And so
he's
like,
his poor
he
parent.
needs someone to constantly do
He
those
never
type of
sat
things
down and did any
because,
homework with
oh
any
my
of the
God, he
kids.
can't even do homework with
You
kids
should be the one
because
doing it. You're the
that's his
teacher.
poor parent. He never sat down and did any homework with any of the kids. You should be the one
And
doing
I
it. You're
tried to
the
explain
teacher.
that, like, I'm with kids all day.
Well, gee,
Sometimes I
you
have to
do it all day for
come
a
back and
living.
just,
I'm sure
like,
you
be
would like
super
some
tired.
help.
So just take a break for a moment.
And I tried to explain that,
Oh
like, I'm
no,
with
you
kids
can't.
all
He told,
day.
and
Sometimes
you
I
know
have
what?
to
He would
come
always
back
tell
and
Landon
just
the
come
same thing,
back and just,
and
like,
that's why he
be
told Landon,
tired.
"You're just a
Take a
PE
break
teacher.
for
What are
like,
you doing? Play games with them all
oh
day?"
no, you can't. And you know why he would always tell Landon the same thing. And that's why he would tell Landon, you're just a PE teacher. What are you doing? Play
Yeah.
games with them
So
all day?
good luck. Woo.
Oh my God.
Cheers. Cheers to the
He's a
weekend.
real piece of work.
Yeah, so good
No,
luck.
no.
Cheers.
Well, I think
Cheers
you
to
and I
that.
both know that that's not gonna last.
And not to mention, he's
No.
sitting there
She'll
lying
probably
and all
figure it out
this.
sooner or later and
Do 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 do
abandon
No.
ship
do.
also.
Don't forget that.
And not to mention, he's sitting there lying and all this.
Yeah.
Do. Don't forget that.
Well, his time's coming up. It's coming up, and it's gonna be
Yeah.
hilarious when all these people that are like
He's
online that are
really
all
an
like, "Oh, he's such a
asshole
great
with
guy
the
because he's in the
capital
army," and all this other
ASS.
stupid BS. Like,
Yeah, and like I
He's
do
really
that,
an
but I definitely
asshole.
Yeah.
Capital ASS.
Yeah, I mean, like, I knew that,
I'm
but I
getting
definitely
married.
saw it when he went on the news and was asking for people to donate to his GoFundMe for lawyer fees. I was just like,
But I'm getting married.
yes,
Yes.
thank you. Somebody pointed that out online. They were like, wait,
Exactly.
wasn't he just on GoFundMe asking for money for
Exactly.
lawyers fees? And yeah, he has the
Yeah.
money
I
to get
just showed
married. I'm
you
like, thank
someone's
you.
character. You know what I mean? I mean, he was already
Oh,
living
man.
with that girl Heather
He
when
didn't
the
marry
I
first
her.
just
week.
showed you someone's character.
That tells you
You
someone's
know what I mean?
character.
I mean,
Tells
he
you
was
he's
already
hiding shit.
living with that girl Heather within the first week.
Yeah, I
That
know.
shows you someone's character.
Good evening.
How are you?
How are you?
Good. Well, I guess technically it's afternoon for you, isn't it?
Yeah, they just
Yeah,
brought
they just
lunch, but
brought
I'm not gonna
lunch,
eat it
but I'm
because
not
it's
gonna
beef.
eat it because it's beef.
Oh, it's beef. What else is on the tray?
Potatoes and
Potatoes
peas.
and peas.
So
So
I just am not
I
feeling
just am
it
not
today.
feeling
I
it
don't feel
today. I
good.
don't feel good.
Like sick? Like you don't, like you feel sick, or you like don't feel good like mentally?
Yeah, we're all
Yeah,
sick.
we're
I
all
mean,
sick. I mean,
it's in sinus
it's
infection.
sinus
They're putting
infection.
shit in
They're
these
putting shit
vents,
in these vents,
and they try to make you
and they try to
sick,
make you
because
sick,
they're trying to make you
because they're
weak,
trying to make
and
you
like your
weak,
brain
and
cells
like
not
your
work
brain
right,
cells not work right,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
I
and
don't
then
blame
they
you.
and
just
then they
like
just like
they gave these
they
people
gave
this
these people this
COVID
COVID
vaccination,
vaccination,
and so they do
and so
that,
they
and then
do
they try to
that,
get the
and then
rest
they
of
try
us
to get the
sick
rest
because
of
they
us
try to
sick because they
convince
try to
you
convince
that
you
you need to get
that you
this.
need to get this.
But we are not
Yeah.
stupid.
But
We
we're
know
not
you
stupid.
put it
We
in the
know you
vents.
put
We
it in
know
the
you
vents.
made
We
it
know you
be
made it
this way. You
be
know what I
this
mean?
way. You know what I mean?
Because it's just a head
Because
Yeah.
it's
cold.
just a
It's
head
just
cold. It's just
sinuses.
sinuses.
No one's,
Yeah.
we've been just
We've been
all
just
on our
all
top
on our
group,
top group,
just up there
just
just
up
fighting
there
it,
just
like the
fighting it, like
battles and
the
the
battles
demons,
and the
trying to
demons,
fight them all
trying to
off
fight
because
them all
we're
off
like,
because
we
we're
have
like,
to stay
we have to
together
stay
because they're
together
going to mount
because
up
they're gonna
against
mount
us,
up against us.
So,
Yeah, and part of me wonders, like, a lot of people say, like, coronavirus, all the symptoms, of coronavirus.
mhm.
You could, like, have a cold, you can Google, like, runny nose, first thing that pops up is
Yes.
coronavirus, like.
Because they're making
Because they're
anytime,
making
or
any
like
time
a
or
fever,
like
they're
a
like
fever, they're
corona,
like
and like, no,
corona, and like no,
like fevers have been
the
around
fevers have been
for
around
so
for
long.
so long.
Yeah. And,
But,
and I'm sure you remember, do you remember the big Ebola scare? Like, the swine flu thing?
yeah.
Like, it was a huge pandemic, and then it just up and vanished. Like, nobody's heard of it again.
Yeah, I saved
Yeah,
this
I
to show
saved
you.
this to show you.
So this is,
So this is,
let's see if I can get
let's
it
see if
there.
I can get it there.
There's the cereal,
There's the cereal,
matted with butter.
matted with butter.
I saved it to show
I
you.
saved it to show you.
So that's how
What
the
the
whole
So
thing
that's how the
comes.
whole thing comes.
The butter was
The
all
butter is
melted over
all
the
melted
cereal.
over the cereal.
That's kosher.
That's kosher.
Which is not
What
Which
what
kosher.
is
ki-
not kosher.
what kind of cereal is that?
It's just regular
It's just
cornflakes.
regular cornflakes.
But they're
Oh,
not
okay.
they're not
They're
doing the
not
kosher
doing
right.
the
So
kosher right.
they're
So they're
putting
putting
the butter in
the
with the
butter
kosher
in
and
with
it's
the
all
kosher and
smashed
it's all
up.
smashed up.
And I had the bread
And I
saved to
had the
show you,
bread
but I
saved to
guess
show you, but I guess
it went so bad
it went so
that my
bad
silly head threw it
that my
away.
silly
But
head threw it away.
the
But
bread
the bread
was the
was the
juice on the
juice
fruit
on the
was
fruit
melted
was
all on the
melted
bread that
all
it was
on the bread that
soggy,
it
and it
was
was in one
soggy, and
bag
it
with
was
the
in one
juice
bag
with
with the
the
juice
fruit.
with the fruit.
Ew, who wants to eat soggy bread? That's disgusting.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so
I just thought I'd show
I
you
just
on
thought I'd show you
a camera,
on a
so
camera,
people
so
know I ain't just
people know
making
I ain't
this
just
up.
making this up.
Oh, no, I believe you. Trust me, I believe you. But I can't believe, like, that's disgusting. It's like cornflakes, like, slathered in butter. Like, who's gonna eat that?
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway.
What's new in your world today? Any cool events going on?
no.
No,
Well, I just came back
well, I
from
just
meeting with
came back from
Selene. I
meeting
was in
with
there for like
Selene.
an
I
hour
was
and a
in there for
half,
like an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah,
and
how'd that
And,
go?
oh, it was good.
oh, it was
We were
good.
just
We
talking
were
about
just
stuff
talking
that we're
about
just
stuff that
like
we're just like
thinking is full of shit
thinking
type
is full of
stuff. You
shit
know what I
type
mean?
stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he had a few
And he
questions
had a few
about stuff
questions
himself,
about
and then
stuff
once I
himself, and
explained
then
it,
once I explained
and
it,
it makes
and
sense,
it
and
makes
so
sense. And so,
Yeah.
how that goes.
I was talking to Taylor about it a couple days ago, like, just some of the stuff that I read on Twitter, whatever.
Mhm.
And he was like, look, well, he didn't look at it, but I was like reading him all like the posts on Twitter and stuff. He's like, somebody like me, him saying that, somebody like me who doesn't really know the whole story, like that could be viewed as like maybe like self defense type thing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
getting at?
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
so much
There's
stuff that's
so
wrong.
much stuff that's wrong.
I just sit back and
I
be
just
like,
sit back
so
and be
this
like,
girl came
so
up
this
to me a
girl
minute
came
ago
up
when
to
I
me a
got
minute
back,
ago
and
when I
she
got
was
back,
like,
and she was
hey,
like,
come here. And
hey,
I was
come
like,
here.
oh God,
And I
here we
was like,
go.
oh
I
God,
just
here we
looked
go.
at her, didn't
I
I?
just
And I
looked at her,
said,
didn't
all the
I? And I
rumors
said,
are
all the
true.
rumors are
Yeah, haters
true.
do what
Yeah,
they
haters
do.
do what
Yeah.
they do. Yeah.
Her face turned
Her face
red, and she
turned
was just
red,
like,
and she
you
was
know
just
what I was
like,
gonna
you
say?
know
I
what I
said,
was gonna say?
actually,
I said,
no, but I know
actually,
it's gonna
no,
be
but I know it's
something
gonna be
so
something so
crazy that I
crazy
probably need to
that
sit
I
down for
probably
the
need to sit down
story. And
for
she
this
was
story.
like,
And she was
okay.
like,
She's like, so I
okay.
went
She
to
was
court
like, so I
today.
went to court today.
And she's like, and someone had mentioned your name in the van, and she said, but then this other girl had told this other girl to shut up on the van. And I was like, well, who is it? And then she told me the girl's name, and I was like, what? She's here? I said, oh, okay, I know why she's here. And then she was like, yeah, but she's in the other ward right now. I was like, oh, okay. Remember the girl that you text for me?
Yeah.
She's, in the other ward. So, so she was like telling me the story, and she was like, yeah, and this girl was telling this girl who just got back off the van, because apparently people were chopped up in 423 pieces. And I mean, like, this story went on, and I'm just sitting there looking at her, just like, I said, listen. She's like, well, I kind of look. She said, I told her that we went outside yesterday, and I told him, I was like, well, she could play the hell out of basketball, and she's pretty fast. She was like, but I don't think she's like that capable of doing something like that.
Yeah.
And she was like, but I like her a lot. And she's like, and they went on talking about the conversation and everything. And she was like, yeah, she was like, and then there was parts missing, and there was parts in this state and this state, and she keeps going on with this story that people were told to her on the van. And I just kept listening to the story. I'm like, okay, it's going to get better. Like, this is going to be the movie. Like, this is going to turn into her movie story or whatever she's got going on over here. By the time she finished the story, I was sitting there like, wow. Like, whoever started this or whoever told who added on to it have not even, like, looked at anything that's, like, legit. Like, this doesn't even make any sense to me. Like, what is wrong with y'all? And she said, well, I told him I was still going to play basketball with you, and I was still going to go to your Bible study, and I was still going to do this. She was like, but I just wanted to let you know. I was like, girl, I said, if I sweated things that people said to me, or even if I worried about the dumb shit that they be trying to say about me, I said, I would be dead from a stroke, you know, from stress, from a heart attack. I said, once I gave it to God, and I knew my soul as well, and I knew what I had did and what I hadn't done, I said, I don't worry about that anymore. I said, you don't see me sweating one bit in here. I said, because I already know what God's going to do. And she was like, okay. She's like, I just don't want you to be mad at me because I still want to play basketball with you. I was like, no, that's cool.
So what? It was somebody that was starting rumors about, like, what they said you did or something like that?
Yeah, on the van to court today. There's apparently a bunch of girls in the van to court today. So.
It's like, why can't they find anything else to talk about aside from you and making up all these stupid stories?
Because here's the thing. Right now, it's me. In 2 weeks, it'll be Amy, because Amy's got her preliminary in October. So I'll go from having to defend myself to defending Amy. You know what I mean? And then after that, my other friend's got her trial started in October, so then we'll go into defending then. But mostly it's me, because I'm probably number one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they got that one lady in here, Carla, the daycare lady. And so, you know, they used to try to talk shit to her and stuff like that. And then we, like, showed them down on that, you know. But they kind of left her alone a little bit because she's older lady. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you come in somewhere and you got, like, women who are dealing with self-esteem issues, and I'm talking about, like, people that have never even left out of Colorado. You know, people that have lived in very drug society and, you know, stuff like that. They have bad self-esteem, so all they can do is think they can bully and attack other people so they can get a reaction out of it, so they get more attention, and they get that attention they never got from people. That's just what these people do. And I don't give it to them. I used to, but I don't. And now that I don't, they'll say it every now and then, here and there, but once they realize I don't entertain their ignorance, then they'll leave it alone.
I'm wondering if, like, people come up with these rumors because, like, you know, they come in, they see you, they know who you are. Maybe they're, like, scared of you just because of, you know, what the media portrays. So they try to act all hard or whatever, and then they get to know who you really are, and they're like, oh, she's not half bad at all.
Yeah, and then the one girl was saying something about, yeah, before the person was, let me see how I can say it. She was like, yeah, do you know how bad she was? That they were putting their hands up trying to defend themselves as she was chopping off body parts and like all this. And I'm sitting there like, no one was cut anywhere. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Just because y'all want to listen to these idiots say that, that is not true. Like, I don't care who's listening to me. I don't care what who's listening to me. No one was cut at all anywhere. I don't know where you guys have come up with this at. You're talking about these people that make statements that are not medical professionals. I can guarantee you right now there was burn marks from a fire that was set by him. I don't know where in the hell you come up with this other stupid shit from. I'm like, but it's okay though.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah,
have to
because I had read something. I read something on Twitter about, you know, all that stuff as I like label it like trigger warning or whatever you want to call it.
Do what?
They kind of went into detail about, huh?
Trigger?
Like on like the Twitter post from like the preliminary hearing, it was like trigger warning for what you're about to read. So and
I see what you're saying, like warning. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. For some people that might be like a little sensitive or whatever, you know. But there was something about. I mean, have you been able to see anything about the pretrials?
No, I didn't. I mean, I figured if it was something that was, you know, obviously there was media there, so therefore it was public. But I didn't. Like, I didn't even ask him any of that questions today because, to me, that bullshit that they be saying. I mean, sure, I want to know it in the terms of like, oh my God, you're a freaking idiot. But like. At the end of the day, I sit there and I be like, do you not realize this? Do you not realize this? Do you not realize this, and this, and this? And at the end of the day, none of that adds up what you're saying over here. You know, so as long as they continue to go on this trail of being wrong, when you get the right, that's going to even make it way better on myself, you know, so.
Yeah. And I think, hold on, let me think of how I should word this here, because you know the whole recording thing. I think you told me before, don't you have you had a video on your other iCloud account, right?
Mm-hmm.
About somebody, a minor, if you know who I'm getting at, that was messed up on some substances.
Well, no, it's just another minor. It's just another minor being present. It's Ty. It's Ty's on the video. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the other one that you're talking about was from prior. And the kid on Wando. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Because maybe I got confused. Because I thought when we had talked about that, it was something about I guess G was like. He had a knife or something?
Oh, yeah, that was from a year ago, like the year before, whatever, yeah, I had that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does Caitlin and stuff have that? Or?
Yeah, and there's reports of that, like, there's even psychiatric reports of that.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
See, I thought about that too, and I'm like, I mean, for the things that they're saying, like, in the preliminary trial, preliminary trial. Sorry, I'm like really tired today. I don't know why. The stuff on Twitter, they're talking about like X, Y, and Z, and they're like it's defensive wounds, and I'm like, the things that I know, like from what you've told me about him and stuff like that, like. Who's to say that maybe they weren't self-inflicted? You know what I mean?
You gotta think about this. You're getting that information from a detective. You're not getting it from a doctor. You're not getting it from a doctor that tells you this, and this, that can't answer questions. Here's what, and you also have to remember, when you live in a place, you think your people are the best. For example, you think your police are the best. You think your coroner is the best. You think, you know, whatever. And I know this because these people put on that stupid show last night. It just started called The Corner. It's a brand new show that just started. And, like, they think that what they do is better than anybody else in their state. You know what I mean? So when someone else does something, they're going to sit there and turn it and attack it and, oh, our corner's better and all this, like it's a battle of freaking football teams. You know what I mean? And so you got that going on, because someone does something specifically different in one area than they do in another area. You haven't even, like, those variables haven't even brought in. It's just some detectives just saying, hey, this is what was told to me, or this is what I... Bullshit. You know what I mean? Bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm trying to think too. There was something else I read too about. I think I told you like they were like looking into your background. Like all your neighbors said that like you know you were a good mom, you were a good teacher. Like you know like when they heard the news come out, like they couldn't believe it because that's not the kind of person that you are, type thing. And I'm like that right there should be, you know, proof. Because typically in situations where things like that actually do happen, like there's history of prior abuse. You know what I mean?
Yep. I'm the one been prior abused. Why would I abuse someone else? Like, I struggle mentally
Exactly.
from the abuse I've been through, and have always been the person in every relationship that I've been the protector, especially over anyone that was under the age of 18. I'll tell you, I was so protective over my class that I would have went to it with my principal over them students. And I would have been like, don't come up in here in our classroom like this, trying to put my students out for, like, I would be, they can tell you, I was offensive over my students, because not that they were my kids, but I mean, they're with me 8 hours a day. You might as well be, you know what I mean? And so, if another teacher would say something bad about one of my kids, I automatically would, even if they were in the wrong, I would come to defense of them, like, like, hey, don't be talking about my student like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just naturally who I am because of how I was abused so much. And I always had to do so much as a child when I could be an adult when I should have been a child. So I try to understand and relate to the situations that students are in. I try to be like, you don't know what this student goes through when he goes home, so let's give him this benefit. You don't know why he didn't do his homework. He probably has to take care of all his siblings, cook dinner, and is tired as hell. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why I had a no homework policy. I don't believe in homework unless someone was out, got behind, or they needed to study for tests. That's it. Because I know what those situations are like, and I know about how many times children are abused in those situations. Never, ever was there anything abusive from any child from me. Never. Never. They have nothing ever, 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 ever. So
yeah, and that's what they said too in that report that I was reading is like that, like you've never had a history of like abuse towards children, like.
Right.
So that's another thing too is like why, like you know from what they're saying, if that's the case, then like why would you just all of a sudden one day just you know decide to be like, you know what, nope, I'm just gonna totally change what I usually do. You know what I mean?
And don't come up with this shit about I'm tired of being the step parent shit, because here's why. A, I was not codependent on anyone. I had my own career, could set my own self up anywhere, and had already done that. People that like have dependency issues in terms of financial, people that have drug dependency issues, okay, I don't care who you are, I don't care who they bring from what part of this country, there's never anyone can say anything about me in drugs, anything about dependency on any kind of substance or anything. The only thing I ever took was lorazepam. I did not abuse lorazepam. I did not do anything of those sorts. No, have I ever showed up to work and anything like that. Most time when they're addicts, I hadn't even missed a day of work, except when I remember I went crazy after the concussion and got on a plane and went to Florida.
Yeah.
That was the only time I had even missed a day of work, because that's not who I am. So there's nothing like that shows anything of any abusive situation to anyone. And don't get me wrong, them suckers say some shit like we had a ball game or we were ice skating and someone tried to run over one of the kids with a darn thing. Of course I'm gonna step in and be like, watch what you're doing, man, these are kids. You cut off their hands with them ice skates. Or don't be talking to them like this just because they are taking too long at the drink machine. I'm just naturally gonna do that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way, like I'll be out in public and I see people talking to their kids like garbage, like that drives me nuts. Like they're children, like you don't talk to your children like that. You know what I mean?
Don't get me wrong, I'm tough as a parent when it comes to my beliefs versus the average person's beliefs, because
Yeah.
dumbass used to be like, he would just let him roam the neighborhood. That's not me. he would just let him go to people's house and stay because he needs babysitters, so he was okay with that. That's not me. I don't. Every person can tell you from my past. Harley's friends, I knew their mom, their dad. I checked them out. I actually told them, Harley, you don't stay in anybody's house that I'm not allowed to eat dinner at. So if they've invited us in their home, and we eat dinner at their home before, and I've got to know who's there, especially if there's older brothers, or you know, like being a girl, you know, I need to know about the dad situation because I was molested by my stepdad. You know what I mean? I need to know who this man is in this home because if someone was to come in and hurt these girls, I need to know what this man's gonna do. You know what I mean? That's how funny I was. Like, so I'm strict on those aspects, and I'm OCD obsessive compulsive, so if y'all want to say that because I'm clean as hell, and my silly will tell you, I'm nuts when it comes to being clean. Stuff's on the floor, I'm down there scrubbing it up. I'm wiping, I'll take a toothbrush and clean stuff. That's just me. I don't believe... Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I made coconut tea this morning, but anyway, don't let me forget to tell you.
Oh yeah? Coconut tea?
Yes, I made coconut tea. Anyway, I'm nuts about that kind of shit, and everyone knows that. But that doesn't make me anything bad of a parent. That just makes me obsessive compulsive, means I don't let shit slide. But I also am that parent that don't forget shit either. If there was a holiday coming up and it was, oh, they had to have this decoration for this day, or like tie-dye day, or like this or that, I already had it ready 2 weeks in advance, laid out.
Yeah.
If I was out of town, I had it so organized and laid out every day of the week for outfits for dumbass. So he didn't have to stress about what clothes had to be put on. I'm talking about it was down to a T. Here's the underwear, here's a pair of shorts, here's a collared shirt. This is going on this day, this is here, this is here, this is here. So you can't come up and say, oh my God, I'm so tired of doing all that, because it's my natural nature of being obsessive compulsive. You know?
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad thing too. Like that's I mean I'm the same way with my girls. Like well Taylor won't help just because in his mind that's a gender role thing. That's not his job. That's the woman's job. Which I don't care because like I like laying out their outfits. Like you know, and I am their mom, so like yeah, I guess it's kind of a gender role thing. I guess you think about it that way. But like I'm OCD too. But like. You know, and back to what you were saying about, like, being strict, like, you know, I'm strict with my kids, but I'm not, like, you know, like, abusive strict, you know what I mean? Like, I try to teach them morals, I try to teach them respect, like, clean up after yourselves, hold the doors open for people type thing, like, teaching them morals, as opposed to, you know, just, like, you know, some parents I know, they're just like, oh, just do whatever you want, you know?
And the kids behaved with me. They knew my system. You do this, X, Y, and Z, you get this. They knew that's how I was. But see, they didn't have to get that attention from me because they already knew if they did these certain things, they'd get this. Because that's just how I love people. I wasn't given love from her mom like that. So how am I going to give it to someone completely like that? I have to give it in another way. It might be 50% of loving this way and 50% of earning things. That's just me.
Right.
Because that's what I get from my mom.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But with dumbass, you know, they'd have to act out to get attention from him because he was too busy doing God knows what. So it was a difference. So to be honest with you, it wasn't, you know, there's nothing about taking care of kids. Oh my God, all of us were fine. To be honest, all of us could have gotten our happy asses in the car and drove far away and never returned to him. So,
and you know what the sad part is? He probably would not have even cared.
No.
Like if Harley and Elena and Gannon just all left with you, he'd probably be like, well, less responsibility for me.
But my dumbass in this situation, when literally G sat there and begged me to call his mom on that Sunday, I did not, because I was trying to get shit in order. Because at the end of the day now, let's be real, she's not a great parent either. So I have to be smart in thinking somewhere that's going to be financially stable versus somewhere that he's going to be a freaking, I mean, she's going to be all over the place, drugs, you know, violence, you know, all this. So that was me taking my time to process what situation would be better. At the end of the day, the best situation is getting a daggone car and go with me back to South Carolina. If you want me to be honest.
Yeah. And I remember you told me too, like when you and Al first got married, and he was out doing his own thing. Didn't his kids end up staying with you in South Carolina for the most part?
And while we were
Yeah.
in Alaska, I always had them. When he was in Colorado before we moved to Colorado, I had them back and forth. So none of that. First of all, if you want to commit crimes and you're going all over the world and no one was ever touched or endangered in any part of the world, come on now. Like,
Yeah.
do you know how much of a slump the Dominican Republic is? Do you know how much of a
I've heard.
slump Mexico is? Not to mention, Gannon actually went with us on the cruise. He's actually older. He could go to Camp Carnival. He could walk around the cruise, which, by the way, the minor he's walking around the cruise with was Thai, by the way. Where did they think it came
Yeah, I
up
was gonna
from?
ask.
Myrtle Beach. Kids from Myrtle Beach to farm. What, do you think they were just saying Myrtle Beach to farm? No. Albert knew this stupid shit.
Right? Yeah, because weren't G and Ty pretty good friends?
On the cruise, they played around, they did everything. Ty fell and got hurt on the cruise. Oh God, they're arguing about something. Oh, I don't know. They're fighting with some girl. Anyway, Ty had got hurt because he had slipped and fell on the cruise. Freaking, it was so crazy because they're running around again. It's like, we're looking for Ty's mom. And I'm over there like, oh, shit. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, God, what in the hell? First of all, you look at this lady who's hanging out with Edgar the whole time, and she got freaking blonde hair and blue eyes. And you sitting there looking at him, and he's light-skinned. Don't get me wrong. But got dark-ass hair and looks just like Harley.
Oh yeah.
So, G wasn't even stupid. No, G wasn't stupid. He's just like, he'd always be like, Tita, she looks just like you, Harley.
Does Ty have a social media at all?
Yes. I don't know if it's been shut down now, but prior to me being arrested, yes, he had a social media.
Was it under Ty or Tyler? Does his last name start with an F?
No.
No. G?
He's got it under the T name. Someone stole her tablet.
Okay.
Oh, they're yelling about someone to. Just think about how the one with the F, how his name is shortened on Facebook. That's how Ty's was.
Okay.
It was shortened just like that instead of the whole name.
Oh.
But then at the slash, it has Tyler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you said the last name was I'm so tired. I'm so tired. So it's Tyler, then it was
The T,
you said
the G and then the T. It's TGT. His initials.
TGT. Okay. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And then listed on his birth certificate, the reason it has freaking my name and then it has in the freaking parentheses Maria Sanchez. Because I was freaking nuts.
That's funny.
Which is why that whole I told you about the doctor I had to call and not release that information. Remember I told you to get my number? That's why, because I didn't want any of that. Because like, I couldn't help it. Like when I'm telling you, I used to go through so much with them and trying to figure out why come I can't bring him back and all this shit like that. Like why come I can't go get him? Why come whatever? I'd go nuts and I'd be like yelling, I'm Maria Sanchez. And if it wasn't a million times getting therapy through those people when I was in Florida, I'd have been like freaking nuts or dead. Because I kept asking for help, and like the thing about it was, and then Chance was sitting there like getting involved, and he was just like, he's probably my son. I'm like, dude, he looks, you're white as hell, and I get Harley looks the way she looks, but he has colored eyes.
Yeah.
Is there any colored eyes at in your family? You know what I mean? And like Chance's family even knew. And so like in their mind, they were just looking at it like, y'all need to just get back together and stay together and get married, which is why we end up, me and Chance Chance ended up getting married. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you have pictures of Ty on your Instagram?
I don't have anything of Ty on any of my social media because remember, Ty didn't necessarily find this out until we started Googling the archives, which is right before
That's
we
right.
went to
Yep.
the
Okay.
Dominican,
Yeah.
which is why we
Yeah.
went to
No, that makes
Dominican with
sense. I
us.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Because Ty took it hard, being like, "Oh, you're over here taking care of someone else's kids." Like, he had a hard time understanding until he couldn't put guilt on his dad. It was more guilt on me. I'm sorry, blame on his dad is more blame on me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right.
So, and he's over here like, you got a whole nother life, whole nother family, just doing your thing. I called you.
Yeah. It was really short. I don't know if you remember or not, but
No.
2 minutes I think. No. I was kind of worried. I was like, I hope she answers tonight because I kind of got the feeling you might be a little bit stressed out or something.
Yeah, no, I don't remember.
Do you want me to recap it?
When I came out yesterday, what was it, morning or night? What's today?
So
Monday?
today is Monday the
Okay,
13th.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it was morning
it was
yesterday.
morning. Yeah, you called me. It would have been about 1:30 your time. It was kind of later than what you usually call me, like when you're out in the morning.
Oh, I was having a hard day yesterday because there's okay. So this girl who was a snitch, and she snitched on my people big time. Okay, well, check this out. When she used to be in Echo, they used to like talk junk to her and stuff because she got some people hemmed up coming back from Mexico. Well, she came in here and she was on the daybed or whatever, and she didn't ever say nothing the whole time we were out, whatever, whatever, whatever. So she waits until we're getting ready to lock down on our timeout, and I'm all the way in top tier, and she starts running around. So I was just like, look, I was like, where's your cheese at? Because you're a rat. I was like, anybody got any cheese? So then everybody today was just like, oh, we got cheese. We saved cheese. We saved cheese. But like, she was just trying to play like she didn't know what she had done and all this. But I told everybody she's a straight snitch. She should have snitched university. I said, you know who you got caught? I said, you know who you were with that day? I said, you know who you tried to get hurt? I said, you know what kind of games you're playing with? And she starts running off, and I was like, do you see why I'm here? I'm not a snitch. I said, you don't know what kind of games you're playing with. And so she started calling out this and that, and then she said, then she put a hit out. Now, she don't know nobody. She did not know anybody at all. So, and when I say know anybody, but she doesn't know any big timer. 1 minute she's a Crip, 1 minute she's a Blood, 1 minute she's this, 1 minute she's that. She don't know. She's just confused and broke, poor, and whatever. Anyway, so then she was like, it's okay. She was like, next time I go and I see Tyler, she's like, I'll see him. She said, I'll see him and your big homie again. And I said, well, and she started putting up gun signs out like she was shooting. And I said, okay, that's the thing for you to do. I said, because I'm going to make sure I let Edgar know what you said about Tyler. I said, I'm going to let him know exactly.
Wow. She really said that?
Oh, yeah. So it was, the deputy came upstairs and she was like, what was the deal with her throwing up the gun signs with? I said, first of all, she can't even afford a gun. I said, she's just talking stupid talk. I said, she's sitting here, don't got a bond. I mean, she's got a bond, can't afford a bond. I said, she better beg her judge to give her a bond. And sure enough, they gave her a bond today. Magically.
Wow. So does that mean she's getting out of there? Or
Probably, but like, she was just, they put these people in here and they try to plan them to like test you. You know what I'm saying? They try to see if you're slipping for a moment or if you're gonna call out something. See, no one had even know Ty's full name until she called it out, and so that pissed me off. She knows because she used to be whatever, and she done a bunch of snitching and she got herself in trouble because you can't be, you can't be, you can't be claiming the game and be, you know what I'm saying, and then be snitching.
Yeah.
So it just pissed me off because she called out the name, and then what helped with that situation, because this other girl, she was like, I had no idea, and she came in and was like, I'm so sorry. She's like, I got your back from now on. She's like, I had no idea, blah, blah, blah. She's like, why didn't you tell me? I'm like, because I just don't go around telling people that, you know what I'm saying? So she kind of like chilled out a little. She checked her today on her timeout. She checked her. So the girl had to, she had to sit at the table by herself all morning because I'm talking about the whole people on the bottom had already put her in check.
Well, see, I was wondering if something happened yesterday because so after you called me, I called Taylor. I didn't tell him what you told me.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know if you don't remember if you don't remember calling me, you probably don't remember what you told me.
I check out. Like I literally, I went upstairs. We had to lock down for meds, and then like I don't remember much coming back out until people were like, "How about let's play spades?" And I remember them saying spades. I was like, "Okay," and I started like calming myself back down. But I was like freaked out.
Well, that's what I told Taylor because I was like, I told him that you called.
Hold on, let me get a bigger chair.
Okay.
Go ahead. You told Taylor.
Yeah, I told him you called. I was like, it was real short, and I didn't really say much. I was like, but I think there might be something going on just because of some of the things that you said. So I was like, I really hope that she answers tomorrow because I just wanted to make sure you were okay because I was kind of concerned.
No, I tell people I don't bother people. I don't bother people. I don't say anything. These people know I come out to play spades. Everybody usually comes over and asks me about baking cakes or something. And then we do Bible study for like an hour every day, and then I talk on the phone, whatever. I don't bother people. So this chick seen me the whole entire time we were out. I didn't even recognize who she was, to be honest, because I didn't recognize the last name. I heard the name be called, and I looked at my celly and I go, did they just say this specific last name? And she was like, oh, I think so. Isn't that the same name that somebody was asking for earlier? Well, the person that was asking for him earlier, they're kind of like a shady person. So I was like, yeah. And she has like purple hair it ends or whatever, but she claiming she's a Crip. But first of all, it's purple, not blue. So I think she's confused. I was like,
Yeah.
because I told my silly, I was like, gangs are stupid. I was like, who does gangs anyway? I said, who cares about that stupid gang stuff? I said, she's down there talking about a gang or whatever. But then when I walked by, that is exactly when I figured out who she was, and then she made the comment. So I turned around. But by the time I turned around, I was like going to walk back down the stairs that they had already made her go into a cell because she was on a day bed. And she was like throwing up, but like she was like acting like she was shooting. And she was like, it's okay, it's okay. She was like, I know where they be at. I know where they hang out. She said, I know Tyler B's with them all the time. And I was like, oh.
She actually does. You think she's just saying shit.
No, she's just talking junk. She won't even get close to the spot. She won't even get close to the spot. You know what I'm saying? It's just, she didn't have to say that because now everybody knows. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of it's a pretty common first name, and if they don't know the last
Oh
name,
no,
then
she already said it. They already know. That's how everybody on the bottom tier put the connection together today. So the whole bottom tier had her hemmed up today, and then she was by herself all day long. And because she went to court, but then when she came back from court, everybody was like, they were like up there, they were like, do you want me to green light? Do you want a green lighter? Do you want a green lighter? And I was like, no. I said, y'all know I don't believe in that violent stuff. And they were like, we'll green light her right now. And I was like, no, no, no. So she stayed by herself, and every time she'd say whatever, they'd just be like, what's up, Rat? What's up, Rat? Where's your cheese? Where's your cheese? And I told him, I said, y'all, we can't be mean to people, because, I be always promoting about loving people and about what Jesus would do and all that. But, like, when I check out and just go from 0 to 100 quick, I don't even know. But everybody said you were you were on the stairs like yelling at her about something, and you were like blah 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 blah, and they were telling me the stuff I was saying. I was like, oh. I was like, they were like, the girl was like, it's so funny because you didn't even curse. She's like, I've never heard you curse. She's like, you didn't even say a curse word, nothing. She's like, but the words that were coming out of your mouth, like vocabulary, she was like, they were so big. I was like,
yeah, that's how your call was to me yesterday. It was only 2 minutes long. I think I maybe got like 3 words in. So, like, you used a lot of big words and no swearing. But it was like the things that you were saying. I was like, there's got to be something going on. 'Cause, like,
I don't
I
know.
was worried.
When they opened the door back up and we came back out, I guess I just went to the phone or something. But I remember what happened leading up to it. But like, there's like a 30, 45-minute window of lockdown that I don't even remember. And then I don't remember anything until we sat back down again to get dinner over lunch. And I was just like, oh wait, is this dinner or lunch? And I was so confused at what time it was.
This is, I'll give you like a recap of what I remember. This is what you told me
Oh God.
yesterday. When I answered the phone, I was like, I was like, hey, whatever. And what you told me was, you said, he was scared. He was so scared. And I was like, who are you talking about? And then you said something about somebody losing control. Something about people underestimating the people you know. Something about the drive home that night was really bad. Like you said that like 4 times.
Wait, what was really bad?
The drive home that night. I was trying to ask you. I was like, the drive home where? And then you said, she tried running me off the road and I wouldn't let her. And I kept trying to ask you, I was like, who is she? Is it somebody I know? And then it was like, click, hang up. And I was like, oh, damn.
I was definitely having flashbacks. When I go into that mode and I start having flashbacks and I can't control, I don't know. I tell people this, no, I'm not crazy, but something happens where it just triggers and I just like, I just boom, don't even know what in the world happens, and it's like zipping up a zipper. Oh, it's, like she's done, and but Bree knows, she has saw it. Bree was so funny. She said she came down to the phone. That's funny. I must have been on the phone. I was gonna ask her, but she's over there. But she said she came down to the phone talking about, do you want chips? She was like, have a chip. And she said, I looked at her and said, chips? I don't even eat chips.
It's like, it's not funny. It's not funny, but like if you don't laugh about it, you kind of laugh at it, takes the edge off, I guess.
Yeah.
But
The
I
deputy came
was
back
kind
up
of
there and
worried.
was like, what in the hell is going on? She's like, I have never seen you. flip out like that. And she was like, and I don't even know what you were even talking about. I was like,
Is the girl that's causing all that trouble, is it the one that just got moved in there recently?
yeah.
In other words? Okay.
Well,
I thought it was good.
she got moved in there recently, but it wasn't because of whatever. It's because she realized, okay, make a long story short, she used to kind of want, Edgar always hooked up with women. It was normal. It was, it'd be, oh, hey, how are you doing? Oh, okay, this is your new girl. A new one, a new one. You know what I'm saying? It was always like that. You know what I'm saying? Well, then she says something to me about, remember the dude with the same birthday as yours? She made a comment about him. And so I turned my head back and I was like, hmm. I thought for a second. Then she was like, yeah, she said, you didn't think he was going to be with me, did you? She's like, that was me in the car. And I'm sitting there like, she was thinking the wrong dude because they look close to each other. First of all, the one you know is not even, that was not even my dude. So I'm like, you got the wrong one. That's just my friend.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay, I should be the other person, yeah.
so she was basically confusing it for a second because she was trying to let me know that she had hooked up with him, with the one you know. And I was just
Yeah.
like, I laughed about it because Miss Sally ends up knowing him because she had went to Hills Court with him. And so I told Miss Sally, I was like, if I be finding out like you're some plant here or something, not that you know anything, but she checked out on a few things, and she did end up knowing that person because he was in Hills Court with her. And then so she was like, oh, she was like, so I know your big homie. I was like, who? And sure enough, she did. But I asked her some things to like check her out on it, and she knew. And I thought,
Okay.
well, a plant wouldn't know that. You know what I mean? Not again, not that she knows anything. It's just the point, you know, of being my silly, being cool, whatever. Cause she be trying to get on payroll.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she saw me and came down the other stairs when she heard the name. But I didn't say anything until she said Ty's name, and then I was just like, I just remember I just came back down the other back side of the stairs, and I was just saying whatever I said, but I was gone at that point. I was already, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, try again.
Sorry, it like cut out. Or sorry, there we go. Okay, it was
Yeah,
like the camera or the video was like moving real fast. It like froze.
yeah.
No, she crossed the line. Like if she has an issue with like you or like the adults, like that's fine. Like don't bring the kids into it, even if they're like
No,
older kids.
no, but it was just the threat that she made, and then she did the whole like guns, stand up pointing, and that like she was, but she waited until the cop got right on her to do that. So you had this whole
Why?
time that you wanted to do all that stuff, which shows you right there,
Yeah.
you know. But then when she got on the phone today, people put her in check because she must have said something to someone, and she started yelling back at the phone. She was like yelling back at the phone. She said, "I really don't care. I don't owe you guys that money." Blah 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 blah. And I was sitting there like, "You just been put in check," is what happened.
Yeah. What does she think is gonna happen when she gets like if she gets bonded out? Like running her mouth like that. What does she think is gonna happen? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm sure you know where I'm going with
Oh
this.
yeah.
Like, not saying you have to snitch or anything
Yeah,
like
I
that,
don't
but
have
like,
nothing to do with
what?
that. But I don't have to have
Yeah.
anything to do with that because immediately, as soon as I got it back on the phone earlier, I said, "Hey, you know that chick that snitched on y'all in Mexico?" Sure enough, they knew exactly who it was. That's how I got the first name to go with the last name. And I was like, "Well, guess what? I said, this is what she did." And sure enough,
Yeah. Well, you know what they say: play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
hmm
She's probably gonna win a bunch of those.
like again, I don't go bothering people. Now the whole volunteer knows. And then everybody was coming up to me, "Oh my God, I used to do this for such and such. I used to do this for such and such." And I was sitting there like,
No, man, as if you don't already have enough on your plate.
I
Why can't you
know.
keep your mouth shut?
I know, because
Ugh.
nobody on the bottom tier had even knew that. A couple of people knew it, the one that tried to put her name on the paperwork, but she already went to
Yeah.
prison. So she knew. But then it was so funny because the other girl that stood up, she is a sister of somebody, and she started yelling, "Don't forget where you get your drugs from." I was just standing there like, "Not me." I was like, "Weren't me?" She's like, "No, I'm not talking about you." I was like, oh, okay.
Oh my god, there's so much. It's like it's almost like high school
I
drama. Like that
know.
chick sounds like a high schooler. Like that's some crap people would do in high school.
I know. I'm sitting there like, no, don't. It ain't me. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Well, see, that's why I wondered if something was going on yesterday, because I've noticed when there's things kind of like that nature going on, kind of when you have like those moments. So when he called me yesterday, I was like, there's gotta be something like big going on, like, and now I
Mhm.
know, because that like her stupid shit is one thing, but like making I guess that threat,
Oh
I
yeah.
consider it a threat. And the finger guns, like no
Yeah.
way.
Mhm. Yeah, and then so she was sitting at the before they put her in check on the bottom tier when she first got back from court. She was sitting there like and like she was like taking her fingers and like shooting. She was like, he's dead. I'll see him for you do. And so my cellie got in the vent and I called the people downstairs. He went in the vent because they were underneath. And they were like, is this the girl? Is that her? Because the two people had just got moved in. They were like, is that her? Yeah. And so they put her in check when they came back out. They were just like, uh-uh. And then I had people coming up to me like all day, coming to the door, coming by us, being like, hey, oh my God, if you need anything, I didn't know, I'm so sorry, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, well, you dumbasses already know that everything you see on TV, like, you've already put it together, like, it's bullshit. Now you got secondary reasons to know it's bullshit, and they're just like, yeah, we know.
Yeah. And like that girl seems like she's got like she's like a chip on her shoulder or something. She got her like 5 seconds of fame trying to act like a badass, and now
Yeah.
she's gonna keep it and put in check for like the rest of her time there probably.
Yeah. Well, the best thing they can do for her is in terms of um her what she does is keep her away from the bottom tier. All right. Anyway, so the best thing they could do is just make sure she stays away from the bottom tier and the top tier, so that would just involve moving her out of here.
Yeah, she needs to go somewhere else. Well, hopefully if she gets somebody pays her bond or whatever, she gets out of there in general.
Yeah.
Then she can be turned loose and well, I'm sure she'll be just fine on the outside world.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I'm
She
sorry you had to go through
definitely.
that.
And
Yeah,
and
like
everybody was
one
like,
thing.
"Oh my God!" They were like, "I've never even seen you saying a bad like anything to anyone." They were just like, they were just like, my silly was like, I was just kind of scared, but I would just eat my feelings. Just like she was like, you were so. She's like, your eyes were so big. She was like, you were just like zoned out, and she was like, I was just like, I'm just gonna sit over here and keep eating my shebangs.
That chick, she definitely she crossed a lot of lines. I'm sorry you had to go through that, because I mean, how old is this girl?
She's probably like 24, 25, young.
So she's still young, kind of, and like mentally young. So she probably thinks that she's all like hot
Yeah.
shit, invincible.
She mad she can't get back on the payroll. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, acting like that isn't gonna get her anywhere.
Yeah, it wasn't going to get her back on it anyway, but like she's lucky being the snitch that they haven't basically. Here's how they look at it: you can snitch, little things here and there, you get cut off.
You start snitching big stuff, that's elimination. You know what I mean? And that's how they look at it. That's how the game works. And I'm like, she knows this, but she knows that she's gotten away with it this little bit of time, so it's giving her like a little bit of a big head, like, huh, you know. And like,
Oh,
girl, you just don't have an idea. There's been times that I haven't said so much stuff because I was scared to death for my life that I didn't say shit. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times, and people were like, "Well, I don't understand why you would have." My silly was like, when she found out who it was, because some of her big homies know him now, and she was like, "Oh my God, I know you!" Blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, but she said like, did you always feel like you were stuck? She's like, I was like, yeah. Like, what was I ever gonna say? You know, call the cops who don't help.
yeah.
You know.
It's not ever really seemed to work very much in
You
the
know.
past. So I mean, and I understand because in their shoes, like, sometimes it's better not even waste your phone calls.
No. Why?
I've
You
pretty
know.
much gotten to the point where, like, I'm pretty sure I'll only call them if, like, my house is, like, on fire. I mean, if not even then, because I have a fire extinguisher, I can probably put it out faster before they could even get here.
Yeah, don't call them if someone's breaking in, because they'll swear them down. Because there was motion in the house. It was no. What was? Oh, there was no motion in the house, and no one was there. Okay, then I'm freaking nuts. Then if y'all still, I, I remember I called the police before, and the guy was like, "Let me see your ADT," and they look at my ADT. Of course, they stuck on the stupid ADT thing again. Oh, well, there was no motion at your back door. We don't know that anyone ever run by it, and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there like, "Are you kidding me?" I didn't just imagine someone there. Then he turned it into. You probably said that because you wanted Albert to come home from work. Why? Why would I want him to come home from work?
Why would you think of some big elaborate lie just to have them come from work early? Like,
Yeah, well,
don't wear that day, be like.
like, are you serious? No. Like, come home from work. Like, are you serious? Then I said there was a mouse in the house, and they were like, "Oh, you they were actually in paradise."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
So we're waiting on that.
What time does that come on?
7.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's what I'm tell you. So the other night after I got off the video chat with you, I went on Amazon and I ordered you 3 different books. So it
Oh,
says they
thank
got
you.
there. You're welcome. It says they got there today. I know it's probably gonna take a little bit for them to get it to you,
Yeah.
but I did check Amazon today and it said that it got there today at the facility. So hopefully you get it in the next couple of days.
Nice, nice. I'm excited. So I had to tell you. Okay, you remember the one time I told you? Remember I tell you I keep a check on all these snitches, right?
Yeah.
So remember the one girl with the eyebrows?
Yes.
Hey, remember
Yes.
I told you she was a whole snitch like months ago, and I just
Yeah.
like kind of went along with whatever she be saying, knowing the whole time she was like whatever. She's tried to sell the news some story.
What? What is she
And
trying to sell them?
I don't really know. I just know because somebody was just on the phone with their mom, and they were like, "Hey, who is this girl? Was she in there with y'all?" And they called me over there. They were like, "Hey, what happened to this girl Mondragon?" I said, "She a whole snitch." And as soon as I said that, she said she lies. She said she's an addict, whatever, whatever. As soon as I said that, the girl was like, "Okay, my mom says that she's all over trying to like social media, trying to sell the news, some crazy story." I'm dying laughing. I'm like, she's a whole snitch. We already called her out a long time ago. I even made sure she picked up my screen one time so they can have a picture of her.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about because it was the girl and her eyebrows were like perfect lines.
And like she would tell me she was from like this famous Mondragon family and they were these big timers, and I'd go along with the story. I'd be like, yeah, and I'd just listen to her, and I would like just whatever she'd say, I'd bullshit and go along with it because I already knew. And I'm just like, you think I'm dumb? Like I tell each person some different random specific thing. So when that comes out, something comes out, and they add that specific thing, I know what person it comes from.
Yeah. So she's on social media trying to say crap.
Yeah, I'm like, this is not my first rodeo with paranoia. I've been paranoia my whole life.
Come on. Like,
What?
I'm that person in the crowd. Instead of evaluating people in the crowd, I'm looking around who's trying to shoot up a theater. What's my exit plan? Why does this person's pants look bad? This person's trying to blow up a plane. This person don't fit in. He's got something sketchy going on. Like, I did this my whole life.
But it's good to be aware like that because a lot of people don't think about these kind of things. So I guess being paranoid to an extent is a good thing because people like you that are proactive are kind of can what help people in situations go bad. You know what I mean?
I just sit back and I was like, it was so funny because after I showed you the girl with the red hair in the background, guess what? Boom, they got her out of here.
No way!
She was like gone right after that.
Really?
Everybody was calling my name. I was dying laughing. I said, see there, I tried to tell y'all. I said, y'all got to be on the lookout for how people's character, how they say, they act. They come up and start asking you, do you know somebody? That's an immediate sign.
Yeah.
Nope, don't know them.
Where did she get moved like elsewhere in the facility or she get moved out?
She gets one of these magical bonds. Just
Oh,
disappears.
okay. Yeah. Interesting. What that one girl, like I kind of want to go look on Facebook and see if I can find anything that she's posting. What was her name? Do you remember?
Caress Mondragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
How the heck do you spell the last name?
It's just like Mon, M-O-N, and Dragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They might have two.
I found her. She's the first one that popped up.
Yep.
Oh man. Okay, let's see. I don't. All of her stuff's on private. Oh my gosh. Even her. Okay, her eyebrows in these pictures are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh man. I wonder. I don't even know where I could find anything on Facebook because it looks like all of her stuff's private.
Yeah. I was laughing. Apparently, whoever must have been friends with her or something because they were telling their daughter, and the daughter was telling me. I was like, oh.
I'm trying to see if she's in any of these groups that I'm in, but it doesn't look like it. I'm sure I'll come across it eventually. I'm really interested.
She probably just started her mission, and someone recognized the name, and then told the person here. Because this one girl, her mom, like, consistently, she's kind of like you, she sits back and she reads stuff and she's like, what are they talking about? I literally just talked to my daughter and she was literally just sitting there. What is she talking about? She does the same thing. And so her mom is always telling us, so we just be sitting there like.
When did that chick get out of there? Has she been gone for a while?
So they picked her up to go to sober living because she was pretty much gonna be fried because how many drugs she does.
Yeah. So was that pretty recent or was that a while ago?
It's been about a month now.
Okay. So what? Is she just bored now, sitting out wherever she's at? Just like, you know what? I'm gonna stir up some shit because I got nothing better to do.
Yeah. Cause see. She didn't have nowhere to stay, so she prolonged her stay here because she was homeless. Well, she would try to do some shady stuff and think I wouldn't catch on to it. And she'd be like trying to get me involved in. I'd be sitting there and say, you done asked the wrong one to get involved in any of your shadiness you got going on in here.
Yeah.
You know I'm going to tell you no. Second of all, you know I'm going to tell you you're full of shit with what you got going on, that type of thing. And so she tried to be like, can people put money on this account and all this? And I said, girl, I ain't stupid. You probably got some drugs or something in here. You ain't linking that shit to me.
Yeah, no. And it's crazy too because like people can seem so nice at like face value because that one time that I talked to her, she was like, I mean, she was pretty nice for all the like 10 seconds that we talked, but she was all like cool. She answered the video chat and she's like, oh yeah, I'll let her know you called, like have a nice day. And I'm like, well that was really nice, but like you can't trust people, man. Like
like I didn't already know this. I've been my whole life doing this. I told you I drove around in the car. I constantly always looked out for cops. I constantly always looked out for who was going to tear up shit, who was going to do something crazy. I've been paranoid all my life like this. Like,
yeah.
everybody I've always focused, I'm always like, I'm looking over there and I'm like, why does this person sit at this table? They'll probably sit at this table because they're trying to plant something under the table. And then I go into my whole, start spinning and I be checking under tables. They be like, I told you, me and my ceiling check myself 10 times a day.
I don't blame you considering all the crap that goes on there between the people who are there and the people who work there. Like, you can't trust anybody on either side, especially in a place like that where they're putting people in to get information, and the people who are actually there, you know, like for a legitimate reason, are looking for any way to get out sooner.
And especially, and I've already took this whole method of all the rumors are true, whatever you say, yes, sure, what? I was doing this. Oh, cool, what? Yeah, okay. So, so like, if I just go along with them and just agree with whatever they be saying, it's all over the place. And they know at this point, like, this girl's going nuts. No, I'm not going nuts. I'm actually the opposite.
Well, you know, it's going to get to a point where, like, everybody's going to come up with some kind of story, right? And then if you go along with all of them, they're going to be like, well, now we don't even know which one. Like, there's going to be so much going on. You're either going to be this this amazing person that could do all these different things, you know?
Right, so I was telling somebody about this dream about being pregnant and all this stuff, right? Because sometimes when I go through some like PTSD things, I dream and then I be dreaming about being pregnant, you know what I mean? And it probably was too, we were talking about how they be calling Amy, like that baby killer or whatever, and I told her, well, you tell them this about abortion. So it's probably me and you talking about that too, triggered this in my brain.
Yeah.
Anyway, so by the time the story got around, the bottom tier had said, how is she pregnant? She's been in it this long. Did she go to the doctor? Did she have the baby? And I'm just sitting there like, what are they talking about? I said, you know what, y'all just agree with it.
Yeah.
It was a whole dream that got turned into this whole other thing. And I was telling one person dream and someone was being nosy and they're still listening.
They probably only heard one word out of the whole conversation. They probably only heard the word pregnant. They're like, oh shit. They started a whole bunch of rumors.
After a while, it'd be I'm hooking up with the guards or something. And I'm just going to be sitting there like, whatever, if you say so, sure.
And these people act like they don't see you, like you're all in the same space, you know what I mean? Like everybody's around each other pretty much all the time. Like when would you even have time to do that stuff anyways?
Yeah, and like this is a funny thing. We were playing spades the other day, and this girl was on the phone. And I was like, yay, we gave you a Boston. The dude starts freaking out, and he was like, oh, what's y'all's plans? You got plans to go to Boston? And we were sitting there like, yeah, we sure are. We sure got a plane on the way to come get us. We're on our way to Boston. We're going to leave the jail.
Yep, we're leaving like literally in the next hour. We'll see you guys later. Like, what?
Like, what is wrong with y'all? We were talking about Boston and spades.
Just start like when you're having conversations with like your soulmate or whatever, like just start saying like random words that don't have any like relevance to what you're talking about. We do.
We started doing that. We started doing that because did I tell you the snitch moved in our vent?
Yeah, you did the other night, yeah.
Yeah, so we started like doing that on purpose just because we knew she was there. Well, she talked this girl into like, I guess it's her boo or whatever. I don't know. I don't understand lesbian drama. But anyway, so the girl like freaks out last night trying to move on the bottom tier. And then they end up regressing her and taking her across the hall. And I was like, why would you even want to lose your status over here for this chick? She's a whole snitch.
Yeah. So what, they were like together or something? Or they were like a couple or whatever?
And so we were at the door watching. So she comes by our door and she waves again. And she laughs and she goes, you know I'm a fan. And we didn't like even pay attention to her. She's like, do you notice the hair? You know I'm a fan. Well, she's got like blue in her hair. I guess she's trying to claim that she's like Crip or something, but it really looks purple.
Yeah.
So I'm not real sure what any of it. It really looks purple. So she got pissed because I looked at my silly real loud at the vent and I go, oh my God, she's wearing purple. Autism speaks. I said, because that's the only thing that's purple that means anything to me.
Yeah. That's funny.
And I just like, whatever.
What? Like, what does she mean by I'm a big fan? Like, what was she being a fan of?
We have no idea.
That's so bizarre. That's so creepy.
We were standing at our door watching TV, like zoned in on the TV show. And she comes out and goes, I'm such a big fan. Can't you notice by my hair? We were like, what?
Oh my God, see, like, I'm not, like, a mean person. Like, I'm really not. But, like, somebody, like, talking crap like that and me not knowing what it means, like, make me want to smack them in the mouth. Like, I'm sorry.
I know, we were just sitting there, and I was just like, you know, I said, this is what these people want you to do, Bree. They want you to react. I says, because she knows good well I ain't got nothing to do with no gang affiliation, so I don't care whether it's blue, not blue, red, who cares? That don't matter to me. And she was so, so Bree started yelling, "Bloods, on Bloods!" And I was like, "Bree, you're not even into Bloods." And she's like, "I know, but if she wants to be saying stupid stuff."
I mean, technically, if you think about it, like, if you mix blue and red together, you get purple. So, like, is she a combination of both sides? Like,
Maybe, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, that
that's
could
only I
be
can
it.
think of. Because, like, what the whole comment about being a fan, like, I don't get it. Because, like, you're not in a gang, you're not affiliated with, like, Bloods or Crips. I don't know.
No, and listen, first of all, if you were, you have a bond and you'd be out. I said, people
Yeah.
be talking on this big status, and they sitting here on $60,000 bonds. First of all, if you were that big and involved in something, they bond you out. I know how that works. They're gonna make sure money's on your books. They're gonna make sure this. They're gonna make sure that. Like, please, she's sitting here on like a $10,000 bond. If you were affiliated like that, you would be out.
Yeah.
They
Has she
made
ever,
more money,
like,
but you out.
has she ever, like, prior to that, has she ever, like, talked to you or tried to talk to you before that? Like,
No, it was just that remember I recognized who she was, and I didn't say nothing. I was like, okay, maybe I'm tripping. But that's when she started throwing up the signs and claiming stuff and saying stuff she shouldn't have been saying when it clicked, and I was like, yep, that's who she is. And apparently that's the day that I started lose my mind for a second.
well, I mean, just ignore her. If she makes another comment about, like, being a fan or whatever, just be like, well, the feeling isn't mutual.
I know. I don't give her
That's
that
so
time of
weird.
day either. I just laugh at her. I think she thinks that she then she looks at me and starts taking her fingers and licking like she was making a dirty sign or something. I just
What
looked at her, laughed, and
the?
turned around. I was
Was
like,
she,
you guys are full of shit.
was she, like, maybe saying, like, she's a big fan of you? Like, does she have a crush on you? Like, that's so
Oh
weird.
God, no. I don't do lesbian drama.
No, that's so weird. Like, the whole, like, first the comment is weird, and the licking of the fingers is just, like, a whole other ball game. Like, that's just weird.
Well, and the people standing with her were like, what does that mean? We're like, we don't know. Y'all know?
That's, I don't even know, man. That's freaking weird. You
Because I was
handled better
running
than
through
I would.
everything purple. I was like, only thing I think of is autism. I mean, anything big time that represents purple would be autism. I was
Yeah, I
like, I
can't
don't.
think of anything of significance that's purple other than that. Like, I'm trying to rack
Yeah.
my brain. Like, I can't think of anything except for you mix blue and red together and you get purple.
Yeah. I mean, that was the only thing I'm sitting there like. But then I was like, at the same time, I was like, I think they have this group here, the Serranos, and they kind of try to pretend to be this little mini Mexican gang, and I think they wear purple. So maybe she was trying to say something about that. Because remember that guy, William?
Yeah.
He's like big, way up on the ladder in the Serranos. And I was like, well, you wouldn't be acting that way anyway, because William would be like, So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think she was just confused. Trying to pretend her hair was blue or something.
Yeah, she might have been. I mean, is there any way that she knows that you know him or anything like that?
No, that would need to be the people that she would know I know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know then. Have you heard from him at all lately? Or his family or anything like that? No?
Not since you told me about the message or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't know if there's any updates because I was like going through my messages the other day and I saw that one. I'm like, I wonder if there's anything new going on with him.
Yeah. Hey, were you able to send that other letter?
Yeah, I got it out.
Okay.
What's today? Tuesday? I think I got it out on Friday.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Not a problem. It's funny how I got that one, but I haven't gotten anything else, which is like, I'm going to call up there tomorrow and just be like, hey, like, I haven't been getting these letters, but I did order this package from Amazon, so, like, I want to make sure that it gets there, because, like, I have the confirmation that it's at the facility, like.
Yeah, considering we don't, I don't know what's to do now. I just gave up. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's bizarre, and, like, I even looked it up online, like, is there any reason why they could withhold mail from you? And, like, literally every site that I checked says they cannot withhold mail from you for any reason, no matter, like, if you were, like, a troublesome person, you're always getting in trouble, like, they can take away all kinds of other stuff, but they can't take away your mail.
Yeah, well, I don't get in trouble, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either, because I was like, you don't get in trouble, you haven't done anything wrong, like, they haven't taken anything else away from you, so the mail, I understand. And I'm sure they're gonna probably be like, oh, well, it's a staffing issue, or now that we have it going somewhere else, like that gets into Raleigh first, let somebody there mess it up or whatever. But I'm gonna be like, yeah, I know the package from Amazon is there, so make sure it gets to who it goes to.
Yeah, I don't be getting trouble. In fact, some of the cops come to me when they want to know, when they be like, is it y'all's turn to come out or not? Because then I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to try to cheat the system or something. So I just be like, no, it's not our turn, it's their turn.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
I mean, like, I know that they're processing the mail because they sent that card back to me, like, from May. They sent it, like, in July or whatever. I got it back in July. So I know that they're doing something with the mail. I just can't figure out what it is, and I'm interested to see what kind of answer they'll give me if I can get a hold of anybody, because the last few times I tried to call, it goes straight to their voicemail, and I've left them voicemails, and they don't freaking call back.
Well, plus two, I'm not their fan. So let me tell you what they're doing about the kosher. There's two things I gotta tell you. First thing, they're retaliating because they know. Okay, so I started going to the law library to pay my paper to send it off for Trinity and the kosher. Well, they know that. They know I got other people on board doing it because it's a clear violation. So they're retaliating against me, not the jail, Trinity. They've given us the same kosher meal for 9 days straight, lunch and dinner. And they're doing it on purpose because what they want you to do is not get kosher. Or they want you to complain. Because they're going to say, like, well, you're complaining about packaging, you're complaining about this or whatever. And so, like, they don't think we haven't recognized that.
What have they been giving you guys?
They've been giving us a beef, the same kosher. It has beef, peas, and potatoes in it. But they've given it for lunch and dinner for 9 days.
I guess they probably can get away with doing that, but they're not supposed to do that. And you know what? They'd probably, if you said anything about it, they'll probably say something along the lines of, we don't have anything else, that's all we have.
Yeah, and I didn't say anything. It's clear that it's a retaliation method.
Yeah.
So we just kind of sit back in here and just like, if that's what you want to do.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing that on purpose to see if y'all will get like a regular tray, so they can hit you with oh, you got a regular tray, so now you don't get kosher for X amount of time.
Right. And then they said, okay, so you know how we get 6 hours? They wanted to try like 4 because these day beds, right? First of all, this is the problem. The day beds are out and open anyway. They're not 6 feet apart, so it doesn't really matter anyway. The day beds are going to talk whether they're out on a group or not on a group.
Yeah.
So to me, it's a control problem with the deputies. Because some deputies in here, they don't do that crap. They know they have to stay on their bed. They don't run around. They don't do whatever. Like, there's some like Smusler, Riley, a couple people, they don't do that crap. Some of the other deputies let them run around, can't control. What's no difference than a teacher? You can't control the classroom. They're all over the place. Rules are rules, follow. It doesn't matter. You're going to break us into 3 groups so they have their own separate groups. That's not common sense. Because they're out anyway.
Yeah.
So if they're coming off the beds when we're out, they're going to come off the beds when the other group's out, and they're still going to come off the beds when they're out. So it doesn't really matter.
I mean, what do they expect when they're housing people on open beds, like in the middle of the room? What do they expect? Like, they're not going to sit in their beds all day. Like, that's common sense. They're not going to do it. And they shouldn't be penalizing you guys for it because y'all are in a cell, like, taking time away from you guys. Like, how is that fair?
And then, so now you're going to make these people be required to sit on their beds for 20 hours? Like, they can't even stand up beside their beds. They can't even, like, work out beside their beds. They can't even, like, nothing. So you want them sitting on their bunks for 20 hours?
And then you got to think about this too. Like, that's not fair to them, because if the jail had the appropriate space, they would be in a cell.
They could be in their room.
Yeah,
like at nighttime. If it's like 9 o'clock and they're down there talking. Now, sometimes they are loud. I'm talking about when they're not. They'll be there talking, watching a show or something, and people yell and be like, day beds, we are locked down. And I'm thinking, well, we're up here talking in ourselves.
Yeah. It shouldn't be their fault because they don't have the housing that they need to put everybody in a cell. They're limited on housing. They got to stick them in the day beds. So, I mean,
well, they do have another ward. They just refuse to open it for females. The females are the only ones that are in here with day beds. The men aren't like that.
I mean, you would think that the smart thing to do would be open up that other ward and stick them in there. That way they could be in their own
They
cell
claim they
doing their
don't
own
have
thing.
staffing for that. I think it's like Echo One, or it's one of the tower ones. Cause see, like you can't go to the tower. Like I'm maxed out because of my charges, so I can't go over this one. Me and a couple of people, even though we're the most well-behaved people. But these people in these day beds, they can take them to that ward, and some of these other people who are sitting in here with lower points, you know, and take them in there. But they said they don't have the staffing. But it's like you're complaining about the noise when you have 80 people in the smallest ward. This used to be the ward across the hall, and vice versa. So we had a bigger ward over there for this progressed tier. Now they got us all in the small one. And so you got 16, 17 people, day beds, out in the open. When they're not even, girl, they're barely a foot apart.
I could tell the other day, I could see kind of in the background.
I mean, like, look.
Yeah, I could see one of them, but like, yeah, I saw all the people the other day trying to like walk around the bed, so I could tell they were close together just by how they were walking like in between them and stuff. Like,
And they're not supposed to be off their day bed because they're not on our group. But like, they got to stand up.
yeah, like, could the deputies imagine sitting in one spot for 20 hours? 'Cause I know I wouldn't want to do it.
Well, so it's right now it's 18 hours. But if they take it away, but it's not going to solve their problem or what they're saying about it being loud. It's loud because we're in the smallest ward, and you got all these people out here in the day beds just in the open. If you get the right deputies in here and they lock people down or they take their time for not following the rules, then this won't be a problem.
Yeah, well, then you gotta think too, like, if they start taking people's time away, like the people in the day beds, if they start taking their time away, it's just gonna piss them off more, and they're probably just gonna get louder.
Well, then guess what? That's when they get regressed. Because you're supposed to use this as a privilege. There's people sitting over in the other ward that would surely like to come over here because they can order more and they could be out more. It's as simple as that. Like, I feel like we're adults. If you can't listen to those rules, then you need to go back and start over.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean if they're told what to do, I mean the only thing that I think is wrong is them having to sit for that long period of time.
I agree.
But if they want to sit there, if they're going to be super loud when they're not supposed to be, or be unruly, like, yeah, regress them somewhere else and then let them kind of deal with the consequences of their actions elsewhere, you know? But, like,
yeah, they get up, they grab our remotes, and then, like, I was on the phone with Harley, and people come and looked at me, they were like, can you get her? I was like, get who? She's turning Bachelor in Paradise for later. I said, don't worry, I'll handle it. So I walk up, I says, excuse me, it's our time out. Don't delete the program we have.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, what are y'all watching? I says, it doesn't matter what we're watching, it's our time out.
Yeah.
And she was like, okay, and gave me the remote back. And I was like, we don't do that to y'all. Don't do it to us. It'd be different if when we're sitting in our cells, logged down, if y'all turned around and said, hey, what do y'all want to watch? We're down here not even paying attention.
Yeah.
And I used to do that. I used to turn around when we'd be down there and I'd be like, what do y'all want to watch? And people would be like, hey, can you put it on this? Sure. But we have to sit here and watch QVC Shocking all day while we're like down. Or some cooking channel all day long. We're just sitting there like, oh God.
When it's y'all's time out, then you should have control over the TV, and then
we do.
when y'all are on lockdown, they should have their TV.
And the good thing about it is the boys like everything I like. So I just turn it to the boys' radio channel. If they're watching football, they'll watch football Saturday, Sunday. So I can keep up with the game. Like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. But, so the remote situation, like, are the remotes just, like, laying out for whoever wants to get them?
No, you go get it from the deputy, but, like, they'll get off the day beds. When they in their time out, go up there and get it. And, like, the deputies don't even know. They'll just give it to them. Because there's so many people in here.
Yeah, they probably lose track sometimes of who's supposed to be out and doing stuff and who isn't.
And then they'll do a check, and they'll look, and they'll be like, why is there an empty day bed? Here. And everybody starts saying, oh, we're in the bathroom. Oh, y'all were all in the bathroom again?
At the same time, yeah. It's like high school.
Petty stuff. I'm like, you guys are adults. The rules are, you're not unlocked, follow them. It wouldn't be bad if
Yeah.
you weren't loud. They probably wouldn't care if you were standing up working out beside your bed or push-ups or, you know, braiding your neighbor's hair or something, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they're all adults there. They should be well aware of how rules work and how to follow them. And I'm sure their life would be
They
that
don't.
much easier if they just followed the rules. Yeah, it's too much to ask for. Unfortunately, we live in a world where common sense is sparse.
And then that's why I told that other deputy, I said, it sounds like a leadership problem to me. I said, because if that was, you know, we're dealing with adults, not children. So, like, me, I think back being a teacher, I had my kids like this. Like, they knew. So it should be even easier with adults because you can punish them and you can say, sorry, lose an hour of your time. You know,
Yeah.
sorry, you get a write-up if you violate this. You know.
And it's not even, like with kids, when you punish them, sometimes you have to explain, like, why you're punishing them so they understand it. Adults, you don't have to do that because they're well aware of why they're being punished.
Or they'll turn around and be like, sorry, I didn't know. I'm sitting there like, man, these been the same rules.
Yeah, nothing
You
has
know not to talk
changed.
to people locked down.
Yeah. Nothing has changed, but I'm sure they probably get away with that too, don't they? If they're like, oh, sorry, I didn't know the rules, they probably just let it slide. Like, oh, okay, well now you know for next time.
But like the deputy last night before last, she wasn't playing. She was like, shh, go lock down, 30 minutes. And I was like,
Dang.
thank you.
That's good though, because maybe having somebody like that deputy will get these people whipped in line faster.
Yeah, because I mean, they be out of control. So it don't matter how many tears you have in here. When you got them just laying out here in the open like that, they're unruly.
That's such a difficult situation to deal with too, like having people out in the open, because that puts a whole other twist on everything going on there.
It'd be different if all of us were on the open and everybody's just out.
Yeah.
But you can't have a group out, but they're not out.
Right. No, that makes complete sense, but I still don't think they should be taking, y'all's time away for what they're
No,
doing wrong. You know what I mean?
they need to open the other ward.
I
Just
agree. I mean,
take these beds out of here.
could you send in like a kite or whatever and maybe recommend that, or do you think they would listen?
No, you know these people are so smart here. Your vid's on the screen too? Yeah. And the next one? It wasn't working earlier today, but then that one girl before me, it worked. Yeah. How do I know if they're trying? You don't? I mean, It's working.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
That was so weird. I like logged in 10 minutes early and it kept coming up with an error message. I was like, what the
Yeah.
hell? So I sat here for like 4 minutes and then I clicked off it and clicked back on and it popped up and I was like, oh, I hope I didn't miss her.
Well, everybody was like, "You think the screen's broken?" I was like, "Probably, because the girls didn't work beforehand."
Yeah, well, if it does it again, just tell her to tell whoever just to click out of it entirely and like come back in after the timer starts. So that seemed to fix
Yeah.
mine. So.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
But how's your day
What are you up
going?
to?
Well, we just got done eating dinner a little bit ago. We had some grilled chicken and mashed potatoes, and then the girls are playing a little bit on the Switch.
It's going
and
out.
I,
Hold still. Okay. You just got eating dinner. What?
oh, the girls are playing on the Switch for a little bit, and then we did mud masks tonight. They've never had like a facial before,
Oh yeah.
so I gave them mud masks. They thought that was like
Cute.
awesome. But yeah, how's your day
Aww.
been?
It's been good. We won the Spades tournament for the third week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and everybody's like, "We're not playing y'all unless y'all separate."
Why? Because your team
I
is
was
that
like,
good?
"That's stupid." They've
Yeah.
tried different combinations. They tried switching people up. They brought in these people who said they were the best because they had been to prison. And we spanked them too.
Nice. Did you get to watch? Did you get to watch your show the other night?
With the Masked Singer?
No, it was the other one. I can't remember the name of it. Was it dating something?
Dating something.
I can't remember
I
what it
don't
was
know. We have a
called.
lot of shows. Oh, The Bachelor in Paradise.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, we got to watch the final. There was 3 proposals, engagements or whatever, and then tonight we got football, and then we got Grey's Anatomy, and
I
then what
haven't
else we
watched Grey's
got?
Anatomy in forever.
Yeah, well, I missed the season, but then I guess there was a COVID season, so it wasn't a lot that I missed, and so I caught up right quickly. So that was good. And then tomorrow we got SmackDown. Everybody watches wrestling.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of Grey's Anatomy, I just saw a commercial the other day. They're like doing a mashup. It's some show in Grey's Anatomy, but I can't remember the other show. It's like I think it's like a firefighter
Station
show.
19.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we didn't put that on because football's on, but then I have it switching at 8, the Grey's Anatomy. But the
Nice.
boys, I don't know, the boys won't be watching it tonight, so I can't hear it. So I have to figure it out.
Now, like when y'all watch TV, can you actually hear like the sound coming from the TV, or do you have to use your little radio
Okay.
thing?
I'm sorry, this girl's telling me keep it on the screen behind me if her mom comes on there.
Oh, very good. No, when y'all are watching TV, can you hear it from like the actual TV, or do you have to like listen to your little radio thing?
Let's do the radio.
Yeah. Does it sound good for like how small it is? Like, is the sound decent?
Oh yeah, well the headphones we got are decent, so I can even lay up beside my bed and hear it.
That's
Yeah.
not bad then. Have you, I'm guessing probably not, have you gotten your books yet?
Yeah, no, not yet, but she hasn't given out any mail because they had a bunch of crazy things going on here today. A bunch of crazy people coming in, and one girl came in, and then she had to leave back out. But I don't even know why they brought her in here anyway, 'cause she's crazy. And then what else was going on? She's the one that fought the deputy before, and then she just be yelling "pio pio pio pio" the whole time
What?
for like
What the
hours
heck?
and hours.
Yeah, what
Just
else?
like,
What else has been going on?
and then the one girl got in a fight with a Sally, some old lady, but the old lady kicks everybody out, and she causes drama, and so then people end up knocking her around a few times, and then she claims, like, oh my god, I'm so scared.
Oh no. Is she like an instigator? Like, does she try to start fights or something?
Yeah, she wants to sell to herself. I don't know why they just don't put her over in another ward to sell to herself.
I was getting ready to say if she keeps getting in fights with people, that might be like the safest alternative for her is put her by herself.
Yeah, she does it on purpose, just so she can get a new cellmate. She gets tired of them, and then I told my cell phone last night. I was like, listen, well, the deputy come over there, and she was like, is that you yelling, Stauch? I was like, no. She's like, I'm gonna take 2 hours. Well, I knew it was my silly, but I weren't gonna be like, I know it's her, because you know how I feel about telling on people. So I was like standing at the door, and when she walks away, I told her, I said, now if she takes 2 hours from me, you better go tell her. I was like, are you gonna be locked down here too? Because I'm gonna make sure you ain't leaving out the cell.
What was she yelling about?
There's dudes above us, like right above us, and she be screaming their names.
Oh, trying to like get their attention.
Oh God, stop.
Well, I mean, she seems like a nice enough person, so
She
you
is.
think she would tell like if you got in trouble for yelling, you think that she would tell it was her?
Well, she wasn't. I was gonna make her. Because the deputy's looking at me and she's screaming. I've got headphones in my ear singing gospel music. Like, why? I'm like, I'm not screaming.
Yeah, they should know it wasn't you because I mean you don't strike me as a type that sits there and yells at the cell
And
door.
I don't even scream. So I'm looking at the deputy like, do you really think I was screaming? Come on.
Yeah, like what would you even be screaming at?
Now, if it was singing music, then yes, it was probably me. But screaming, no.
Man, I don't. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. How about anything new with the girl with the purple hair?
Oh yeah, so her girlfriend tried to move downstairs by fighting with her cellmate. Well, then the deputy called on to it and was like, oh, fine, then I'll move you across the hall. Then they moved her back, but put her back on our tier, and then segged her from her cellmate and put her on the bottom, so now she can't be on the bottom with the girl. And I'm sitting there like, you went through all that trouble for this chick. Apparently one of our fans that we can't figure out why, but whatever.
I told after I got off the phone with you the other night, I went into the office room and I told Taylor about that. And he was like, I don't get it. And I was like, I don't either. And then I was telling him about like the hair color. And I was like, the only thing I can think of, is like red and blue together makes purple. Well, then he tells me, I can't remember the name, but he's like, there's actually a really big gang that their color is purple. I don't remember the name of
I
it, but
told
I'm
you
like,
it's Serenos.
yeah, well, there's another name that he gave me. I'd never heard of it. I was like, huh. I mean, I don't know if that's what her thing was or if she's just weird.
I think they call themselves Sir 13.
That might have been what he said. It was something weird.
They have a 13 and all this stuff.
And like, she's making all that stink for that other person there, and like, probably when both of them get out of there, they're probably not even going to stay in contact with each other.
No. These people do that. And then I counted at least 10 people who came back, who got out, witnessed sober living, and came back. 10 people in the last week.
Good God. So, they go to sober living, and what, I guess they probably slip up and then just get sent right back over there?
It was either people that got out with probation or sober living. And I'm just sitting there like looking at him like, oh, you just like living here, I guess.
You know, I forget who I was talking to about that. I think it might have been my dad like a while back. He was telling me like a lot of people just get so comfortable living in places like that because they don't have to like really take care of themselves, I guess. They just get accustomed to it.
Yeah. You
I
know,
couldn't imagine.
yeah. I mean, I don't have to clean up after people, or they're kind of silly sometimes, but I've kind of whipped her into shape a little bit. Let me clarify, whip. No, I have not hit nobody. But as in like the country slang, whipped them into shape.
Yeah, I know.
And so, like, you know, you don't have to
the
clean
wrong
up after
people.
people. You don't have to,
Oh, go ahead.
like, no, you don't have to, like, deal with anything. I mean, gosh, you don't have to get up and go to work. You don't have to cook. You don't have to do nothing. So these people look at it like, oh.
It's like a free life. Like my dad was telling me, he's like, it's a whole other world, like to some people. Like they'd rather be here than be back out in like the real world. And I'm like, I don't know that I could. I mean, if I had to be there, I probably wouldn't like it. I'd be wanting to get out like ASAP.
And it's the worst of the worst in the jails. So just think, in prison, the people like keep coming back. They be like, oh gosh, I'm just trying for them to hurry up and send me to prison. I don't want sober living. I'd rather have prison. Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple people in one of my classes that were talking about like, you know, the differences between like county jail and prison. And there's a couple people who've I guess been to jail and prison, and they're like, I'd much rather be in prison than be in a county jail.
Yeah, because you get to go be out all day. You get to go do stuff. You run the people in the prison run the prison. The inmates run the prison.
Yeah. And then like there, do they let people like do they give them like jobs or whatever? Like can you get a job where they pay you like a little amount or
Here they do, but they don't. It's only people who are like on very very small charges.
Yeah.
Or in
I know
prison,
like they
everybody
don't
gets
probably
jobs.
say they probably don't make a whole lot either. Like I think my dad was telling me like because he's worked at the prison up north for like I think 20 years this year. It's been a while. But when he first started off, he's like, yeah, people like get jobs in there like cleaning the kitchen or whatever, and they get paid like 25 cents a week.
Yeah. Well, I think now she said 30 or 50 bucks a month or something like that, depending on what it is. And you could do like the dog training and like different programs, and the dog can stay with you all the time. So that's why these people come here and they be like, okay, I'm just hurrying up. I'm ready to go to prison. And they just go ahead and be like, boom, done.
Man, I don't know. Like the place my dad works, it's a prison. It's like a maximum security prison in like northern Indiana. I got to do a field trip there when I was a sophomore or a junior in high school. I don't remember. It was really interesting, but like from what my dad's told me, it's not a terrible place to be. Like if you have to be there, like people make the best of it. But I guess that compared to county jail is like a whole other world.
Yeah, when we be watching those Dateline, they always show us the people afterwards or whatever, if they're still in jail. If they're not, they go through like, you know, whatever. But like the people in the Dateline, they always just sit there and be like, okay, as long as you ain't in the county jail, you're good. You know, and then they go through and talk about what they're doing every day and programs they start. You know, a lot of them do different things, so that's why these people be like, give me the prison so I can, you know, go out, do stuff every day, go outside, go hang out with dogs, go play basketball, you know, that type of thing. So,
And like from what I've heard too, like prison is not necessarily as strict as county jail. I guess they're a little bit more lax there.
but because the inmates run it, so if stuff goes down, I mean, they're not police officers.
Yeah. I saw this thing on, I think it was on Facebook actually. It's like this, I don't know what you want to call it. It's like a prison or a jail, I'm not really sure. But it's in some part of Mexico, and it's literally like a small town of its own. Like the little buildings are like little apartment buildings. There's like a little courtyard in the middle of all of it. And like the picture shows people like throwing their clothes out on like the laundry lines. There's like little food carts and stuff like that. But it's like it's either a jail or a prison, but it's like it's basically its own little population. It's really interesting.
That, I think her name was Carla Faye Tucker or something like that. I can't remember, but she started at Faith Dorms in Texas, but she got executed before. But they have these like faith dorms and like dormitories, and they're like Christian dorms or whatever.
I don't think I know that one. I'll have to look that one up. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's Tucker or something, Tucker or whatever, but I think she was high and they robbed somebody and the robbery went wrong. and then they killed the two people. So she didn't go to trial. She just was like, I was high, whatever, whatever. And so she went on to prison, but she wanted to use it before she got executed. I think she was one of the last women to get executed or something.
Yeah.
In Texas or something about the story. I don't remember. I read her book because it was in here. And so she started these faith dorms. So people had like, you had to be affiliated with Christian church, all that, in order to live in them or whatever.
That's interesting. That's a really good idea because I feel like there's a lot of people who could actually like benefit from something like that, especially people who might not like have religion or have like strayed away from religion.
You can hear me? Oh, I'm not talking about. I'm not. I said faith dorms? I was talking about faith dorms?
I tried looking up that one chick not before last, the chick that used to be the perfect eyebrow girl. She's got like 5 or 6 Facebook accounts, but I couldn't see anything like posted, so I was like waiting to see if there's anything gonna pop up from her.
Oh, Lord. Now some lady's over here spitting at the door.
She's spitting at the door.
She's deaf.
Oh, okay.
So she's mad because people won't do what she wants, so she's spitting at them.
Oh my goodness, is she like? Well, I guess is it her? Like, can she come out of her room or is she
Well,
on
she's
lockdown?
already been out, so she just like submissive to people's time.
Oh man, that's sad. It's gotta be hard though, like being deaf. I imagine that's probably like how does she get people's attention? Like it's
Oh
gotta be
Lord, now
hard.
she's throwing coffee under the door to people.
Oh no, where's she at? Is she like that way?
On the bottom. On the bottom.
Oh, okay.
You can't see the bottom.
She's gonna get in trouble. If a dead guard sees that, or do they just let it slide because she's
They're
deaf?
down there telling the deputy now.
I'm trying to see if that one. Okay, so is 30? Is that 31 back there? That's not your room,
Hold
is
on, it's
it?
going out.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you.
Still going out? Okay.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you.
Still not? Okay. How about now? Oh man. Okay. How about now? No?
I heard you laugh.
How about now?
Okay, now try it
There we
again.
go. Okay, now say now. Is 31? That's not your room, is it? Is yours the next one over?
Mine's 30.
Oh, okay, because I thought there was somebody at 31. Yeah.
There is 30. That's my Sally walking away. 31. She's a plant.
Yeah, because she was the one that was at the door the other night for like the whole time that you were on the video chat.
Yeah, she's the one that came in here that time and was like telling me she was dating Albert.
What? What? Okay, no, you didn't tell me that one. What's up?
So she sits down to play spades with me time, and she tells me that she was dating Albert. She's like, you know this guy, blah, blah, blah. She's like, do you know Gannon's dad, Albert? She said, we've been seeing each other for a while. And so she just kept talking. I'm just sitting there listening to the whole story. And I go, and then she was like, they went out, all kinds of things or something. I said, that's a badass tattoo on his back, ain't it? And she goes, yeah. And she was like, yeah, with the wings and all this stuff. And I said, and I was like, well, first of all, he doesn't have a tattoo on his back. And then I told her who I was. And then she goes, oh, maybe it was another guy I was dating. I'm sitting there like, you don't know who you're dating.
Oh my, wow. Okay, so she's like, oh, like I'm dating or I've dated Albert. Do you know who that is? Like, why would you not know who that is?
I was just sitting there like, listen to, and everybody, the two people that were playing with me, they were just like, their eyes got big waiting. And so I just went along with it. I'm sitting there, I was like, oh, cool, what have y'all been up to? And she went on this whole story, like 10 minutes, before I even said anything about the tattoo. And
he doesn't even have one.
I know. I mean, he might have one now, but she was making it, sound like it was these big tattoo covered his whole back and all that. And I was sitting there like, okay.
Was she like trying to make you mad or something? Like, what was the
I mean,
point?
she definitely weren't gonna make me mad, but it was just the point. She acted like she didn't know who I was. And that's a
Yeah.
clear indication right there of what you were doing. But see,
Yeah.
these people come in and they're so fried from drugs that they just have no common sense. And I just be sitting there like, I let them walk themselves into it. And then I say something and they be like, oh, well then how can you be like, oh, well, maybe it was someone else. Dude.
Yeah, right? Like, either she's a hoe and sleeps around with lots of people, or she's making crap up, and I'm gonna guess it's probably the first or the second one. I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
she might be a hoe, I don't know, but
Yeah. Yeah.
that's ridiculous. The
Yeah,
whole thing
she
about the
told me
tattoo, that's
that
funny though, because I'm sure
she
she was like,
she
oh, go
keeps
ahead.
saying she's going to put money in my account. I just go along with the story because I'm sure this is some story they fed her to say. So I
Yeah.
just go along with it. She's like, I'm putting money in your account. She's like, I got $1 million in the Federal Reserve.
Okay.
And she was like, and the IRS owes me this. And I just be sitting there like, okay, sure. And she'll always come up to me. She's like, can you check your account to see if it's on there? And I go right along with that. I'm like, sure, let me go check.
So, like, okay, here's the thing. If she had $1 million in a Federal Reserve, she probably wouldn't be there. She probably would have had a way to get out of there by now. There's that. And, like, what does she think? Does she think that if she says that she's going to give you money, that you're going to be like, oh, cool, and then you're going to tell her more things?
Tell her
Like,
something, yeah, something. I told you, I just go along with these people and just sit back and be like, okay,
oh my goodness. When did
you
she
know?
get there?
Okay, so she's already been back 3 times since I've been in this war.
Okay, so she's definitely probably, I'm guessing it's like drug charges.
But then she swears up and down she doesn't know why she's here. She told me that she was beat and bruised, and the cops beat and bruised her. Then the cops tied her up and let the dude beat her. And I'm just sitting there like, oh God.
It's gotta be difficult to hear like all these different stories, and I'm sure you can tell like who's telling the truth about things that have happened to them and who's just making crap up. The people who are making stuff up, it's probably hard to sit there and just be like, yeah, because
Well, because some
oh
of them I
man,
know are total out there. Some of them I know are fried from drugs. So I kind of try to just sit back and I'm nice to everybody. And I think sometimes that bothers people because they be sitting there like, how can you take it from people like this? How are you so nice to them like this when they be talking crazy talk? I mean, what else am I gonna do, you know?
Yeah.
Just
Oh, I got
listen.
one for you. You'll appreciate. Remember how I told you I took one of my like she's not like a close friend, but I took one of my friends grocery shopping
Grocery
like a
store?
month or
Yeah.
yeah. So she texted me the other day and she's like, hey, and like she never texts me. She texted me the other day and she's like, hey, like we don't really have any groceries in the house. Is there any way I can like get some money from you? We can go grocery shopping. So like I looked in my bank account and like I mean I have money in there, but like not really enough to take her out shopping. So I texted her back and I was like, I'm sorry, like I don't have enough right now, but like I'll be getting paid like 9th or 10th from my renters. So if you can hold off till then, I can get you set up. And then I asked her if she's applied for food stamps yet. She said no. So I actually helped her do her application. Like I'm texting her telling her how to do it. But she fills it out and she's like, okay, well I'll wait and hear back. And then she texts me and goes, well I don't really need groceries anyways. I just needed milk. So
Milk.
she was, yeah, so she was trying to like see how much I would give her when I didn't have the money to help her. She's like, oh no, I don't really need groceries. I just needed milk. Like, dude, if you needed milk, you could have texted me and been like, hey, could you get me a gallon of milk? And I would have went and picked up like a gallon of milk and brought it to her. Like,
Well, she probably thought about it, put it on a message saying she ain't got grocery. And then thought maybe that might be some form of abuse or something, and then was like, oh, I should probably take this back.
yeah, I was just like, and I felt bad because like I don't like, saying no. And like I told Taylor about it. He's like, I'm not gonna let anybody go without groceries. Like that's not cool. And I'm like, no, I get it. I'm like, just hold on before you make any decisions. Just hold on. So when I got to the bottom of it, she's like, oh yeah, no, I'm good. I just needed some milk. Like you were just, I feel like she was just trying to see how much she could
See,
get. You know what I
she
mean?
was.
Like,
Definitely. I don't know her, but it definitely sounds like one of those manipulative schemes to manipulate the situation.
and the
I
other
mean,
thing,
I see it all the time in here. These people, they do it with their food and their. and they try to manipulate other people, and they be in there like, you give me this, this, and this, and I'll give you 1 pack of sugar. I'd be like, that's why I do not get involved in these deals.
Yeah, well, you know, like the same girl, oh, I guess. Oh, sorry, I'm back. No, that same girl, her kids' birthdays were like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And she's like, I don't have any money to get them birthday gifts because her kids' birthdays are on the same day. So I went on Amazon and I ordered each one of her kids a birthday present each, and then I ordered them a book to share. Because she was like, oh, their birthday, they're not going to be able to get anything, I'll have to make them a cake, whatever. So I'm like, well, you know, I'll buy them something and you can give it to them from you. And then she immediately turns around and like orders a gift for my girls like the same day, and I was like, but you just told me you didn't have money to buy your own kids gifts, so how are you buying my kids a birthday present? I don't get it. But her kids were happy with what they got, so I guess it's all that matters. I'm just like, I try to be helpful to people, but I'm just like, situations like that, just be upfront, you know what I mean? Like,
Here it is.
oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no, she didn't have enough money to get her kids birthday presents because her kids are like 3 years apart, but their birthday's on the same day. So she's like, I won't be able to get them anything for their birthday. You know, it's gonna be sad. So I went on Amazon and I ordered each one of her kids like a toy each, and then I bought them a book to share. And she's like, oh, thank you, you know, that at least they'll have something to open. And the same night, she ordered my kids, like, a birthday present to share. I was like, you just told me you didn't have money to buy your own kids a present, which is why I bought them something. But then she turned around and bought my kids a game, which it was nice of her to do that. But I'm like, something is not adding up here.
Yeah, it's definitely not right. She might be losing it a little bit.
I just,
like depressed or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, she only ever texts me if, like, she needs something, like, I don't know, I just try to be nice, and, like, if I can help, I will, but, like, I also don't want to get, I guess, taken advantage of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't. You can't do that for sure. Alright, it's gonna hang up. Tell the girls to say hello.
I will. Well, have a good rest of the night. Hope no more crazy stuff happens.
Oh, probably will. Apparently it's probably a full moon or something. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But they be getting turned up in here.
Oh no.
It was so loud earlier. I literally went to my cell and just stood there and was like, oh god.
That's what would drive me nuts is the loudness. Like maybe during the day it wouldn't be so bad, but at night.
No, it's just too many people in this ward. There's too many people in a small space.
Morning.
Good morning.
How's your day going?
Good. We all trying to find out what happened last night. They had a street brawl in here.
A what?
Yeah, so like a street brawl. It was like 6 on 1.
Oh, snap. Was it in your ward?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Who, like, do you know who it was? Like,
So this one big black girl started beating up this little Mexican girl who runs her mouth all the time. And she started hollering on crip. And the girl was like, on crip too. And then so she just came out. She went to the bathroom. And then she came back to the day bed and she jumped her and started beating the piss out of her.
oh,
But
no.
she was getting beat. So then this other girl jumped in to like break them up. Because she was like, that's enough. You're getting beat. The girl snaps. The black girl. So then she bites the one trying to break up and latches onto her. And it was like her skin, there was blood. I mean, her skin was like pulling off. So then all the little Mexican girls jump up because they're mad, their little Mexican friend got beat up. So then these little girls start running up there, and next time I seen the black girl slinging bodies everywhere. Boom, boom. One girl went rolling across the hall, the other girl went rolling the other way. She got a concussion.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm at my door like, oh shit, this girls went crazy. So then I was like, you gotta go for the knees. Y'all gotta get her down. Like, this is a big girl. And so they didn't go for the knees. So then Snitch, with the purple blue hair, her door happens to be open because her cellie was cleaning. So she runs out and starts sticking her. And then she waits till the girl gets behind this little thing that I'm at right now. And then the one person was trying to hold her, so then she's just sticking her. So then the cops finally run in. They got this girl trying to get her on the ground, pepper sprayed her. We got pepper spray all right here.
Oh no.
And so they pepper sprayed her. Then Snitch girl runs up to her and starts sticking her a few times while she was getting held by the cops.
Oh my goodness.
So then they pepper spray everybody else. So then they put Snitch girl in a chair and strap her to a chair and take her out of here. And then the one girl with her arm, it's got a big mark about this big. Bite marks, bloody. I said, girl, you better have them give you a tetanus shot or something.
Yeah, because you never know what other germs are in other people's mouths and things like that. Oh my goodness.
I was just at the door watching. It was like bowling balls. The girl was slinging people around. Doom, doom. And the girl this morning was like, one has a concussion, one has a bite mark. The other girl says she can't see straight.
Oh, so like, what exactly like started the hostility? Like, what set it off?
So in the black girl's defense, they bullied her all day. They talked junk about her. Oh, she's big. Oh, she's this. Oh, she's that. Well, the little Mexican girl that started the drama, she thinks she's something. And she just tries to be all bad stuff. So she kept talking to her, telling her what she was going to do. You're not going to go in that bathroom. You need to go in another bathroom. You're not going in our bathroom. Like, just being a butthole. So that girl was tired of getting bullied. And when she came out, she dug her a few times.
I don't necessarily condone violence. I don't condone fighting, but I can totally understand like why she got pushed to that point. Because you can only take so much crap, and like, come on, being bullied as adults, like all these people should be above that. It's ridiculous.
Well, when she was biting my friend, because my friend was just trying to break it up, and I am proud of my friend, because she did not swing back on the girl. Because she told me, she said, I knew she had went crazy. She said when she was biting me, she was making growling noises and like, out there. She's like, so I had her hair where she was biting me and I was holding her. And she's like, I could have just digged her a few times in the face. She was like, but I knew she weren't right.
Yeah.
She was like, so I was proud of her for not, swinging back on her.
Yeah, good for her for trying to step in and like, tone down the situation. That was really nice of her.
And it was, of course, people in the bed.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if it was daybed people.
Well, the only reason it was the other girl because their door was open for cleaning. And so the daybed started it, and that girl just freaked out. I mean, but here's my thing. When I told my friend, I said, I know you were trying to do the right thing to break it up. I said, but if that girl was getting her butt beat, I said, you know what? It was a one-on-one fair fight.
Yeah.
I said, but I am proud that you didn't step in and swing on it. Because that would have been double teaming somebody, and that ain't right. Even though it ended up being 5 against 1.
Yeah.
That girl was boxing him, slinging him and boxing him. I was like, oh, shoot.
I was gonna say, it sounds like that girl could handle, 5 people to herself.
Hold on. Hold still. What'd you say now?
So it sounds like that one girl could handle the 5 people on her own.
Oh yeah, she when the deputy even came in, she was still going. And I don't think she was realizing she was trying to box up the deputy too, because she had already snapped. But then once she realized, the deputy was like, shh, pepper spray.
So,
it took forever. Like, they could not still get that girl on the ground and get her in handcuffs until more deputies ran in. But see, what happened was, our deputy was outside the ward. Because you can leave our ward. Because we never have, like, codes like that.
yeah.
But, apparently, that deputy was helping another deputy with meds. So no one knew what was going on for, like, a minute or two. So this brawl was going on, and then...
They walk in, they're like, what the hell?
Yeah, we saw him. I was like, they're coming. And then they all ran in the door, and people were in chairs, and people were getting sprayed. And there was one girl over there can't breathe on the phone near the phones. One girl was slung on the grounds over here. And this morning she was like, my head. She was like, that big girl slung me. And I was like, oh yeah. She said, I was just gonna try to poke her in the eye.
It's sad that stuff like that has to happen, but I kind of feel bad for the girl that was getting physical, because she got set off. Like, you get a point to where people just like snap and they go full rage mode. Like, and I get it, because bullying
and I
is
knew
not
yesterday she was off because she went to the shower and she was in there for a long time. The deputy kept checking on her, and she was just like talking to herself and like making weird noises that people make when they start to freak. And I was like, she ain't okay.
Yeah.
Sure enough, she turned into Mike Tyson.
Now, what happens? What happens to her like next? Because all that stuff happened. What happens to her?
Well, they went back and I guess watched the cameras and stuff. So they charged her. But then the only girl in here that got in trouble was the snitch, because when the cops came in, she refused to like be put in handcuffs and was still trying to swing on the girl once the cops had a girl.
What was she thinking?
Can't do that.
Yeah.
That's just who she is. I told you she's a whole punk.
Yeah, this is the one that said that she's a big fan, right? That one?
I started to yell out the door, I'm a fan! But I'm not going to stoop to their ignorance.
Yeah, no, it's like one of those things, like, it's funny to think about, but probably best not to say.
Listen, I had already told the Lord, I had already said, Lord, remove this girl, because she's the only one that's just trying to do stupid shit, or trying to stir the pot, or trying to whatever. And I said, Lord, remove her. I prayed for 2 days, and boom, she's gone. And that's why I told Marcelli, I said, don't even worry about it. I said, because I told you that you gotta think like I think. I said, you thinking about punching mode, I'm thinking about the armor of God is way stronger.
Yeah.
And I said, just keep her in her prayers. I said, things will work out, and sure enough, look, boom.
So, where'd they take her to? Is she in a different ward now?
Yeah, she gets regressed, because it's fighting, and it's probably resisting arrest or whatever. Even though you're already arrested, you can still be resisting.
Oh, hold on, I think the sound is starting to cut out. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go, now it came back.
I said, even though you're already arrested, you could be resisting still, and you can be delinquent behavior and all this stuff. So, I mean, she sits down and talks about everybody and does all that, but you wait until this chick was in this cubicle right here. Well, I know the chick was holding her before you run and start swinging.
She was trying to look bad, but took advantage of the situation where she could step in.
Because everybody was like, oh, did you see her swinging? I was like, yeah, of course she'd swing if you had the big girl backed in the corner.
Yeah, like, why didn't she step in before, like, all the cops showed up, you know what I mean? But, well, I mean, I guess silver lining is she's not there anymore.
Yeah, and I just told everybody, I said, y'all start thinking like that and start praying for your enemies. And start saying, if this is a threat, Lord, if it's going to continue, remove it, and stay on that. I said, y'all ain't got to go down with the drama. Y'all be going down these arguments y'all having here, and this petty stuff, because they were going to it last night, because the people in the top tier were beating on the doors, and they were like, that's not right, it's 5-on-1. But they didn't know that the girl had snapped, and they were trying to get the girl from fighting. So it's kind of good that the doors were locked.
Yeah, you think if they were open,
because they were trying to see it as a race thing first.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I You think if the doors were like if everybody's doors were open, you think more people would have ran out and then it would have gotten bigger?
Well, because then the black people and the Mexicans would have been fighting.
Yeah. That had to be interesting to see. Like I've never really seen anything like that happen. Like in person.
But there's only like maybe 2, 3 black people in here. Maybe. But there's a lot of Mexicans. But the Mexicans are so tiny. So that girl was slinging them.
Just picking them up and throwing them.
I told that one girl, I said, you went all wrong. I said, you tried to run at that chick and square her up. I said, she got 200 pounds in you. I said, you should have just ran at her knees and capped her knees first.
Yeah. I forget. I was talking to somebody. We're talking about like self-defense or whatever. And somebody was like, if I ever get in a fight with a chick, like the first thing I'm gonna do is try to pull her hair. I'm like, it's not the best tactic, but all right.
Because the object should have been just get her down. Because obviously they knew she was losing it.
Yeah.
And so that was a big trick to be getting down. And there was 5 of y'all. And one was getting bit, so that left 4. If y'all would have all came into her legs and body slammed her and held her till the cops got here, it'd have been different. But they tried to go and swing and she was knocking them out.
And I wonder if, because of how big that girl was, I wonder if they could have even really got her to the ground. You know what I mean? Because if she was at a point,
oh, you could. If you hit them in the certain side of the kneecaps, they teach you that in a lot of self-defense. Like from behind or the side, it locks their knees up regardless. Even if they're in adrenaline, even if they're in like whatever, they might not feel it, but it's gonna cause it. Even like with hands, when people are holding on to you, there's certain things you could do to rip your hands apart. It doesn't matter how strong they are to you. A bite mark, we were trained with bite marks in school. It could be like the biggest kid biting the piss out of me. And they teach you ways, CPI methods to get out of bite marks. Certain spots you can hit that would trigger people to like jerk and you could get it loose.
That's interesting because like I guess I've never been in that position. Those aren't things I would think about, but that's actually really good to know because you never really know if something could happen. You know what I mean? Like you can go to the store and somebody could look at you the wrong way and they snap. Who knows? That's good to know though. I'm trying to think.
I remember in CPI and in PCM, they used to say most people when you're getting bit try to like pull the armor right, and the object is put that one hand that you get bit with on their head and the other one to manipulate their neck, and that helps them like push back and that release the bite off you. And then you can always just kind of like throat punch them and it makes them choke.
I think it might have been Taylor that told me. Isn't there like if you like karate chop somebody like right here, won't that drop them too?
And it's like, but the methods with kids that we were taught, wasn't to hurt them or anything. It was just to like relieve them from biting you or relieve them from a chokehold that had you in them. Because I used to teach a bunch of severe mentally emotional kids. So, it was obviously you're not going to go take a kid and body slam them like you could do an adult. So you had to put them in certain holes. Because kids with autism, especially, when they get like that, that sensation in those holds help them calm.
Oh, really?
Because it's the stimulation. So you put them in certain holes that like squeeze them tight and wrap them. And it's like, it helps them like settle down.
Huh. I didn't know that. I know like kids with like learning disabilities or autism. I know that they have like a tendency to like I guess not necessarily be violent, but you know what I mean. Like they have outbursts and they can't really help it. I know there's a little boy that goes to the elementary school that my daughter goes to, and I think he's like a grade above her, but he's one of those kids. I think he might have autism, but he has to get walked like to and from the building every day by like the special education teacher. But there's been a couple times where I've seen him outside and like he'll be walking fine and then he just starts like losing it.
Yeah, or running. Girl, I've had to chase so many.
Oh, really?
Like the cops were chasing them or something. Like we'd just be chilling outside, and next thing you know, they have a meltdown and run. I'd be like, get it. And you have a certain way you have to tackle them down to like hold them, without getting hurt.
Yeah.
Keep that sensation from them keep on running until you get help. Because if you don't have your walkie-talkie on you or whatever. Oh yeah, they put me through PCM, CPI, you name it.
That's that's really good information to know because, like I said, you never know and you might need that kind of information.
And like most people don't recognize people with autism. Like remember I told you, I don't know if I told you a story about the time I was at the beach and the officer, my brother had saw a truck And he was like, oh, he always talks about trucks. He's like, this truck, this truck, this truck, this truck, this truck. And so he goes up to the truck and he starts touching it. And out of nowhere comes the dude who owns the truck, and he was like, bought him. I guess beat up my brother. My brother's a big dude, but he's also not right in the head, you know. Not my mom's kid, but my dad's kid. He had already been diagnosed with cancer, he had already been through treatment, whatever. But the dude immediately snapped out of it when he saw my brother. And he recognized, he looked at me, he goes, is he autistic? And I was like, not necessarily diagnosed, but pretty much. And he was like, that he had went through training for it, that he worked for the county, and he recognized immediately that my brother was not trying to break in his truck, my brother was not trying to do anything, he was just infatuated with the truck because you know they get those obsessions.
Yeah.
And so that was one of the things that he was like, I've been trying to get most of the people on with the city, police, cops, everybody to learn more how to recognize those signs, so you don't just run up and attack somebody.
That's
with
awesome.
special needs.
Yeah, like how, I mean, you know, some people you can tell, like the little boy that goes to my daughter's school, like you can tell with him, but like, what are things to look for? Because I guess that's not something I really thought about either.
Well, most of the time, if someone is got it, they either are very antisocial, and then all of a sudden they just start doing weird stuff, or they make ticking, they just start ticking, or they just like, the eyes get really, really big, and you can tell most of the time Asperger's kids, the eyes get really big when they're about to have an episode, and people, and you just kind of step back, you don't get in a confrontation with them.
Yeah.
You got to give them a choice. Hey, what would help you, A or B? Don't leave it open-ended, because then they elevate. And so, like, he noticed with my brother, because the way my brother was moving his hands and, like, touching the truck, he could tell that that was a sensory thing for him. And he recognized that immediately and went, so, excuse me? And he was like, and I was getting ready to say something. And then this was a big dude, too. And we were on the boulevard. And then, because my dad had come down to visit, and it was one of the first times I've seen him in a long time. And he was like, I explained it to him. I said, he loves trucks. Like, he cannot read. He can tell you everything about a truck. He can tell you every kind of engine, how many quarts of oil. He can tell you everything like that. Obsessed. But he can't read a thing. He can't never live on his own. And of course, the dude recognized it. He was like, it's okay. So then he took it and started talking to him. Hey, buddy, what do you know about this truck? And then, you know.
Aww.
And I appreciated that because that helped.
Yeah, that's awesome. That was a really good ending. It's awesome that the dude recognized it like as early as he did and was kind of able to like turn the situation around.
I saw the dude coming. I thought, oh god, I'm gonna have to jump in here and just do something. This is like my boyfriend or something, because he's like a big dude. Because from all those steroids, my brother had from treatments was big. So you know they gonna think that's a big fight or something. I'm like, no. He doesn't know the first thing about fighting, other than watching wrestling over the years.
Yeah. So he really likes trucks. That's awesome. Well, let me ask you this because you know a lot about this stuff. There's this boy, and he was in my daughter's class in kindergarten, and he's in her class now. His name is Liam, and I know his mom because his mom used to be like one of my monthly customers when I worked at the pharmacy. She'd be in there like 2 or 3 times a month, so like I know her. But she works at the school too. Now I know her son has something, but I don't know what it is. But like, I don't know if it's autism or what, but like, he gets in trouble a lot in class because my daughter's always telling me like, Liam's doing this, Liam's doing that. But he has like this. It's really strange. I don't really know how to like explain it. He has like a propensity of like violence. So like I think it was in kindergarten. He was in class with my daughter and they were doing something. I don't know what it was. I don't remember. But he had his pencil and my daughter was telling me like, oh yeah, like he wasn't doing his work. He was getting in trouble. And then like, he tried to take his pencil and like shove it up through like the bottom part of his chin, and like the teacher was telling him to stop, and he kept telling her like he was trying to stick it through his tongue, but he was trying to do it like up through here. It was weird, and I guess he was trying to get other kids to do it too. But like all of his outbursts that he has like in class, they're all like violent related, like towards himself, like not towards other people. Like he's always trying to like hurt himself, and like I'm not worried that he's gonna like hurt anybody. I'm just like I'm worried about him, and I don't understand why he's in like a regular class. You know what I mean?
Well, the spectrum has been changed so much over the year because the DSM-5 changes, and I think some people use the something 10 diagnosis, but still, it's the spectrum to me because there's autism, then there's Asperger's, and Asperger's have more of those violent episodes.
Okay.
They usually start out with harming themselves, but then later on in life, they get very dangerous and harm others.
That's like I said, I'm
And
not worried
that's
about
where it turns.
Yeah, and, like I'm not worried about it, right now per se, because I mean it seems
going out.
like it's under. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I'm not too worried about it like right now, but it's like, every time that he's got something going on, like all the stories that I hear, it's like he's doing something to hurt himself. Like I guess he hit himself with a chair the other day. Like they were taking their chairs off their desk, and he was like hitting himself in the legs, like with the chair legs. He like tried to cut his finger with something the other day in class, and I'm just like, I don't know why, because it's a regular class, it's not like a special needs class. There's not a special needs teacher in there, so I'm trying to
Okay,
figure
well,
out.
if he's not been on the kindergarten, they're not going to diagnose him right away unless he has bad social skills. But if he's acting out like that, that's probably not going to be on the spectrum yet. But how can I say it? With kindergarten, they're still checking those things because it could just end up being ADHD.
Yeah.
And I remember G used to do the same thing in kindergarten. And I tried to tell everybody in the very beginning. I was like, no, his ADHD, he needs ADHD meds. Sure enough, in kindergarten, he got put on ADHD meds. And it's totally fine in school. But he did have a lot of signs of being on the spectrum. But I think the ADHD meds took some of it away, so it weren't necessarily to have a full diagnosis. Where Asperger's is so much more violent. Then, as they get older, they become very, very strong. A lot of boys with Asperger's.
Yeah.
And then they also have like strange things where they could get off on hurting animals.
Oh, really?
Or almost like psychopathic tendencies.
Yeah.
And so like a lot of the kids I had were like that. But then you can I don't know what already football. But then what I noticed is a lot of my kids with Asperger's, they have a soft spot for something. And if you find that teacher finds that soft spot for something, you can be able to use it. But he could just be ED, which is just emotionally disabled.
Oh, okay.
And if he's just ED, then you would not. Okay, so you can't, because of least restrictive environment, you just can't go put kids in special needs classes.
Yeah.
Because of that. So they have to be with their general ed peers as much as possible. Then they're self-contained once they get to a certain level that like, okay, we cannot put you in with your peers more than 40% of the time. Now you're self-contained. And they're not going to figure that. They're not going to determine that in kindergarten yet. Unless he had came in with like severe psychological history already, like 2, 3, 4, that type of thing. Then he might eventually make it to a self-contained class. But least restricted environment, the law, the federal law, he can't. He has to be with his peers. He may go out for 101 or get pulled for kindergarten, but it'll be a while. It might be second or third grade before they even decide self-contained or not.
Yeah, because he's in second grade now, and like, I mean, it doesn't seem like much.
Second grade now, yeah. Then he might be headed towards self-contained. Or the parent is refusing to look at the medicine option.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Because when she used to come to the pharmacy, the mom, like, most of the stuff she picked up was for her. Now I do remember she did pick up something every month for her son, but I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was ADHD meds. I can't really remember. It was some kind of like behavioral medication though, like a bipolar or something. That was for her son. But I'm like, is there more that could be done? I don't know, because I remember that she would bring him in too. Like during the summer, they'd come in together, and he was always like, not like acting out bad, but not like other kids that you just stand there, kind of like talk or whatever, play. Like he was having some kind of issue whenever they'd come into the pharmacy together, and he doesn't have any siblings. I know that. It seems like his mom, because she works at the school, but it kind of seems like she's maybe over. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Like, not spoils him, but you know what I mean? Like, she kind of is like over, not necessarily overprotective, but helicopter mom, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't know if maybe that has something to do with it too.
Well, the problem is with behavior management is like, parents think give in to what they want, and it keeps the act out episode from happening.
Yeah.
Or, oh my God, we're in the store. I don't want a meltdown. What can I do to keep from the meltdown? Not what can I do to prevent meltdowns in the future. They're thinking in the then. And there's like so many times I had to always talk parents down to like, kids like that have to see rewards, have to see consequences. They have to show their feelings. They need to do feeling charts. They need to have choice A, choice B, nothing in between. Then there's a consequence. Show what they melt down and break down. Walk away. And so like most parents don't want to deal with that because they just be like, you don't understand what it's like. And I'm like, oh yeah, I do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, people try that. I remember one time we were in Walmart. The very first time I took the kids to Walmart. Gannon freaked out, fell on the ground. He's like 5 years old. Fell on the ground and hid under the little round things with the clothes.
Yeah.
Whatever. And so I just looked at him and I said, hey, you have a choice. Here's the choice. The choice is you're going to continue to act like that and I'm going to walk away and leave you. Or choice B, I'm going to let you correct yourself, think about what you've done, and then we're going to work on something that you can gain for changing your attitude. Well, at first, he was just like, oh, I don't really care, I'm going to keep going. So I walk, I'll leave. Obviously, I'm not far where I don't know or something like that.
Yeah.
And he realizes I'm not going to go into that attention. Then he was like, can I still get that reward? No, not this time because you had the choice A or B. You chose A.
Yep.
Maybe the next time you have that choice. And the more and more I kept doing that, as long as he learned there was going to be rewards over the consequences, the behavior started. But that was before the HGA meds. But I knew it was already ADHD.
Yeah.
You know.
Was he on those ADHD meds for a while? Like, was he?
Ever since kindergarten.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know a lot about how those affect kids because like I've been on ADHD meds since 2011, something like that. So like I know how it works with adults because like I take it, but I don't really know how that affects kids. I've heard like mixed things because
yeah. Well, see, people get all afraid. Like they got all telling me like, oh, I know you're a teacher and all, but why do you want to give him meds? I was like, do you want him to have failing grades? And as soon as the teacher mentioned this to them and said his test scores are low for kindergarten, this, and then everybody's like, oh, now we listen to you. And I'm trying to tell you, like, I know the difference between parents just trying to give it to people because they want them to calm down, or true kids that can perform well with it.
Yeah.
And I was like, he can perform well with it. He needs the medicine. And sure enough, as soon as that happened, the math scores went through the roof.
Yeah.
The reading was always like this, but that's typical with boys with ADHD. But the math went through the roof, the science went through the roof, and then you're sitting there like, oh, I love the meds now. Of course you do, because now you don't have to worry about your student getting behind.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of kids that, you know, like I said, I don't really know a lot about how that stuff affects kids, but, you know, like what? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, what's been going on?
Oh my God, just mentally struggling. Not a deputy yelling at people.
Is there anything you want to talk about? You know, I'm always here to listen.
I'm alright. I'm trying to make it. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I literally just got to Florida. I just got to Daytona.
Oh.
Literally, like, 30 minutes ago.
How is Daytona? How is Florida?
So far, it's alright. Let's see, I got up this morning at 5, I took a shower, got our bags packed, because, you know, Taylor drove down here yesterday on his bike. So I loaded up the Explorer today, and me and the girls left the house about 10. Had to go pick up my medicine from the pharmacy, and then my Amazon package came in, like, right after I left the house. So I had to go back and pick it up, and then we left the house for Florida at about 11:30. So, you know, it wasn't too bad of a trip. The girls did really well. They sat there quietly. They fell asleep most of the time. I brought the Switch for them to play in the car, and they played it for like 10 minutes and then fell asleep. But it wasn't too bad.
Nice.
Yeah, no, weather was nice today. It's been pretty good. I'm just a little bit tired from all the driving, but other than that, it's been a good day.
Yeah. Cool, cool. Is the weather nice?
Yeah, it's been, well, up where we're at in North Carolina, it's been like, it's not hot, it's not cold, it's like neutral, so it's been great here. Now, the weather out here tonight is kind of like low 70s, but I asked Taylor, I was like, should I pack like shorts for the girls? He's like, yeah, because it's gonna be like the 80s or the 90s while we're here in Florida. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
okay, cool. I packed all the
definitely
summer
for a while.
clothes.
Even at Christmas time sometime.
Yeah, the first Christmas I spent in Florida, it was very hot. It was like 95 degrees that day. And you know, me being from the Midwest, I'm used to it being pretty chilly during Christmas time. So I was like, this is weird wearing shorts and a tank top on Christmas in Florida.
I know. I remember doing it one time in shorts and a tank top in front of a Christmas tree.
Yeah. But any fun crazy stories today from?
No, my silly just lost it, and they took her out of here, and it made me upset.
Oh no, so they took her out of yourself?
Well, I didn't even know what was going on. We've been up for 2 days straight because she's just been having a hard time. And you know, I feel bad and stuff, and then I just guess I'm upset now because they just done a search and come to find out she was on drugs.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe that's why? I know this is the one that was having the problems with the EPSO, right? Like she couldn't get her EPSO.
Yeah, and like I was talking to her. I stayed up all morning, and I was like, "What can I do to help you? Because it's draining on me, you know. It causes me to be even more depressed and stuff." And so I was like, "Just tell me honestly what's going on." You know, I tried to pray with her. I tried to do everything. And then we were out a minute ago, and she just started freaking out, coming up to me and was like, well, yesterday she started freaking out and was like telling everybody that the cops were all in our tier, and someone slid a note under our door and told us who they were. And I'm sitting there looking at people like I am not involved in this. So I went to the people today and I was like, look, I don't know what she's talking about. I said, she just needs to take her meds. I was like, so the best thing we can do is just pray for her. And that's how I left it. Well, then she comes up to me and she's like, well, are you telling people that something? I said, Bree, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I was like, you're the one been paranoid for days. And then all of a sudden, they came in my cell, and then they took her stuff, and she had it. And I was so upset that she lied to me like that.
No, I know how that goes. It sucks when you put, you find somebody you think you can trust, right? You put your trust into them, and then, because, you know, sometimes people's lies can be so believable, and then come to find out, they were lying the whole time. Like, that kind of stuff, that crushes me. I've been through that a lot.
Well, yeah, I hear a lot about her as a person, and, I guess, and I was, helping about her sobriety, and I was, telling her how I was proud of her. I don't know. It just bothers me.
Is she still... So she's not in your cell, but is she still in the same ward as you?
No, they did. When you get caught with drugs and stuff, they have to take you out of here. I don't know where they take you, but apparently I was just told she had it in her Bible.
Wow. Because I was going to say, if she was still there, you know, maybe I could write her a letter and see if I could talk to her, maybe be a pen pal for her. Just kind of be like, hey, you know, I'm a friend of T's, maybe I could be your friend too.
Yeah. Well, the cop called me up to the front in front of everybody, and I was like, in front of everybody, I was like, I'm not making a statement to police. And she was like, well, do you have any problems with your cellie? I was like, no, I'm not even the one she's got problems with. I'm not even sure she even knows who she's got problems with. She's delusional right now.
Yeah.
And then I went back up to my cell. And then next thing you know, they came in and started searching, and I was like, oh, God.
You don't think that she ever would have, because, you know, she had the stuff in her Bible, right? You don't think she ever would have tried to pin that on you, do you?
No. It was in her stuff and everything. I just guess she relapsed.
Yeah, and I know how hard it could be for people who struggle with that kind of thing to relapse. One of my really good friends, she'd been sober for, I think, 6 or 7 years, and then she kind of just like vanished off Facebook for a while. Well, she magically resurfaced, and she posted a big long thing about how she had relapsed, and she went to like a group home or whatever, So
Mhm.
she's got like 60 days sober, and like I know her pretty well, and like it just sucks to see people who that they fall so far into it and they just have a hard time getting back out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because when I was okay, so she woke us up at like 5 o'clock this morning, which I had just went to sleep at like 2, and she just jumps up and she's like laughing and tells me something is going on at the window. So I get up and go to the window. I'm looking everywhere. I'm like, okay, maybe she's having a nightmare, because I do that, and I start having like night terrors or I get PTSD or something. So I said, okay.
Yeah.
So I lay back down a minute and she jumps up again and she's like, look, look, look. This person is going out with the cops. So I go out there and there's nobody going out with the cops. So I was like, okay. And then she's like, look, this person's over here doing this. And I kid you not, there's nothing going on in the world. I didn't even see
She
the
must have
deputy
been
was
on
even sitting
something
there.
then.
Yeah, I guess she was already taking it, but I guess it just bothers me because I try to help people like that, and then it's just disappointing and it hurts me because I'm like, how bad drugs do people, and I don't know.
Well, don't blame yourself for it, because I know that you did like more than most people would have done to help not just
Yeah,
her but like people in similar situations.
yeah,
Like I hope this doesn't sound weird, but like I hold you to a very high regard, because like I know what kind of person you are. Like you care for other people, you look out for people who are struggling. So like I hold you to a very high regard. So I don't want you to think that anything that she may have done was because of anything that maybe you weren't able to help her enough. You know what I mean? I think you did your best to help her as best as you could, but sometimes people just have to learn the hard way on their own. You know what I mean?
And like people were yelling a minute ago, and I'm like, I didn't even know she had anything. Do you know how blinded I am? Like I don't know. I mean, I literally was sitting there like, I didn't even know. I was just told it fell out the Bible. That's how clueless I am.
Yeah.
I was like, I have no idea. You know?
That sucks. I know it hurts too. I know it hurts because, like,
Yeah.
you and her were pretty close, and she was somebody, you were able to get along with. Like, she didn't cause you any troubles.
No,
So it's kind of
And
like,
like when she left, she was like, bye, I'm sorry, guys. And I just stood at my door, like, in disappointment, looking down. I couldn't even wave because I was just in such astonishment.
yeah. It
Yeah.
just sucks because, like, I don't condone like drug use. I don't. But I understand how hard it can be. Like, people get in positions in their life where they want to escape reality. So sometimes they may turn to like drugs or alcohol, right? But that's where I can sympathize with it. But like when people keep going back to it and back to it and back to it, even though they see how much it's like destroying their life, that's where I kind of struggle. Like
Yeah.
give them a wake up call.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be alright. I just take things hard like that when I was the same way when I dated that guy and found out about it. I was just in so much shock. Like, I just sit there and be like, I don't understand how people put themselves in this situation. And and I see all these girls, and I was just bagging on her. I was like, you look so much better. I said, when you first walked in my cell, I had straight up said, oh my God, this is a straight crackhead. And I was like, you gained your weight back, you look healthy again, you look normal again, your skin color's coming back. I was saying, like, and here I am, feel like an idiot because I'm sitting there telling her all this while she's high. Like, thankful that you're sober. But yeah.
I wish that she would have come clean to you about it, like, because she knows
Yeah.
that you were looking out for her. She knows that, you were somebody that she could have trusted, so if she could have just been upfront with you, I think she would have
Yeah.
understood that, like, you wouldn't have been mad about it, but if, she just came up to you originally and just be like, hey, I struggle with these problems, it would have been a lot different.
Yeah. Apparently, they said she told the cop she was high. And I
Oh,
wasn't, I didn't
really?
even say anything because honestly, I didn't even have no clue. I was just
Yeah.
clueless. Because I thought maybe the meds, needed to be upped. And they still were waiting on her Seroquel.
Yeah.
So I was like, when you go to court tomorrow, make sure they sign off on your Seroquel because you're getting worse. And she was getting worse. But then I guess when you add drugs in the mix.
It's a whole other ball game, yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, is there anything else going on there today, or
That's
yesterday?
it. I mean, we're playing our next Spades tournament. We're waiting to play in the championship. So they had a lot going on. They made us lock down early because I guess they had to take her out and stuff. But then we're going to play the championship soon, I guess.
Nice. Have you looked in? I can't talk today. Have you looked into any of the books I got for you yet?
Oh, yeah, I've been doing them a lot. I'm really good at the math and the logics.
Yeah.
But when it gets to the wordplay, I be sitting there clueless.
I try to find ones that were like, because a lot of them on Amazon, it's like a whole bunch of Sudoku. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know if you are good at Sudoku or if you like it, like, but there was one book and it was like 300 different activities, and when I was like looking through the previews on Amazon, like 200 of those activities were just Sudoku. I'm like, that's gotta get boring after a while.
Oh, yeah. No, okay, so the bigger one would do like crazy stuff. It'll be like, in 2 minutes, name as many fruits you can have A through Z.
Yeah.
Like to trigger you. Then it'll go into like hard stuff. How many amendments are in the Constitution? 27. How many this, how many that? And then it'll go back down to something logical. And then it'll go back to wordplay again. And so, and then the small one, I try to do like 1 or 2 a day because you have to like actually think them out, plan them out.
Yeah.
So I like those. And then me and my silly was doing those affirmations every day. We'd like randomly pick one in the book and read it. And so I was like, oh, she's like, I like these. I was like, yeah, they're encouraging. And guess what? I kept opening to the ones that kept saying, it was like crazy stuff. It kept saying like don't worry about what people say about you and your character. In the end, you're true. Whatever will show, whatever.
I saw
was
that.
like,
See, that's funny because on Amazon, they show like the front of the book and the back, couple pages. That was one of the ones that I saw on the preview, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm getting her this.
Yeah, and so then like I would pray before I'd like open one, and then for 2 days in a row I opened one about family.
Oh, yeah?
About forgiving your family. And I was like, oh gosh. And at the first day I didn't think much of it, but then on the second day I was like, oh, okay, now you're telling me something, Lord.
Well, I hope that affirmation book helps you out because, like I said, I have one too. Mine's a little bit different, but on the days where like I'm having a really bad like mental day or I'm just feeling stressed out, I'll grab my affirmation book and I'll just open up a random page, and it always seems like the page I open, it's like the words on it is like exactly what I needed to hear for that day.
Yeah.
So I hope.
And what was I going to tell you about something? We were talking about affirmations. Hold on. Okay, it'll come to me. But there was something I was going to tell you about that.
Well, is there anything new going on with Albert at all? Have you heard?
No, I don't be talking
No.
nothing about him. And people be saying anything, I just don't even pay attention. Like,
Yeah,
that's just, I was going to know what I was going to tell you. I keep having my nightmares, right? And so I'm at that same house again that my mom and stepdad on. And then last night, I was at the same house again, and people were out to get us again, because always people out to get us again at this house. And sometimes it'll be like old school, and sometimes it'll be like new school, like up to date, present, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so then these people were at the back door, and it's like a reoccurring dream. There's always someone at the back door. And I know, like, when we used to, like, run out the house to get away from him, we'd run out the back door.
Yeah.
So, like, the people are at the back door. And so then, in my dream, Brenda pulls up with the front door with the door open. So, like, you're protected at the front door, but not the back door. And it was so weird. And so, like, I just been waking up, like, all spazzed out and crazy about it.
Is this like a dream you have often, or was it like a one-time thing?
Oh no, I have it often, and I have a lot of flashbacks, and then I have a lot of, I guess you can call them flash forwards.
Yeah.
It is like really weird, and I have to like snap out. I'm like, oh gosh, no, that's a bad flash forward.
Like what kind of like flashbacks? What kind of flashbacks do you have?
Most of the time, they're like dealing with traumatic things. Like the other day, it freaking smelled like smoke, so of course I was freaked out that we were gonna burn down.
Yeah.
And then the whole
I
time
totally
I was
get
freaking
that.
out about that.
one of my biggest fears in the whole world is house fires. Like house fires, I can't. You'll laugh at this. I have a fire extinguisher in our bedroom just because I'm so afraid of house fires.
Yeah, no, it freaks me out. And like even little things, like the other day I was seeing certain commercials that trigger certain things, and I was freaking out. And I was like, my anxiety's through the roof right now, and my night, like sleeping night terrors and all that is just bad right now. So I probably look rough because I've had a rough couple days.
No, you look fine. You like I thought you did something different to your hair. Like you look nice.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just all over the place the last few days.
I totally understand. I think we all have days like that, but I know your days you've got a lot going on. You've been through a lot. So I was gonna ask, are you still on your nightmare meds at all? Does that help?
Yeah, but I'm not taking anything for some, for anxiety and then depression. So it gets to me some days. You know what I mean?
Well, I was gonna ask, would you like for me? Oh, I dropped my stuff. Would you like for me to maybe email El Paso and put a bug in their ear about that?
Well, they just told me that if I got the judge to order like the other people did, then they have to give it to you.
Now, how can you go about having? Would it be Judge Werner that had to do it?
I guess everybody said their judge just you just had to show the meds you were taking, and that even though I haven't had them this whole time, I've struggled with anxiety. Like I've had more than 10 panic attacks a month, and that's not normal. You know what I mean?
But you used to be on what was it? Was it lorazepam or Ativan?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and do you have documentation that you used to take that in the past?
Oh yeah. I took it for a long time. I took it since I was younger, and then I got off of it for a while because I thought I could do it. Then I got back on it again. And I was on 2 milligrams in the morning and night. But
I mean, do you have? Is there any way that you, like Caitlin, could get a hold of like the medical records to give me the
yeah, they
deal?
have it. She just said she didn't know anything about the whole applying for it or whatever. But I told her last time that you had to like fill out some motion or something for it.
I mean, I'm sure she can look it up online. I'm sure I could probably look it up online too and see what it is you need to file. It's just I wish I could do more to help you because like I know what it's like to need stuff like that, and it drives me nuts that like if you have medical documentation you've been on it before, like that should be enough right then and there for you to give that to them, CJC, and they should be able to take care of that for you.
Mhm. Yeah, when my silly did it and she went to court that day with a motion and the judge ordered on it, she had it on the cart in like 2 days, so it wasn't a long process after. Well, because like that guy that comes in here, he really doesn't do anything to help people. Like my friend behind me, she's been waiting on mental health for a long time. They just aren't a really good mental health people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember I tried reaching out. It's WellPath, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried reaching out to WellPath for you that one time, and they just kept sending me back to El Paso. And I'm like, I'm not gonna keep playing this like back and forth game. Like, WellPath is who I need to talk to about all this.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
they
that's
never
what they
emailed me
do.
back.
And they come in here and they be like, oh, fill out this paper about your symptoms, and you do that, and then they never come back. Or they'll come back and just be like, like, well, what can we do? How about fill out this sheet?
I mean, you're just like, okay. Oh, sorry, my husband's there yelling.
It's okay.
No, I was gonna say, if other people there who can get medication for like anxiety, depression, whatever, like if they can get it so easily, like even without like the court order, like judge order, right? Like you should be given that same opportunity. Like I don't know why they're making it so difficult for you.
I know they do that for everybody, especially me, but they do it for a lot of people, and it's hard because like again we haven't been outside again in such a long time. It's just that one last time that the guy finally came and got us. We haven't been outside. And I get now it's like they're saying freezing and snow and all that, but like there was days last week that perfectly fine, you know.
Yeah, on my little iPhone weather app thing, I have Hope Mills on my thing, and then I have Fayetteville, and I have Colorado Springs too, so I can see what the weather is like where you're at. I saw one of the days the other day, it was like 80 or like high 70s, low 80s the other day in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, and that could have been a perfect day to go out, but like going outside helps, and then we go on those 25-hour lockdowns. It's like I just go crazy. It's just hard.
What days do they do the 24 or 25-hour lockdowns? Is it a day in
Well,
particular or
so
just
when
what?
it's every other day, so like when you lock down at 2, you don't come out till 3 the next day. So that's,
That
25 hours.
yeah. I'm
So,
trying to look for something here. Some lady on one of these pages. Is this her? Okay. I was on Facebook the other day, and one of the little, groups that I just lurk in. This lady, do you remember a lady named Melanie Redcliffe Colberg? Does that ring a bell?
mm-mm.
She's somebody who apparently talked to you. I guess this would have been like 2020. Let me see here. She said she met you, or she met you while you were in their local detention center, and then I guess it was somebody that you messaged, I guess, or like messaged on Facebook. But she went and posted like all of y'all's screenshots on Facebook of your conversations.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Well, I was
There's
gonna
no
say,
telling, girl. I was losing my mind, or I already lost my mind, so who knows?
well, I was gonna say, like, she, even if, like, I understand, I read through them and everything, but, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what clout was she trying to get by posting these? Like, she
Yeah,
posted it,
who
like, a week or
knows?
two ago. So I was gonna,
Who
like,
knows?
well, I was gonna ask Caitlin. I thought about messaging her, being like, "Hey, this lady is like posting these screenshots on Facebook. Like, isn't there a gag order on like the case? Like, people can't talk about certain aspects of it."
Yeah, but then they
So,
also say people have free speech, so it's kind of like contradicting itself.
yeah, like it just sucks because like I read that and I was like, why does she need to post that on Facebook for everybody else to see? Like that's whatever you told her, that was between you and
Yeah.
her. Like the whole world doesn't need to know
Yeah.
about it.
I have no idea who it was. I was already checked out at that point.
Yeah, Melanie, I think was her name, or what was it? Melanie Redcliffe Colberg. I
No
don't
clue.
know. Yeah, I saw the other day and
I
I was.
remember things really well, but those are time frames that was like, nope.
Yeah, this would have been back. I think it was February of 2020. So like I
Yeah.
could totally understand. I'm sure you had a lot going on at that time, so
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I
get
have no
it.
idea. I was pretty much all over the place. I'd be talking about something, had no clue what I'd be talking about to people. And like when I read some of the stuff, like in Discovery, I'd be like, I have no idea. You remember talking to this person? I don't even remember this. I don't remember that. Like I don't
Yeah.
even know half the time what in the world. And then you got to think the people that were at Dee's house had my phone.
Wait, at Didi's house?
So yeah.
Yeah.
So back and forth between them and Amy and other people, and I don't know. I have no idea what was even going on. You know what I mean?
I get it. I get it, yeah, because, I mean, you had a lot going on, right? Like, at that point in time, like, you've just been through, I mean, you've been through a lot of traumatic experiences, and then with all that other crap
Yeah.
going on at the time, and dealing with Albert, like,
Mhm. Yeah.
I can
And then people
imagine.
having, the situation all wrong. I'm all over the place. I have no idea what in the world I'm talking about, and nobody to help me. Then when I ask for help and to give them what they want, then they're all like, "No, it's too late."
I wish, like,
Whatever.
I wish I could have met you, like, way back when, because I totally would have been, like, an advocate for you, like, I would have been helping you,
Yeah.
like, I would have been going in there and been like, here's what's up, guys.
Yeah, I just can't handle, like, you see how upset I am about this situation. Like, I can't
Yeah.
handle, like, traumatic things like that. I just go into another zone and I have no idea what I do, say sometimes. It's like I just disassociate and just leave for a while, but, like, my body's still going,
Yeah,
you know?
I totally get that. Is that kind of how you've been feeling lately at all? Like,
Yeah, and like sometimes the things that happen, and I'll just be like, oh God, what in the world was going on, because everybody's so perfect, they would act such a perfect way. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, perfect parents, perfect people that do everything right. And so it's like the one time, in your life that you can't make decisions because you're all over the place and not there, people, will capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, like some of the people who post on Facebook that I guess knew you from like when you were a teacher and things like that, have said like really awesome things about you. Like she was phenomenal with the kids, like she was a great teacher, like she was a good friend, like she always would come over and like talk about the kids, like. So I mean, there's people
Yeah,
out there aside from me that know like the rest of this crap is bullshit.
I know. And it gets to me a lot of days because I feel like this is all wrong, and I try not to cry about it, but
It's okay to cry.
it's like they have me here is so wrong, you know.
No, I know. I know, and I feel for you. Like, sometimes I think about it and, like, I get emotional. I know it's not my situation, but, like, I know how much you're hurting. Like, I can feel how much you're hurting, and that
Oh
hurts
yeah.
me. So, if you ever need to let it all out, like, I'm here to listen, and I'm a good shoulder to cry. I'm a good listener.
Oh, thank you. And then I have to sit there and sit behind all this nonsense and sit here and listen to it and be like, oh, okay, you got all these things. She was a good parent, good this, good this. People don't just do this. Come on now.
Exactly. That's literally what somebody on Facebook said. Somebody on Facebook said the same thing you just said. Like, people don't, they don't live their life like being a teacher. They don't live their life, raising, not only your daughter, but like other people's children, like, and then just do this. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, every time, girl, that country song comes on, I break down. Because, the one where it's talking about this, having stepkids, like, I gave them everything. You know what I mean? I did for them when their parents didn't.
I know. I know, yeah, I know, and I forget what I saw. It was like I saw pictures of like it was like you and Lena and like Harley. I think it was at Garden of the Gods. It might have been then. Like y'all looked like you were having such a good time, and like I don't know if Albert was there or not, but like I just saw you and the kids there, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this right
Yeah,
here
and so,
proves
like, I
everything.
just go to Garden of Guards on Sunday, to just be a murderer. No. That doesn't happen.
Well, I don't think you are. I know there's a lot of
No.
people. Taylor doesn't think you are. Like I know Taylor doesn't know you as well as I do, but I tell him,
Yeah.
a little bit about what we talk about. So
Yeah.
you got people rooting for you, and I'm always here for you. If you ever want to call, like, and just vent or just go off, I'll be here to
Yeah.
listen.
I know you will. I know you will. I appreciate it. I'm just struggling right now.
Like I said, feel free to call me, and like I said, if it's totally okay to cry, it's fine. You
Yeah.
don't have to feel bad about crying.
Because I always never get to. I always have to keep a straight face.
Well, if you want to call me sometime and just kind of like hide in the corner and cry on the phone, I'm right here.
Alright, I will. I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, call me tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, well,
Bye.
have